Hi, I'm Forrest Valkai. I love science and my wife, and if my happiness offends you, it's because you're a sad little man who runs a network on YouTube of atheists who debate, and that's not filling your heart with joy the way that I just seem to have free serotonin. You're a sad, sad little man. Oh, God. What the fuck was that, man?
Where'd you get that clip? Where'd you get that clip of me? How did you find that? I thought I hid that online.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? That's such a mean thing to say beforehand.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't hold it in, and for some reason that clip got out. I don't know. That was totally me saying that. And also, you started the stream correctly the first time. Just then, that was the first time you did that.
It's a good thing that I started it incorrectly. So I accidentally wasn't going live the first time. The second time was better. I think we can both agree.
It was great. It was great.
The second one was good.
And the people won't have to worry about the 20 minutes of us talking that they missed out on. That's just fine. It's fine.
It'll come back up. It was mostly about Jimmy's misanthropy. It makes its way into every episode of Wood Sleep. Welcome, everybody. This is Cuz I Wanted the Show on the line where we do shows cuz we wanna. Sometimes the topic is about whatever we want. The title today is a bit of a filler, though I think it was a pretty good one. Did you see the title? Oh, you're not Matt Dillahunty. What the fuck is this name tag?
No, make me Fat Dillahunty again.
Fat Dillahunty. That was it. The title today, I think, is something like
God exists, Trump good, Biden should drop, is what you put.
All with question marks. I didn't say Trump is good. Trump good? Inflection matters, man. Don't fuck me like that. Holy shit.
No, that's what he says.
I'm Forrest Valkai, and to my left is Jimmy Snow, right? I don't know how this all orients.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm great, man. I'm great. I am home for a couple of days, and I leave again for the entire goddamn month of July here in a minute. And in the meantime, I'm just cranking out, trying to finish some video and some writing and some stuff.
You're doing crazy shit. Tell people
crazy.
Tell them the crazy shit you're doing. It's crazy.
So we're doing tours around the Galapagos Islands to teach people about evolution. And we've done 2 of them so far, and they're nutty. We spend the day at the Charles Darwin Research Center. We go to like a place where they're like breeding Galapagos tortoises, and we see just like a huge pen full of a bazillion little baby tortoises. We go snorkeling with a bunch of sharks. And then again with like some beautiful coral reefs. We go to a bunch of like sanctuaries and just gorgeous places, these beautiful vistas. We go on like a 9-mile hike to explore the political history of the islands a little bit, and also see some really cool wildlife. It's a dope experience, and they are all sold out. Nobody can buy any more of them, and I'm probably never going back ever again after these. So we're doing 5 of these trips. We're right on the 2, and now I'm going back for the next 3 weeks to do some more. And we took a break in the middle of these trips to come back here and do VidCon, which I just got back from. Fucking road tripped to Anaheim to do VidCon to light people on fire and freeze some stuff and just play with science, and then road trip back. And now I have this just brief moment of rest and relaxation with which to catch up on work, finish editing a video because I can't edit very well while I'm traveling, and send a million emails. And of course, try to squeeze in a little bit of sleep. And instead of doing any of that, I'm here with my dear friend Jimmy Snow to yell at Christians on the internet.
I realized like I have so little social life that actually my life has been notably worse that we haven't been able to hang out for the last like 2 months or whatever it's been.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's like, me too.
It's thank you. Well, that's sweet. But clearly you've been distracted. I've been handling some medical stuff. I've been off air and stuff. And so I'm still, when I can, hanging with Matt and Arden, mostly digitally, though Matt did come by a couple weeks ago. And that was cool. But yeah, I'm like, holy shit, there's just this hole in my life. And I feel like it's of a happy, sweet boy who serotonin I will always be jealous of.
I'm always going to be here to fill your hole, Jimmy. I'm always going to be here for you for that. That's what friends are for.
I appreciate it.
I also, go ahead.
There's a number of people who thought that's what friends were for, and they got in trouble. But we're just gonna let it go.
Also, I want to take a second to shamelessly self-promote, whether you like it or not. Episode 4 of Roll for Initiative just came out, and episode 5 comes out on Wednesday. We're releasing them every single Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is the best standard time. So if you out there in the internet, if you like TTRPG stuff, watch the series. It's a lot of fun. It's 14 episodes long, and we squeeze like fucking 80 episodes worth of amazing story and character development into those 14 episodes. It's really cool. It's a great show. The people who are watching it really like it, but not enough people are watching it because I'm putting it on my channel, which isn't a TTRPG channel. And so like people are like, what the fuck? This isn't what I signed up for. But like the people who are nerds who are into it are fucking into it. And it would be great if more people will watch it, primarily because it is a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders. And Doctors Without Borders, if you don't know, are real live doctors who are out on the ground in the most dangerous parts of the world. They go where the wars are. They go where the famine is. They go where the disease is. They are on the ground right now in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Yemen, in Congo, saving lives every single day, regardless of race, religion, politics, nationality, you name it. And we're raising money for them. And if we meet our fundraising goal of $50,000, then we're probably going to do another season because Jesse Jerdak and I had an amazingly fun time doing this. We've already raised almost $7,000 in the just first couple of episodes, which I know if people from this channel went over there, I know how charitable people from this channel are. I know we'd bump those numbers up real fast. And more importantly, if you're not into TTRPG stuff, I would really fucking like it if you would share. If everybody watching this could do me a huge fucking favor, even if you don't want to watch the videos, if you could just share them a little bit with some people who might like them, that would mean the world to me. Because like the point of this was to raise money, and I don't give a fuck if we get like, we've got a few dozens of thousands of views on the videos. That's fine for me. I'm happy for people to watch the thing and enjoy it. Not trying to get famous off it. I really want to raise money for charity, and so if you could help me do that, that would really be fucking meaningful. So check that out. It's really, really cool. And I've already slated out like the characters that I want to play for the next 4 seasons. And Jesse and I've already discussed like how we're going to make this story awesome without actually spoiling any story for me. You're going to like it. You're going to like it a lot.
Hell yeah.
Go check it out.
Go do that, people. And if you do that,
I'll talk more about it later.
Credit. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk more about it later whenever you don't want me to.
I'm fine with you taking it for the whole stream. I don't give a fuck. It's because I want
to the person who asked, why is the icon for Roll for Initiative a D8, not a D20? Fuck you is why. Yeah. It was just a fun thing that we did. I don't know, but it stuck, and now that's just what it is. To the person who said that they already donated, donate again. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
But also,
just wait till you see what happens. To the person who says they thought that Victor was done for, I did too. And I was very grumpy about that when it was happening. But then as it was immediately as that fight concluded and we cared, I was like, you know what, though? That was the best way that could have gone. It makes sense canonically. That was the first fight he had ever been in his entire life. And he didn't even know to cast mage armor because he didn't. Why would he know that? Isn't that not something that he would have thought
You're
to
right.
do?
We shouldn't do this the whole show.
It was great. It's a really, really, really good show.
RPGs,
you should check it out.
I'm falling off.
Dude.
Everybody, go donate, go watch. Yeah, you definitely got to do all of that. But also, do you believe in God? Call us and tell us why. Do you believe in Trump as a good president? Call us and tell us why. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Literally, call us and tell us why. Also, look at this. Look at this convoluted poll I'm about to post. Star poll. All right, everybody, make sure you read very carefully. The poll is as follows. Do you believe in God and should Biden drop? Yes, God, yes, Biden drop. Yes, God, no, Biden drop. No, God, yes, Biden drop. Or no, God, no, Biden drop. You need to be very careful with your selections on whether or not.
voted no God, yes Biden drop. That's what I put in there.
Oh, fuck it. That's going to be me too. Hang on. Let me go to my Jimmy Snow account so I can
get in there and vote because it matters. This is what the DNC is going to be checking this. This is what all of America will base their judgment on. Biden is watching, and he needs to know that he needs to fuck off.
Even I almost hit the wrong selection here, so be very careful with your selections. No,
it's so convoluted.
It's tough. It's tough. I was trying to think of. I wish they had more options because I was like, is there a way to ask a third question? But there's not. Or next time I'll do it like just letter combos, like. Do you believe in, first question, do you believe God? Should Biden drop N, Y, N, Y? Like, just make it really horrible, really terrible for everybody. But yeah, I think you and I are on the same page, which here's the part that I feel like we as responsible communicators have to be a little bit open about as compared to everybody else. I wanted Biden to drop before the debate for the record.
Yes. I the whole time I've wanted him to drop. Yes. Absolutely.
But whether Biden must drop, whether it seems imperative that he should drop, whether or not I can take myself out of my bias and go from the perspective of, is there now so much damage that he likely just did the thing that guarantees him to lose the election? That's why I'm now pro Biden drops on top of my past Biden dropping. Holy fucking shit, that was an embarrassment.
That's kind of the long and short of it. And like, I love the press secretary and everybody's like, listen, he just had a bad night. He's had a bad night. It's like, dude, he's had a bad fucking few years.
Yeah.
And it's been painfully obvious and nothing is better. And like literally everything that he knew he had to say to campaign for, he's completely dropped the balls on. And also like, the whole genocide thing that he's supporting and funding, just, I'm not a fan. I'm not into it. And it really blows that like, just, I'm struggling with it right now myself. I have said publicly on this show about how important it is to not vote third party and just to fucking bite the bullet and deal with it and just fucking do the lesser two evils thing. Considering the severity of the world affairs at this moment, honestly, I couldn't fault, especially a person of color, especially an indigenous person. I couldn't fault you for just like being like, you know what, fuck no, just I can't bring myself to do it. I've got to just pull literally anything else. I couldn't blame you. I genuinely couldn't. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet.
Did you hear what he said? By the way, I've decided I'm going to drop this challenge. I keep seeing how my beard's getting kind of thicker than I usually let it go. And I was thinking in the shower earlier, and I was like, all right, I'm willing to do this. I am going to I think you've heard me rant about how much this beard will never come off my face, right? There will always be some facial hair, at least the goatee when I did the matte one, the matte cosplay.
Yeah.
It's awful under there, people. It's terrible. It shouldn't ever be seen. I'm not kidding.
It's a lawless place.
At present, my plan is to never not have a beard for the rest of my life. Even when I was much thinner, which I am losing quite a bit of weight now, but when I was much thinner, I used to be 6'3" and 170 pounds. I'm now 6'2", and it's none of your business. But it ain't 170. Even then, it was bad.
The beard adds like a lot of weight.
I kind of had the Trump gene of just no jaw straight into neck. It's like my mouth will just appear to be in the center of my neck is what happens. Here's the thing. I've decided I'm willing to put a stretch goal on it. We currently have 771 paid patrons on the Line's Patreon. 2,000 is what it would take before July is over. And you might think, Jimmy, that's impossible. Yeah, no shit. I'm trying to make it hard. I'm trying to make it. I know that there are several hosts on this channel who want to see it, who want to see me do it. I will only commit to hosting one show, clean shaven, by the way. It will be one show, and then you won't see me until it's back because I will hate it.
So to be clear, if we get 2,000 patrons on Patreon, you will shave your beard.
Paid patrons, clean shaven, one stream.
If we raise $60,000 on Roll for Initiative, I will shave Jimmy's beard.
I will not. Nope. Sorry. It has to be a thing that's ongoing and recurring, and there's
That's
great
great.
stuff. The podcast is
ongoing
wonderful.
Recurring, saving lives.
Yeah,
what
I
do
don't
you
care
mean?
about those lives.
You're selfish.
I hope that they all. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not doing it for that. I am doing it for we are getting demonetized more than ever. And so a secondary support, as well as being able to distribute the podcast to more people and stuff, that's a big that's the big reason for the goal. So it starts at $3 a month. If you want the podcast, it starts at $5. That's the goal out there. But for today, if you're focusing on where to put your money, go give it to the Doctors Without Borders. That's definitely good. But if you want to throw a $5 monthly somewhere,
How much
we hit
to get
2,000
to shave other
July.
parts of Jimmy?
I'll let
you
you
see
shave
that
my
in the
chest.
chat.
I'll let you shave my chest for if we hit
On
100,000
on stream.
No, I'm pretty self-conscious about my torso. It's got a lot of surgery scars, and also I'm gonna call them pizza scars.
Pizza scar.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Can I also before we get into it, I really want to take line 3, but like,
hair.
yeah, but I want to get into line 3 real bad. But I also want to say thank you to the person who sent me this. Also, I got this in the mail, and it's great.
Oh, that's
Look at
cool.
him. Look at little Roland. They knitted. I don't know if this is knitting or crochet. I don't know what you'd call this, but he's a little guy.
That's crochet.
I love him. Yeah, he's gonna chill on my shelf over here forever.
Did you hear? It's
Great.
stuffed
I just
with
want to let
heroin.
that
Just so you
person
know.
know.
I made it. It's heroin. It's a heroin doll.
Damn it, again. You can't keep getting me with this.
I just got clean. Did you hear? Did you hear what Biden said to the governors at the governors meeting this week too?
No.
So he has a meeting with all these governors to reassure them that he's the guy, and all he needs to do is I recognize I need to make some changes. I'm serious, not a joke. I got to make some changes. So some of the changes he was saying is, because I am getting a little older and slower, is he's going to stop scheduling. He needs to get more sleep and stop scheduling events after 8 p.m. And I'm just sitting there going like, how is anybody, President of the United States? No. Do you remember years
the most
ago,
powerful man in the world? You got a little bedtime you got to worry about. Yeah.
Do you remember the phone ringing ad from a few years ago? It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m.
Do you know where your president
and
is?
Terrorists have just attacked. Do you want Hillary to answer the call or Donald Trump or something like that? I don't remember who the two were, but it was basically like, who do you want to answer the call when the terrorists strike at 3 a.m.? And in this scenario, it's like, Joe Biden will be awake in 5 more hours. Don't wake him up. He's tuckered out. It's fucking nuts. It's we now are at a place where the people keep talking about like, but what if somebody else can't win? Anybody else can win. Biden currently has a poll boost compared to when you put other people in because he is the actual nominee. You actually put somebody in as the nominee, those numbers will go up. If anything, Joe Biden is the only person realistically who can lose to Trump. And Trump is the only person who can lose to Biden. If Nikki Haley was in the place of Trump right now, Biden loses. Even as much as I hate to say it, if Ron DeSantis had gotten their nomination, Biden would lose.
It'd be tough, yeah.
People want to move on from Trump and Trump Biden. And right now, Biden is basically a tattoo on Trump's ass. So that, and if you were to put in somebody else, and I have advocated for somebody who I do not politically align with, he's a little further left than Biden, but I recognize that he would win handily. If you put Gavin Newsom in, Trump goes down. It's easy. I mean, he's left on Gaza, at least left of Biden on Gaza too, which is nice. And that's
pretty nice. Yeah. And again, I still don't like everything about the guy either. I don't know enough about the guy to sit here and talk about him, but I know it's just, there's not a single fucking American politician that I'm 100% into, but like just the fucking like dementia ridden fucking genocidal imperialist. Maybe not that guy again. Maybe not the guy who whipped up the youth vote by saying, hey, we're going to fucking get rid of student loan debt and we're going to fix climate change finally. And we're finally going to have some social justice and we're finally going to move in the right direction. And then literally did absolutely fucking nothing useful with anything of any substance, and also backtracked a bunch and just gave a bunch of lip service to marginalized communities while actively fucking them over for the past 4 years. And his entire campaign platform is, but I'm not Trump. It's like, dude, we can only have so many elections where the entire tagline is democracy's at stake before we realize that democracy just has already, we're kind of fucked on it, considering the fact that like every goddamn time we vote for any other Democratic candidate, the DNC is like, nah, you didn't mean it though. You really wanted Clinton. You really wanted Biden. You really wanted us to do whatever the fuck you didn't want a primary. Fuck you. It just, come on, dude. Like, it would be great to actually have some sort of like a democracy that's representative of the people that we could vote for. That would be really tight. You know what I mean?
It's crazy too how many people are presenting this switching candidate as some radical crazy thing. We should do some radical crazy things. This is so minimal compared to what we actually should do. What we actually should do is abolish the Senate and the presidency. We should double the size of the House, make it an actual representative government. And then when you go to vote, you vote for your representative for the House and you vote for a party. This immediately creates a multi-party system. But then to form a government and get a head of government, those multiple parties have to form a coalition. And that coalition, the head of that coalition becomes either, in other countries, it's called a prime minister. You still have a head of government, but it's literally right now you have this group where it's like, oh, I got in and I'm only going to appeal to this. When you have to have coalition governments, your leftists actually get a say. And it's so funny. There was a guy whose book I'm reading now, and he just made this point, and I was like, oh my God, that's so true. What is America most excited to be the exporter of? It's democracy. Yet look across the world. We have one of the least functional democracies, and yet every other country, what other country uses our two-party presidential system? Name one. There isn't one. They're all coalition governments are superior in every fucking way. Why are we still doing presidencies? It's fucking nuts.
I would even be fine. I would be fine with a presidency if our government worked the way that we taught children it worked in, like, middle school civics class. If our government worked that way, I'd be okay with continuing the way it is. But it fucking just doesn't. Because what actually ends up happening is that you get to choose from between two wings of the same bird, and both of them are doing the same thing, which is ingratiating and enriching already very rich and powerful people, fucking over poor people, and using the pain of marginalized people or oppressed people to say that they're going to do something about something and then never actually doing anything except for just like building themselves up more and more and more. And you have a bunch of people here on the ground that get kicked by the right boot and they say, I'll vote left next time. And then they get kicked by the left boot and they say, I'll vote right next time. And a big portion of those people are like, if I just lick the boot enough, then it'll stop kicking me. And it never fucking does. And they never get it. And I just don't, I never understand how that thinking works.
This doesn't work.
I don't know, man.
And if we switch to a coalition government, and somebody said, Jim, I did catch Jon Stewart's thing. However, if you can go back, I've been talking about abolishing those things for a long time. It doesn't come up as often, but yes, I am. The thing I took from the guest that they had, and that's whose book I'm reading now, is the doubling the size of the Congress would be the main thing I now have shifted my agreement to. But definitely abolish the Senate, which he didn't advocate for, abolish the presidency. I would do some crazy shit to the Supreme Court. I'd either abolish it or I'd make it way bigger. And I would definitely term limit and all kinds of shit to it.
What gets me is that our corrupt as fuck Supreme Court has just decided that presidents are kings and can do literally anything they want. And I say kings, not monarchs, because it's always fucking dudes. But like it's like they are monarchs that can do whatever the hell they want as long as they call it an official action, which, judging by the track record here, the difference between official and unofficial action is whether a Democrat or a Republican did it. But like, you've got now Biden, who is like, this whole time, a big part of his campaign, a big part of like the whole Democratic side is like, you got to vote for SCOTUS. You're not really voting for president. You're voting for who's going to put people in the Supreme Court. You know who has had the power to fix a lot of things about the Supreme Court, and now apparently has vast unchecked power to fix the Supreme Court and do something about it. It's the guy who's in fucking charge right now. Right. And instead, he's like, hey, just wait, because if you vote for me again, I swear this time, I'm going to fix the Supreme Court, and I'm going to fix Roe v. Wade, and I'm going to fix student debt, and I'm going to fix the climate, and yeah, I know I just did that whole thing where I made a statement about how I don't support gender affirming care for minors, for trans minors, but like, I'm going to stand up for trans people eventually. I'll do it if you vote next time. And it's like, bitch, you're the president now. Yeah. What are you doing now? And it's like, it's like if you had an employee, because government officials are fucking employees, and people need to remember that. They're your employees that you should fire if they don't do their job. If you had an employee and they literally just sat on their ass and did nothing, and they're like, hey, if you give me a raise, I will start sweeping the floor. And you do. And then they're like just sitting there and they're like, yeah, man, I tell you, I'm going to do it. I know the floor is disgusting. All you have to do is give me another raise and I'll make it happen. How many times are you going to do that? But where you're like, I'm going to fucking fire you and get somebody that can actually do the job. It's just, dude, I have been disgusted and disappointed with this country for a long time. And like every time I think that it's not going to get worse, it gets worse. And I'm just like, it's a very bizarre feeling to sit here and be genuinely, truly, deeply grateful for the freedoms that I have, while also being very cognizant and aware of all the freedoms that I don't have and all the ways that this country is fucking up, not just for me, because fuck me, I'm a fucking random cisgender white guy in middle America. I'm fucking fine. But for like everybody that it really needs it right now, everybody that really actually needs the government to step up and have some fucking cojones for 1 second, those people suffering and hurting and being let down over and over and over again, and it just dropped. Oh my god, it drives me crazy.
I get really annoyed with the people who are like, who want to just say like, no, just be cool with it because this is the best time ever to be alive. Which, even if that's true, and there are arguments for it, we're in the information age. We have supercomputers in our pockets. The whole universe that we have, not universe, the whole world of knowledge we have sits right here. It's tiny, it's light, and I can get to fucking anything. And yet, the amount of information we have access to has skyrocketed. Therefore, the amount of awareness of what people need has skyrocketed. The amount that we are aware of the disparity between rich people and poor people has skyrocketed. The amount of money that the rich people have has skyrocketed, and we're more aware of it. The amount of food America wastes in a year, for example, or the rest of the world, while other people in this world still suffer. All of these things have skyrocketed. And yet our action on those fundamental problems we're now more aware of than ever has not proportionally skyrocketed. You could say it's gone up, but not proportional to the rest. This is the whole, whenever people are going to ask, why would you be a socialist? Just be a liberal. Why actually be on the left? Which is, again, why I support the idea of coalition governments, because America will finally have a left-wing party that has power for the first time ever. Because if you're a liberal or a Democrat on the world stage, guess what? You're a right-winger. Only in America are you considered on the left. But as we have all of this, the whole reason I'm a socialist and not a liberal or liberal progressive is because I recognize we're only doing fucking half measures for liberalism. Is that, and I'm sorry if you're a liberal and you're sitting there, but liberalism is what half measure can we do today to celebrate the progress of solving a problem, as opposed to how can we solve the problem.
Can we kneel? Can we kneel with like traditional African clothing with our fists up to draw attention to the fact that we're really into the whole, black people having equal rights and not being murdered as much anymore? And if we can take that picture, maybe people won't realize that we haven't done jack shit to actually solve the problem of black people being murdered. But if we can take a really cool picture, then that's going to make us look really cool on Instagram. And that's the whole job of being a politician. Dude, the fucking, I wish.
Hang on, I have to respond to a chat. Tenebris, who wrote in chat, what Jimmy just proposed is how Hitler, Mussolini, and other dictators, fascists came to be. Next time, just when you enter chat, instead of writing something like that, you can just say, hi, I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm saying, but I don't like what I'm hearing, so I'm going to invoke Hitler because I have no fucking clue how Hitler actually came to power. In fact, Hitler, the U.S. is much more, as far as if you want a modern day Hitler, having some sort of like fascist celebrity able to rise to power despite being unable to hit a popular vote. That's how Hitler comes to power. If you want to say that coalition governments, which are more effective in the rest of the world until they break out of democracy and become authoritarian, which they don't have to, Sorry, that was a dumb thing to say. Next time, just come into chat and say, "Hey guys, I'm kind of stupid," and I just wanted to let you know.
Hitler and Mussolini and all those other fascists notoriously were very into like collaborative government and social progress and making change for the disenfranchised and making sure that people's voices were heard. It's everything you're proposing is exactly what Hitler wanted. It's having lots of people sharing power so that no one person had too much power concentrated. Fascist as hell.
I like ad hominem. Included in my rebuttal was ad hominem because I want you to feel stupid for the stupid thing you said. You're correct. It wasn't ad hominem. But there was, in addition to that, the remainder of the rebuttal.
Also, a couple of people have said that we should let people call in to disagree with us. The lines are open. We've got people disagreeing with us right now. We've got people waiting to call to disagree with us.
Let's get into it. You can pick the first one.
I want to do number 3.
Do it.
Okay. We've got Mike, pronouns he, him, calling in from Toronto, and the chat just says, the screen just says, Biden is good. What the fuck are these clowns talking about? 3 question marks in a row. Mike, you were on the line. I'm happy to explain what the fuck we clowns are talking about to you, but do you have a specific thing you wanted to talk about?
Well, you know what? Let me first preface everything with, no, I don't think you guys are. I think you guys are talking like clowns right now. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you guys are clowns. I love your shows. Forrest, I admire you like a son of a bitch. Jimmy, I tell you to go fuck yourself, but that sounds too affectionate right now. I think that you guys are looking for. I don't know what you guys are looking for. Listen, I understand. What Jimmy's talking about is a system that's very, very similar to the Canadian system, where I'm from. And yeah, that would be way fantastic if you guys could implement such a thing. I'm totally on your side.
I'm actually advocating for a slightly better one, but I agree that you guys use coalition governments for sure.
It's way closer to that. It's fair.
Yes,
yeah,
correct. It's sort of a hybrid.
Reasonable.
It's sort of a hybrid model. My model sort of takes some good things from the UK, some good things from the Canada, and adds a couple of good things.
Okay, that's awesome.
Right.
The thing is, this is the situation that we're in right now. And the very democracy of America, which you got to understand. People say you're Canadian. When you give me, I say, you know what? When you got a revenge-filled megalomaniacal madman with about to get the access to the codes of the largest stockpile of long-range nuclear weapons, it becomes everybody's.
Okay, Mike. But Mike, here's going to be the rules for this. Your declaration was Biden is good, not Biden is better. Hang on. Not Biden is better than Trump, but in fact,
agree on that.
Biden is good. Let me finish. If November 4th comes along, is that the election day this year or is it budged? If the beginning of November comes along and he is the nominee, Trump and I, why did I say, I'm so sorry. Forrest and I are going to vote for Biden, period.
Very likely.
But in the meantime, Mike, as you're making the is good argument, when you come from a country that actually has a left-wing party and can starkly recognize the difference between Biden and leftism, for example, you by default, Mike, have universal health care. We don't. And people will go, well, the American system's better. And that's a total fucking lie. It's better if you have money.
Yes.
If you have money, it is.
And most of the people don't. Most people cannot afford something catastrophic. So Biden is not doing anything significant to fix that. He is not advocating for Medicare for all. He is letting billionaires know they're going to keep doing it better and better and better. He is not trying to redistribute their wealth. He is not trying to in any way impede their ability to have immoral amount of money when money is security. So now, Mike, I turn it over to you. Your argument wasn't Biden is better than Trump. We all agree on that.
Nope.
Biden
is good.
Go for it. Biden is good.
Okay,
go for
what has he done that's good?
I think you're failing to understand. If I got to preface it, I'm sorry. You got to understand that I'm looking at this as a macro picture. The fact is, in America, you can't bring it. Hey, would I like to see America adopt Bernie Sanders? Oh, hell's yeah. But it's just, you got to understand, it's not in the structure of America. America's not ready for that much of a change right now.
Mike, what did we actually propose on this show? What did we propose? Did we propose Bernie, or what did we actually say?
No. I used Bernie as an example.
You say
Mike,
you proposed.
Well, you agree with it. Yeah. What did I propose and Forrest said he was down with? What did I propose Biden do? What was the thing you said we were talking as clowns about? What was my proposal?
Because this is the thing.
No, Mike, tell me the answer to my question. What did I propose?
I didn't say that you're clowns for what you proposed.
Okay. What did I propose?
I'm sorry. Proposing to have him step down. Yes.
And replaced with who?
It doesn't matter. You won't have an incumbency anymore.
Who did I say?
Newsom.
Right.
Gavin Newsom.
Right. So when you're
saying
saying
incumbency,
that's fine, Mike. In fact, that's better. Right now, you have two people who are neck and neck, despite the fact that there is a tremendous contrast between the two. Right now, you have a person who just had a debate performance that for the last several years, a huge group of, including independents and swing voters, have said he seems too old and seems like he might have dementia. Now, I don't agree with that assessment. I am not the person they need to win over. The people who need to be won to be motivated to vote, the people who need to be won to swing their vote, and the independents who decide a few days beforehand. All three of those groups are being lost to Trump when you put up a candidate this week. And we know because if we had Biden from 20 years ago right now, the polls would not be as close as they are. Can I prove that? No, but I think it's one of those, I can't prove it, but we are all aware. Right now,
I agree with you. Right
now, Biden and Trump being close should tell you that something is fucked up. And if you replaced him with a youthful, more progressive person who doesn't support the Gazan genocide, you would win back a ton of votes and motivation that are right now lost. And if that's us talking like clowns, you need to explain why. Go ahead. It's back to you.
Jimmy, you're making me forget what I was talking about.
That's fine. You can respond now to my point.
If I can also...
Go ahead.
After you do, I also have a thing because I want to see what you have to say to that, Mike, because I noticed a thing that you said earlier, and I want to see if you corrected this time. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is that let me see, where were we? America is taking very little baby steps to get where it's going, and I can give you a list of many things that were wonderful baby steps to take America in the right direction. Hey guys, do I agree with you that those baby steps suck ass? Do I agree that it should go 1,000 times faster? Yeah, 100%. But I'm saying America's not ready. It's just not. No matter which way
I strongly disagree with you.
Completely.
And also like that. So two things. Number one, strongly disagree that we're not ready. What we have here is two dinosaurs who were both of the candidates that are currently running for president were literally born before color television. They were literally born before. Now, hold on a second. They were literally just debating on CNN. And when I say debating, I mean that in the loosest sense of the word. They were literally at one point arguing over who would win at golf. They were literally up there bantering like children on a network that came into existence after both of them were born. So like these are two people who are completely out of touch with reality, that are completely out of touch with the American people, that are completely out of touch with the vast majority of people who live in this country. And what you're saying is we're not ready for change. Yes, we fucking are. Everybody under the age of 50 is very, very ready for change. Yeah, we're all down with it. We're all super into it. And the younger you get, I guarantee the more ready for change we are, because the youngest among us are the ones who are currently in a war zone every time they go to fucking math class. I guarantee those people are very ready for change and would be super fine with incredibly rapid, radical change. I guarantee it. But like what I want to address is two things. Number one, you said that that Biden is better. And when asked to defend that point, because Jimmy... Yes, sorry, pardon me. You're right. I misspoke. You said that Biden is good, and Jimmy hold on a second. Jimmy made it out of the gate a point to say we're not saying Biden is better. We're saying that Biden is actually good. And so far, all you have said over and over is Biden is better. You have yet to give us a single reason why Biden is actually good.
All right,
when actually pressed on it, the one thing that you said was that you're looking at the macro view. I remember you saying that. You said in the big macro view, Biden is actually a good thing. And I would argue that in the big macro view, all of my complaints about Biden become immensely worse because that also factors in then the rest of the world, including the genocide that he's currently funding. So like, it's not like there's no scale at which Biden is actually a good like choice for anybody. And when you get to a bigger scale, I argue that he is a worse and worse and worse choice for everybody. That's everything that I have to say about that. Now, please tell us, yes, why is Biden actually good?
First of all, I want to clarify that I don't really know much about what his policy is on Israel, so I'm not going to comment on that at all. But
he's given them tens of billions of dollars worth of weapons.
He has supported the genocide. So
yes, he has
it's
given
funny,
them
Mike.
insane amounts of money.
You just tried to establish and almost move a goalpost.
That's not good. I agree.
Hang on, right? And that's, by the way, in isolation. If he was otherwise Bernie Sanders, I would turn on Bernie Sanders for supporting the Gazan genocide. Genocide is a hard line for a lot of people. However, and so you wanting to remove that from the equation because you don't know much about it doesn't just get to be. But we'll do our best. Biden is still a half measure liberal. Go ahead and tell us your problems.
You know what? I tell you, right? You know how there's signs on a field says I'm Republican but not an idiot, Biden 2024, those kinds of signs. Put Bernie in the leadership of the Dems and you're going to get the opposite ones. And I'm a Democrat but not an idiot.
Who cares?
That's what I'm predicting.
Who
I'm
cares?
predicting that.
Yeah. Who cares?
Okay, who does
I disagree.
Okay, but wait. Okay, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to list things like just that I can think off the top of my head. We know that we have the lowest unemployment, or the U.S. has the lowest unemployment in I don't know how many years now. And
okay, Mike, wait, Mike,
making more money.
Wait.
That's 1 point.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Okay. Lowest unemployment. Yes. Now, will I give you the overall if we're measuring by the same way everybody else has gotten to measure? Yes, I will. Do you know what we don't know? How what the percentage of employment of meaningful employment is that comes with benefits like healthcare. Because Mike, while I will give it to him compared to other presidents, because that is the measure, if you actually look at what percentage of people, by the way, it's 56% of Americans could not afford if a $1,000 emergency happens to them. But on top of that, we have switched to a largely gig economy, which means when you are unemployed, they get to take you off of the unemployed thing. If you're making $200 a week running DoorDash or Uber or whatever else, these things where you become a private contractor and you don't get any benefits. And by the way, so while unemployment is lower, it's been sort of artificially injected by this new thing that is more popular than ever. Rent is higher than ever. And you have this situation where people cannot afford to live on their own. They are having to borrow money in record numbers. They're having to rely on their parents. And now we know that there's also these studies saying that boomers basically hate their children and are purposely leaving a lot of their money, any generational wealth they have, to not their children, but to like their churches and to others. So fundamentally, when you want to sit here and go lowest unemployment and not acknowledge the asterisk that it isn't meaningful employment, which, by the way, they are trying to address in California, where the person I recommended comes from. And again, it still isn't my guy, but it is better than Trump and better than Biden and would be a more effective candidate. Clearly, since I haven't proposed Bernie Sanders, but you keep bringing him up, I am not missing a thing.
Because I like him.
And I like Bernie too, but I'm willing to go with somebody I like less to beat Trump if he's also better than Biden.
I also want to point out that, like, if you're not actively looking for a job, you don't factor into the unemployment list. Well, I know, but I'm piggyback on what Jimmy was just saying. If you're not actively looking for a job, you don't factor in unemployment. So the unemployment number is getting higher, sure, or getting lower, sure. But that also could very easily be that people aren't actually looking anymore because there's just no jobs around. It's also important to point out that despite the fact that the unemployment number is so low, that really doesn't mean anything to me, because there isn't a single place in the United States where you can afford a one-bedroom apartment on minimum wage at 40 hours a week. So yeah, sure, lots of people are working. That doesn't mean that they're happy. That doesn't mean that they're well-fed. That doesn't mean that they're housed. That doesn't. There's a tremendous amount. I think it's like 40% of homeless people are employed. And so, like, it doesn't matter if you say, It doesn't matter
done,
if you're saying, well, if the unemployment rate is so low, that doesn't mean shit to me because our economy still sucks and the quality of life still sucks.
Go ahead.
We're just addressing the one thing.
But I brought up, I brought up that unemployment is lowest in how many years? And then I had the part B into the exact same point, which I didn't get to put in, which is that it's a fact that Americans overall are making more money now. They end up with more money in their pocket at the end of the month. I don't know how they know this as a fact, but the government website shows it as being true.
And what happens when you adjust for inflation, Mike?
Hey, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. You don't understand. I'm saying baby steps.
Mike, I'm literally debunking what you said.
Anything,
guy
Mike.
is doing the right thing. He's going the right direction.
That doesn't mean anything.
All you are arguing for, you said we were clowns. All you are arguing for is better than Trump so far. You haven't argued for good. And what's wild, Mike, is you've made this.
I brought up lower unemployment, but I can't.
That's not good. That's better than Trump. Hang on. We'll let you get more. What's crazy to me, Mike, is you know that Donald Trump was elected in 2016, correct? You know he was already president, right? So you know that the country was apparently, when you say not ready, was ready for a large Christian nationalist, uber right-wing swing, a huge step, changing things like Roe v. Wade. So the country was apparently ready for a big swing in one direction and supported it all the way. And yet you're sitting here and going, we're not ready for it in the good direction, but only in the bad.
You're making that, you're painting that picture in a wrong way, man.
Did America elect Donald Trump and support his massive swings toward Christian nationalism?
He was not known to America as being an ultra Christian nationalist.
Did they support?
Right?
Yes, he was.
And did they support?
No,
excuse me, Mike. Mike, you
America
are
had
Mike.
A love affair.
Stop.
What?
You're going to answer my questions. Did they support his candidates for the Supreme Court after he was in?
Did they support the Supreme? I don't know. Did
yes.
America support
yes,
the
they did.
Court?
Yes. His base that voted for him did. Up. Did he get more votes after 4 years? After the 4 years he already did, when they was clear now that he was a Christian nationalist and working for them, did he get more votes than the time prior or fewer votes after they found that out?
I don't know. Are you saying that he had more votes in 2020?
Correct.
Than he did
in 2020, he got more votes than he did in 2016. Correct.
Okay, but will you argue with me that Christian nationalism is something that seeded and grew? I don't think even Trump knew this was going to happen.
It seeded and he got it in 16. You're saying it only took 4 years for them to be ready to become a Christian nationalist fascist country? That is absurd, Mike.
America,
they liked it. He came in and
I blame that on misinformation.
He ran on a radical agenda. He implemented a radical agenda, and then they approved a radical agenda. And the radical agenda he had was evil. And you're sitting here saying that if Biden ran on a good radical agenda, he couldn't run on it, he couldn't implement it, and they wouldn't approve of it. And we're here to say you're wrong, because it would be so effective and would change people's lives actually for the better. The happiness index would go up, not down. Making more money would feel like having more security, not less.
You're missing the point. I agree with you. I also
want to point out just to
piggyback
on what Jimmy's saying there. Just to build on what Jimmy's saying here. Remember that you may not know what it is, but there's this thing called Project 2025, which is like this plan being set in. Yeah. So Project 2025, the thing which dictates that we must have a Sabbath day because God ordained it, the thing that outlaws abortion, the thing that outlaws pornography, the thing that instills all of these very, very Christian ideas and ideals and takes away so many freedoms and puts Christian nationalism like as the rule and law of this country. Trump just fucking gave a speech because now it's getting press attention and it's negative. Trump just gave a speech about it and said he had never heard of it before. He has no idea what it is. And also here's some things that he does and does not like about it. And also he wishes the people who wrote it good luck in their endeavors. So like You're sitting here saying people don't know about all this. People very, very know about all this. And Trump's base is 100% for all of this. So, like, to say that it's something that came out of the blue, or like it's the wolves pulled over their eyes, is ridiculous.
No, it's the undecided voter, man. The undecided voter doesn't know. Don't you ever watch the news programs where they're interviewing them? They're like, yeah, no, I like something Trump said. I like something Biden said. I'm thinking, you're out of your fucking mind.
I love that you're bringing up the undecided voter, which is one of the 3 categories I said earlier you have to go for, and you picked the group of the most idiots. What is true about...
Exactly.
No, Mike, not exactly. Because you're saying that that's who you need to be thinking. They don't know, and they never will, Mike. Mike, the undecided voter is going to vote based on which one of them feels more capable of doing the job. And if you put up Trump next to Biden, Trump looks better. If you watched that debate and don't know that those things Trump said were lies, he looks like he did better and that he was apparently a better president. That's who, and I gave you 3 categories, and why Gavin Newsom would be a better candidate was he would bring back all 3 categories.
You lose incumbency.
Doesn't matter.
Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Genuine question. No, seriously. Real genuine question, Mike. Why is incumbency something that you're concerned about losing? Like, why does that matter at all?
I'll tell you why. Because that professor that's famous or whatever that has gotten every election right for the last 30 years,
that one guy.
He has a rating. He has a, you know the guy? Okay, he has a rating.
You're talking about the Keys guy, I believe.
And the number one thing on the rating is incumbency. That's why.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about.
Hey, Mike.
Oh my God, dude.
Mike, who had incumbency in 2020?
Trump.
Right. Did he win?
But he did a very
so incumbency can be overcome, and you are going to take the 2 least popular presidents in history and put them against each other, and you don't think, and again, our argument has been who would be better than Trump. Biden gets that, but also who would be better than Biden. And you are sitting here saying on the basis of the thing that was overcome last election, you can't do it. It's too big of a risk. So, Mike, please tell me specifically. So, yeah. I'm going to give you an opportunity to succinctly give me 3 things. What clown statements, because you use the phrase, what the fuck are those clowns talking about? Yes. Give me the 3 clown statements we made after we have trounced every argument you've made so far.
And then I'll give detail on the clown statement that you have made so far.
At this stage of the game, this is what I'm saying your clownship is. At this stage of the game in the election, with only a few months away from the election, to bad talk the one guy that you know is the guy that's going to save, when you're talking about saving America's Constitution, yeah, that's fucking clownship, guys. I love you guys, but that's being a clown.
No, and you're being an idiot because bad talking Biden, again, you want the voters who either aren't going to vote right now or are undecided or have chosen to drop out. Basically, these are the 3 categories reworded. The people who are not going to vote because but they can't vote for Trump, but Biden lost their vote. That's the people over the Gaza stuff. The people like the progressives who don't feel motivated to vote, and then the undecided voter. Those 3 groups that have to be shifted. If there's one thing you cannot do is sit there and go, what you're seeing isn't really happening. Biden is healthy. You want to lose those people? Talk down to them and talk just like fucking roses. Everybody who's locked in is locked in. And if you're going to go to the group of people and go, I'm not going to bad talk what we can all see for our fucking eyes. We're all going to sit here and pretend the emperor has clothes on. That's how you're going to lose an election, Mike. You're the one talking clown shit.
I also want to point out the fact that like, and I know Jimmy just said a lot of this, but I also like something that I mentioned at the beginning of the show is like that I could not blame, especially a person of color or an indigenous person. I realize it's a statement twice. I'm just narrowing in to be clear about what I'm speaking about. I could not blame them for not voting for Biden. Half of my feed on all of my social medias is people of color saying, I'm not doing it. I don't care. I will vote for Cornel West. I will vote for fucking Green Party. I won't vote. I'll write in somebody. I don't care. I cannot vote for the guy who is giving billions of dollars to Israel right now. I cannot bring myself to do it. It just isn't going to happen. And I don't blame them for it. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. Very likely it's probably going to be a Biden vote if it has to be. But I understand. And like what you're sitting here telling me is like, well, we have to keep Biden and we can't badmouth him. And to me, that's just trouncing on all of those people. That's ignoring everything that those people are saying. That's ignoring their trauma, their generational trauma, their past, their racial history, and their response to America doing the exact same kind of genocidal, imperialistic bullshit that it's done for the past 200 some odd years. And they're seeing it right now in front of their eyes, what happened to their parents, to their grandparents, to their great-grandparents, what happened all over the world to millions of people. The thing that they learned to fear in school is happening right in front of them, and they know that it can happen to them too. And they're not being sold on the same bullshit, the same manufactured consent that was given to my generation of, well, everybody who disagrees with us is really part of the problem, and a vote for anybody else but Biden is actually a vote for Trump. And if you don't vote now, you're going to destroy democracy, and you really have to vote for SCOTUS. All this bullshit that was pandered to me isn't working for these young people of color who are now seeing the world in the way that it really fucking is. And all you're doing by talking about this is you're going to have to let me finish. All that you're doing by saying you can't badmouth this guy who has the best choice of whatever is you're just ignoring everything that these people are saying and saying, yeah, but honestly, just doing more white nationalist America shit, it's fine for me. It works. It's just what we have to do. And I don't get how you can say that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. To say you have a different opinion, fine, but to say this is the only way and everybody else and we can't lose incumbency, it doesn't click.
Then the thing is, normally I would agree, and you're speaking very passionately. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, so you don't really have to agree. It's just that I honestly, truly, if I believed in God, I say swear to God, believe that this election is like no other. I honestly believe that if Trump gets elected, it will mean the end of the American experiment. Okay, that's how I feel.
Okay,
and so I'm saying that we all have to be sure.
But that's not what we're talking about.
I think for you guys, and I'm responding with that. That was the preface. Now, for you to badmouth him, I think is not healthy because we are trying to save the democracy.
Why did you lie a few minutes ago then when I explained to you why we have to badmouth him because it shows the truth and you said I agree with that? Were you lying then or are you lying now? Because you agreed with my point about why we should.
I see how that sounds like a paradox. No, I totally did agree with you. I'm saying this one election, I'm making an exception to all of that because this is really dangerous. Like you guys think that I'm in Canada or other countries. It's not. Nah, man, this is going to destabilize the whole fucking planet.
No shit, Mike, but you agreed with the my argument was about why you would lose the voters by lying about what they can see with their own eyes, and you agreed with it. You cannot agree with my argument earlier and advocate for what you're saying now. I'd like to move on to somebody who's not going to be so pedantic. Though,
also, based on the beginning... I just want to point out the beginning of the call was that Biden is good, not better than Trump. And so far, all you have given us this entire time is, Trump...
Why don't you let
Trump's
me give
going to Dude, the one time we let you start talking about a thing, you brought up some shit. You brought up unemployment. Yeah, it's 3 different times. Right. But I remember the one time you brought up unemployment, and we said that doesn't matter. You brought up unemployment. You brought up unemployment, and we said that doesn't matter the way that you're saying that it matters. And then you said, yeah, but it actually does matter in this way. We debunked what you were saying, and you responded by, I agree with you, but it's baby steps. And that's all you've ever given us. This entire call, every time we let you get a point out, every time we let you say something about why you think that Biden is good, you just say something. We dismiss what you're saying as nonsense, and then you say, I agree with that, but we have to have baby steps because Trump's going to be so bad, and that's not the point.
No, you're totally misconstruing everything I fucking said.
It's literally what I said.
Watch the call. Go back and rewatch the call.
I will. When I said that unemployment is down, your rebuttal was that, but that just means people are working more and not necessarily making more money. And I said, but the fact is that they are making more money by statistics which government releases.
And what was my response to that, Mike? Because I responded to that too. No, Mike.
What?
I responded to that. What was my response?
I don't remember right now.
What happens when you adjust for inflation?
But that's not.
What happens when you adjust for inflation? It does matter. If you say, Mike, if you say back in 1950, I was making $10 an hour, and now in 2024, I'm making $12 an hour, I'm making more money, giving you an extreme example to show it. Or even if the inflation itself, even if the price of goods like bread and stuff hadn't changed much, I was making $10 an hour 5 years ago. Now I'm making $12, but my rent has gone up 38%. That the wages going up does not equate to you are making and keeping more money. This is why I hate when people talk about money. Shut the fuck up, I'm talking. I hate when people talk about money in the sense of literal dollar amounts. We should have other measurements. We should have measurements of how much money isn't money, it's security. In a capitalist world, that's what it is. It is securing you. And if we could actually measure it in how much security you have, you do not have a good argument that it's gone up. Now, better than
not contingent on the presidency.
Better than what Trump did? Excuse me.
Then why'd you bring it up?
You're literally the one advocating for Biden's presidency.
I didn't bring up.
You're the one.
I did not bring up.
You brought up more money.
You guys. I brought up that people make more money, yeah.
And I explained to you why that is not an accurate measure, and you're saying it's not the president. And it is.
That's going out of bounds because it's not contingent on the presidency.
Your argument.
Thank you for arguing that.
The president has fuck all to do with that.
Goodbye,
Your
Mike.
argument was, but we have more money. And we were like, but it doesn't matter. It's actually worth less. And you said, that's not contingent on the presidency.
Yeah.
Why'd you bring it up then? If your argument was that this is a good thing for the president, why did you bring it up if it doesn't matter?
You ultimately make more. If you make more money, that's going in the right direction.
The irony is, Mike.
No, it isn't.
Mike,
no, it isn't.
The irony
should be making less money.
Mike, the irony is, if I had been asked to list things that Biden did that I thought were individually good, I could have, and you didn't even list those things. You could, and you like definitely not painted a picture. Well, since he just said he wasn't going to offer gender affirming care to children, not referring to physical surgeries like people are trying to pretend it. Literally things like counseling, puberty blockers, medical, actually doctor-driven medical services. No, I would say he's falling short on LGBTQ, as you say, Mike. But again, if the mark is better than Trump, everyone here agrees with better than Trump. Mike, we've given you 3 or 4 things now that you didn't know about Biden. Maybe call back after you've learned about his support of genocide and the queer issues. I have no desire to continue when we have other people waiting. See you later.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Where are the clowns?
It's so. Yeah, no, we're the clowns. What fucking sucks. It really the entire goddamn conversation. Here's this thing that Biden is doing well. That's not true. I agree with you, but America isn't ready for anything else, so we have to keep Biden. That's not what you called in to say. You said Biden is good for a reason, and you have yet to give us any reasons, no reason at all why Biden is actually good. We all agree he's better. We all agree that a fucking half-boiled rat is better. But we're talking about what's good, and Biden fucking isn't. Like, my glob, dude.
I'd finish boiling the rat, personally, but that's me.
It'd be better. It'd be better.
The theist who is going to advocate for Trump, I wish you would call back. Call back. I want to hear what
I saw that. I wanted to talk to that person.
Yeah, I'm now mad more at you, Mike, because we lost the theist who was going to advocate for Trump.
You son of a bitch.
Giving you too much time. I think we can answer both of these quickly, and they're more being screened. Rune in Norway, is the U.S. in practice a theocracy? Is that the totality of your question? Is there anything you want to add before we answer it?
Hello. I can give you a little bit of background.
I don't know if we need it, but if you're succinct, we can do that. Sure.
It was a discussion whether there was any Muslim countries with any democracy, and my argument was that the religion wasn't leading part of whether it's as a democracy or not, because we have, for instance, Venezuela, who is mostly a Catholic country and not really a democracy. So I looked into what is a theocracy in practice, and there's only 2 countries in the world qualifying for the definition. That is Iran and the Vatican State. But listening to Sam Harris and others, I was starting to think that perhaps in practice the USA is also a theocracy, because you can't be running for anything if you're not a Christian.
So the short answer to your question is that America is a representative democracy. People like to say we're not a democracy, we're a republic. Those words have been used interchangeably for centuries now. But we're a representative democracy. However, we keep finding the theocratic tendencies undermining our democracy. But it's hard because there are some people who just want to call and be like, yeah, and that U.S. is complete shit. But there are parts of the U.S. that are still like some of the best places in the world. I'll put Colorado up against 95% of the world. I'll put California up against 95% of the world. There's still a lot of great in the U.S. and democracy operating on a better way than a lot of the rest of the world. However, we undermine ourselves with theocratic thinking a lot.
Yes, and especially the abortion laws that's being implemented.
But this is a good, I mean, abortion, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's actually one of the things I would point to. Some people would be like, yeah, well, in America, now you overturn Roe v. Wade and there are 6-week bans. So America's worse than Europe. But this is when I would once again pull up California and Colorado, where both of those places, your choices for an abortion are not 6 weeks banned. And you have in both of those places, it is only between you and your doctor. And I believe in most European countries, they have a ban starting at, 16 weeks you can't get still in the UK. A lot of people don't know that. So again, the US has a lot to be hopeful about, and there is potential because we are still mostly a democracy. Now, seeing what the impacts of this Supreme Court and their new stuff is, and how that could be undermined in the future remains to be seen. I've seen even leftists who have actually said that ruling is not as big a deal as it looks like. I don't know whether they are correct, but if it is a big deal, I hope that Biden is planning to steal the election, because it seems like they just made that legal to steal an election. It seems that way, but I don't know. Forrest, do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah,
man, nothing right this second. I've got a few things that like are kind of like nothing that would be dramatically helpful at this point. We have a lot of Christian nationalists in office. We have people who are actively pushing for more Christian policies. We talked briefly a minute ago about Project 2025 and like how that would work. Everybody should look that up. Holy fuck. We are very close to a situation where we would actually be, I would say, teetering on theocracy. However, it's more of like a de facto kind of thing where, like, you're right. People have to be some sort of Christian to get elected most of the time. Spouting out about Christianity and God and things like that is a great way to run your campaign. A lot of especially right-wing policies are centered around Judeo-Christian, modern Judeo-Christian idealistic values. Like, yes, that's all a thing. However, we still have, I believe it's Article 6 of the Constitution says that there can be no religious test for office, and we haven't overturned that yet. We still have situations in place where there is some sort of separation of church and state, although that is being eroded constantly. So I would say that, like, this election more than any other puts us at risk of teetering on the edge of theocratic things. I wouldn't say that at this point that we're in practice of theocracy. I think that to do so would be to grossly oversimplify and not belittle, but like diminutize just how scary a theocracy actually is.
Well, we're getting there.
I totally agree.
Like, I don't want to fall into like the slippery slope situation. You know,
I wouldn't be surprised if the United States fails as a country in the coming decades, and that you see it split off into because my hope was with more science and education and things of the last couple decades, you would see the world getting better, and in some ways it is, but in some places they are rejecting that whole cloth, and there may be a period of time where the country splits in a more significant way. I don't know whether it's a full-on the United States doesn't exist, or if it's like somehow you now have super states of some type, or what, I don't know what it would look like, but it wouldn't surprise me if the U.S. breaks into factions, and that you would call some states like, potentially a future Alabama, even Florida, Georgia. You might call, well, not Georgia as much, but you might see areas where you're like that state. In fact, I've called Utah a functional theocracy for a long time. Utah, it's getting better in the last few years, but Utah passed the legalization of marijuana a few years back, and the church said no, so they stopped it. Literally, the government was like, oh, well, here's a loophole where we can just not put that into law, even though the people voted for it. So Utah as a state is a functional theocracy in a lot of ways. And I think you'll just see that get worse. And you'll see with Project 25 as Forrest is mentioning here, I think they want to establish that the U.S. is a Christian country, and that will foundationally be a. I don't
remember if they actually, because I was looking through the document. I don't remember if they actually expressly. I don't think they actually expressly say that, but they do say over and over, like a lot of their rationale for the things they're proposing is because God said this, whatever, like that. So, like for example, there's one part of Project 2025 where they want to make it like mandatory to have a Sabbath day of rest. And they want to make it basically anybody who works on Sunday is paid time and a half in order to force employers to everybody shuts down on Sunday. And they say in there, because God ordained that the Sabbath day is a day and all this stuff, and we must follow this just Christian value and all this stuff. And it's all part of their whole thing about how Christians are so fucking oppressed and we need to rise up and blah, blah, blah. So
I gotta tell you, I foresee some unexpected consequences of the Sabbath law, because if people are being paid time and a half to be there on Sundays, Sunday's going to become the shot. I actually think it's going to do the opposite of what they're saying, because workers will be more excited to be at work. They'll compete for those shifts, and then more people wanting to interact with the more enthusiastic to be there people, just recognizing that they're having more positive experiences, that the whole thing. I might be in favor of having a, not on the basis of Jesus, but let's have a sort of weekly holiday, essentially.
I think their idea is that like it will make employers not want to be open on that day because it costs them too much money or something like that. It comes from this conservative fantasy that if you regulate employers at all, they will just shut down and stop having employees. Yeah. And so like that's kind of like the vibe behind it. But yeah, there's things like that in there, and I don't recall seeing anything that specifically says like any kind of establishment of a national religion or like that this is a Christian nation or anything
kind
like
of
that.
A distinction without a difference, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where they're just saying because Jesus, we're going to do these things, but they're not saying we are Jesus land, and that is that way they can twist it. So like, yeah, that's an important distinction, I think, but I can understand why you might not think so.
Anything else, Rune, before we let you go?
No.
Cool.
That's fine.
See you, bud.
Thank you.
Rune, I appreciate you calling in, dude.
Oh, that might be. I'm going to give another moment because I think the theist might be in the screening room.
Yes, I see he's in the screening room there on my side anyway.
Let me see.
You might have something more updated than me.
I think it's right, but I'm going to give it a moment. This is fun.
Yep.
I enjoy it. I enjoy
more theists. More theists call in. The show, the whole show doesn't have to be about how terrible Biden is.
Right.
We can also talk about how terrible God is.
Right.
That's fine.
Right. I can do both. Let's see the results. Most people said no God. 50% said yes, Biden should drop. 42% of people said they don't believe in God, but Biden should not drop. Wild. 5% of the yes God do think Biden should drop, and only 2% say yes, God, and no.
The 2%
Biden
should call in. The 2%
No.
should call in. Also, we just
Yeah.
established that 50% of literally all Americans believe that Biden should drop out and are also atheists. And so I think that our government should listen to that. 50% of all Americans, clearly we're represented in this poll.
This is not a biased poll
believe,
at all.
No, this is a very reasonable. Every American who could have voted, this was available to everybody who could have.
What shocks me is that that means 92% of Americans are atheists. Who knew?
Yes, that is true. And also 50% of us think that Biden should drop out. And that's an important thing.
All right, let's talk to Bill. Bill in California, you are calling to advocate for why people should vote for Donald Trump. Here's what I'm going to do, Bill. I'm going to go quiet unless you start getting crazy. And I'm going to let you list your top 3 reasons.
Not even really that's not even really it.
So you're not calling to tell people
says.
why they should vote for Trump?
I'm not a fan of either. But
Okay.
I was just going to say if I had to pick, because it's clearly going to be the 2, I would rather have someone who's, not senile.
And how do you
Okay,
know
but
that? How do you know that Biden is senile?
You don't think he is?
No, I think he's old, but I don't think he's senile.
He can't even talk.
Yes, he can.
In all fairness, he does
can't.
have a history of a speech impediment. And also, when I say things like that he's dementia ridden, I am using hyperbole to say the fact that he's incredibly out of touch. Yeah.
You said hyperbole. You switched your P and your P.
You can call it what you want.
Fuck
but clearly
you.
he's right.
I'm using hyperbole to say that he is incredibly out of touch and just not in the world that we are living in. I'm
saying hyperbole.
Is actually
hang on.
Is genuinely too old to be
Trump. Wait, want to say so? Bill, you said Biden cannot speak. Is this based on based only on the debate performance?
It's based on every time I see him talk.
Did you see him speak the day after his debate performance? Hang on. I've got questions. I'll let you go in a moment. Did you see the speech he gave the day after the performance?
Yeah, where they said, "Oh, you answered every question. Good job."
No. I'm not talking about the night of the performance when his wife hyped him up. Why would you think that was weird? If anything, is it because Trump's wife won't even stand with him anymore that it seems weird? Because it's not weird for your wife to hype you up. The next day, he gave a speech. Did you see it?
It's weird for your wife to hype you up that you could answer a question when you're the president.
I agree. But hey, I'm not saying that was a strong night. I'm not saying it was strong or that she was strong. My question to you was, did you see his speech the next day?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, he didn't have any problem forming sentences. Did you see the speeches he gave in the days since then? Any of them?
I've seen clips, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning to watch his interview with George Stephanopoulos?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. But it's his big unscripted thing that's coming after the thing. The fact of the matter is on that night, yes, he had a bad night. And sometimes he did form many good sentences and he even had some good moments. The worst thing about it was how weak even his strong moments seemed because his voice was scratchy and he sounded like shit. But I'll tell you this, if you came to me and said Biden is dementia ridden and will still be on the ticket in 2024, because that will affect who's in the Supreme Court, who's in the cabinet, and whether Project 2025 is passed or not, I'd still vote for him. But here we are advocating for him to drop, not because he has dementia. In fact, by the way, did you know this, Bill, that when you actually engage neuroscientists across the board, they say he does not show signs of dementia, doesn't show signs of Alzheimer's. He does, however, show signs of aging and a recurrence of his impediment getting worsening or his stutter, as is documented and understood to happen to people who had stutters in the past as they age. And when you engage those same neuroscientists, they do say they see troubling things about the cognition of Trump, who constantly mistakes people for other people, seems to not know where he is, and will begin a sentence often talking about one thing and totally go off. I don't think either man is a very strong speaker, but if we're going with total coherence, I would say the guy who says, I know words, I know the best words, is the one I'm a little more concerned about. The guy who says, let me just read some of, let me find some some of his incoherent things here and the things he has said in the past. So Biden was here for 47 years, 8 years, the last 8 years, not long ago as vice president. He said 1 in 5 miles of our highways are still in poor condition at a press conference in Hong Kong, asking him about signing executive orders. So that's relevant. The ways in which he speaks is like a charlatan, and I don't know whether it's a neural problem or that he doesn't actually listen to himself, because Donald Trump in a large way seems a lot like a shitty chat GPT. He sees the audience and from context goes, I need to work in this word, and this word, and somehow connect them together. Sometimes I call it Kellyanne Conwaying. So now with all of that in mind, go ahead, Bill, and give us the advocacy for why you would still pick Trump, a Christian nationalist who wants to pass Project 2025, over Biden, an old man who probably won't even be president by the end of his term if he gets in. Oh, he dropped. What the fuck, Bill?
Yeah, he hung up while you were quoting Trump.
What the fuck,
I was kind of just waiting,
Bill? I was gonna give you all the ground you wanted, but I wanted to make sure you knew which lion's den you had entered.
Yeah, but he didn't get to say the thing that he wanted to say, and that was
Well, he was gonna get to say it. Like, that's the fucking wild thing. Oh my goodness. What a disappointment. Did you have any thoughts you wanted to tack on to the end of that?
Yeah, just that I was going to ask like the same question that we asked of the last guy, I think it was Mike. Are you actually saying that Trump is better, or are you saying that Trump is good? Is what I wanted to get at. And like, if he was going to say Trump is better than Biden, I would say, okay, well, first of all, you're wrong, but also ignore that for a second. Why would you actually want Trump in office? Like, what is he actually going to do that you are excited about or interested, or do you know anything about him? Or like, is there anything about him that worries you as much or more than Trump's apparent senility? Like, what, or senescence? Like, what are you actually talking about? Or are you just interested in having the Christian up there, or so-called Christian, the person who claims to be some sort of Christian, as opposed to the practicing Catholic who can actually quote the Bible sometimes? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's ugh. I had a few questions, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think he was serious either.
All right.
Yeah. We do have another theist on the line, though, which is nice.
Yeah, let's talk to Gary.
Gary!
In the swing state of Pennsylvania. Gary, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right. I've got a little bit of gas. I'm worried it's going to cause me to have some hyperboles.
Nice.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? After
just how I've said that word my whole life.
Gas, I start gapping as well, or you'll hear people making, errors themselves, and it's just so common for all of us. But I guess so much focus is placed on him,
Yeah.
I do think it is silly, and we touched on in the last call. I do think it is silly, the amount of people who are criticizing him for like stuttering when he has a stutter. Yeah. Like you are just making fun of someone's disability. Like, that's all that actually, you know what I mean? And so like, I care more about the substance of what he's saying, and what he's saying is substantively vapid. Like, that's what matters to me, is the fact that he isn't saying anything worth a damn, and he isn't doing anything worth a damn. I don't care if he fucking stammers. Everybody, it's whatever. But like, right. Anyway, I apologize. Go on. Talk about what you're talking about. I'm over here bitching about fucking old man.
So much to talk to you guys about. One thing I'd love to pick your brain on is, what do you think how the world is seeing like these two like people standing on the world stage? The United States really used to be a big power. Now you've got two bad options and scrambling on both sides. I mean, if Trump were to lose, the whole Republican Party falls on its face. The Democrats seem to have a little bit more infrastructure, but if the Republicans lose, they're all being copied. So what do you think the world is thinking from a third-person perspective on this country?
Or you can look at political cartoons from around the world and see that people think that we are incredibly weak and disorganized and scary. There's I remember that one from back when Trump was president. It's some Canadian cartoon. It's like a beaver like holding back the gates of the border to Canada, and there's like all this MAGA crowd out there with COVID and guns and shit, like trying to get into Canada, and like that's it.
They're gonna
is
build
we
a
look
wall.
we look very silly, and Mexico's going to pay for it. We look very silly, and we look very disorganized, and we look like we don't know what the fuck we're doing because our leaders don't know what the fuck they're doing. But we have a gun to the world's head, just like we always have, and that's kind of where we're. One thing that Mark said that was of value is that it really matters for Canada who becomes the president of the United States, and that's true for most of the world. It really matters who becomes president of the United States because we are a very scary country, and we've worked very hard to become such. And so now we've got these two people who just are wholly self-centered and wholly self-serving, and one of them is spineless and weak, and the other one only has a spine when it comes to taking care of himself. And propping himself up, and otherwise just it's not so much cowardice from Trump as it is just general ignorance
Narcissism?
of any reality. Yeah, it just doesn't know shit about anything that isn't him. So why would he do anything? Whereas Biden knows very well what he's doing and still chooses to do evil, terrible things as long as it isn't like all about him. Trump has the bad benefit of being all about him, and so like. You've got one president who's everything that's wrong with politics and one president who's everything wrong with society. And that's what our choices are. And that's what the world sees. And I'm pretty fucking embarrassed by it. But that's just me. At least people know that I'm not actively part of the problem, hopefully.
Thanks. So as a theist, I'm not part of any like church or denomination, but I'm looking at everything that's happening, and I'm pretty shocked, like how the Trump MAGA movement resembles like a false prophet. Did you guys ever see any parallels with that? Do you see that cultist church?
It's a cult. It is a cult.
There's a good book by Stephen Hassan called The Cult of Trump, if you want to. And there's actually a really good chapter in it that explains how to engage with people who are in the cult and have the potential of... It's not a guarantee you're going to win anybody back, but that these are the proven methods that have worked on other people in cults.
Yeah, that's kind of like it's. You've got if you look at, you can very easily look up pictures if you haven't already of their literally, actually not an exaggeration, golden idol statues of Trump at like conservative conventions and shit that people are like praising. They have Trump hats, Trump shirts, Trump stickers, Trump flags, Trump bumper stickers, Trump trucks, Trump fucking bath toys, Trump everything. And this is somewhat anecdotal, so ignore this is not evidence, but like you can look up. There's videos online, especially on TikTok, of Trump supporters who are like talking about how obviously Biden is so weak. Where are his followers? Where are all the Democrats out here wearing Biden gear, wearing Biden? Because they are in this dogmatic cult, and they, as if they're Christian. Like I remember when I was a kid, Christian kids asking like, "Oh, how do you worship Buddha?" and stuff like that. They couldn't get the concept of not worshiping a thing, and it's the same thing with the Trump cult. Is that they are actively praising and worshiping this guy. You can look up videos of what's the insult comic dog thing did I can't remember the name of it, but like they did a bit where they made like these
cigar.
Yeah. They did. Yeah, there's the fucking Trump statue. But that show did a bit where they recorded a bunch of fake like secret recordings of Trump. They had a guy pretending to be Trump on this recording talking about being a pedophile, talking about like raping people, talking about terrible, disgusting things, and they would play it to this group of fucking MAGA people, and they'd be like, "Yeah, well, he's just a man, and men talk about stuff in the locker room," and like they would just excuse this because he's a god to them, and so like. Yeah, dude, it's I could go on and on. A lot of it would be anecdotal. I don't have the time or the patience at this moment. Triumph. That's the one. Yeah, you can look up those clips online.
No one.
I wasn't paying attention. I don't listen to you. But like, take that with a massive grain of salt, because it is literally a dog puppet on a late night comedy show making these points. But like, you don't have to go far to watch an interview with Jordan Klepper or whoever the fuck going out to these Trump rallies and just presenting people with what Trump actually is and says, and seeing them just completely excuse away every bit of heinous, ignorant, megalomaniacal bullshit that he says, and just believing no matter what, this guy is the fucking Messiah. It's gross, dude, and I could talk about it for a while, but it wouldn't be particularly useful past this point.
Yeah, so here's where we disagree, right? I'm scared because there's tens of millions, if not 100 million of these MAGA people, right? So in my mind, as a theist, right, I'm thinking society is kaput, because it wasn't this bad. But if you have 100 million people, and I'm sure there's the conservative and the liberal, general, the yin and the yang, but you can't reason with these people. And I'm sure if they took a lie detector test, they'd pass with what they believe. So I personally, as a theist, think there is a darkness and the end is coming. So,
no, Gary, pendulum
when you hear
swing.
people say that?
Pendulum swing, and as whatever damage happens in the meantime is gonna fucking suck. But pendulum swing, and eventually we'll even move on.
Do you
from
think MAGA is going to go away? You think MAGA is like a temporary spell? Well, I personally think MAGA is a way of life.
I mean, I don't think that it's a temporary thing. However, I also don't think that it's a novel thing. Bear in mind that back in the 1940s, literal Nazis had rallies at Madison Square Garden here in the US, and thousands of Americans showed up for that shit. Like, it's not a new thing to say that we have a huge amount of very foolish people who are swept up by talks of national pride and about nostalgia for a past that never existed, about this glorious triumph of their nation and how they're going to get back all the rights and things that they never actually lost, and how we're going to, conquer all the bad minorities that are taking away whatever things they're not actually losing, or things that are actually being lost to the super wealthy and the super powerful. And they're just blaming it on, if you tell the pitchfork people that the torch people are trying to take their pitchforks, then the torches and pitchfork mob never comes for you. They just go for each other. And that shit has always worked, and it will always work. All you have to tell people is that they're being attacked, and that anybody who disagrees with you is part of the people attacking them. It works the same in every country. It works the same all the time. So none of this thing that we're seeing with MAGA today is new, or particularly it's consequential, but it's not particularly like novel or exciting. It's just how fucking a cult of personality works. It's how fascism takes root. And so we're just seeing it with a new face. And like Jimmy said,
go
ahead.
I see. So you're not super worried. You're like,
I'm way worried.
This too shall pass.
Wait, Gary.
Oh, I'm very worried. Yes.
Whether it passes,
I should have been more clear.
World War II passed and 6 million Jews died. So yes, terrible things pass, and what happens between now and then, I'm not saying it's going to pass passively, but I only can get up and get out of bed in the morning if I think there's a chance of victory. And there's, you should read some Andrew Seidel. Even though you're a theist, you might find some of his secular themes a little bit offensive, but Andrew Seidel has framed it in certain ways that if you look at the progress of the world overall and the things that we're going to, sometimes the death throes of a movement look like the strongest point of the movement, as death throes in some animals do, where they seem like they're dying, they're low energy, and then right at the end they have a burst and then they die. It may be that this is the death throes of what we would call on our side Christian nationalism. I doubt you would agree with that term. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But what we see is Christian nationalism, and it's been the Christian nationalist movement that has had these pendulous swings over the years. And so whether it was the, George Wallace anti-civil rights people in the past, or Klan shit in the past, or anti-suffrage people in the past, you can see that the ancestors, whether it's an ideological ancestor or in a lot of cases just literal ancestors of these people, it's been pendulous. And I think that we are going to see eventually a day where, honestly, it might even be, I see the potential of AI to end the world or save the world, because we may be able to become reliant and sort of partnered to something that is much more intelligent than us. And in the same way that like people don't question the science of like engineering or like electronics and stuff, all the science that goes into their phones, they don't question it the way they question evolution, because they have their phone. It works. It's in their hand. They interact with it every day. So they don't even think about the fact that the basic physics that are in here actually have implications about the physics of the Big Bang and shit like that. They don't care about that stuff. And I think that we are heading toward a day where people are more reliant and have that sort of same extension of trust. When I pick up my phone, it will be trustworthy to operate. They'll have that same sort of trust when we have actually good AIs that can say like, hey, you shouldn't trust this, you can trust this on the basis of that which is objective or empirical.
Mm-hmm.
You can and can't trust this. And I think that the day will come where the people who do trust that will be excelling so much further in society that that's going to make the might. Right now, they get community out of it, but for the most part, they don't lose much to be a Christian nationalist. At least they can't tell how much they're losing. And I think that there's going to be a big difference between, in a future that actually fully embraces science and humanistic worldview and things like that, they will excel so much more as those cells of people grow than everybody else around. I think it'll basically be like, do I want to choose to be an idiot?
Right.
I hope. That's my hope for the world.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I really wanted to call in to ask you this question. It's two-part. Do theists 100% believe that there's no God, or is that
do atheists,
there's a possibility?
Do you
mean? Atheists.
So the term atheism just means a lack of a belief, or you can be either and be an atheist. So there are many atheists who will just say, I don't believe in a God. Does that mean I say there is no God? No. And even the people like me who actually says, I believe there is no God, I consider myself a strong atheist, it's not considered an infallible statement. All you have to do is prove to me I'm wrong, and I will adopt. It won't shatter me in any way. But I think there's good evidence for there actually where gods actually come from. I think we have good evidence for, and that the implication of where they come from, as far as come from like to society, is therefore that they don't exist. But that's just me. It seemed like you had a question, a sort of religious question about us and spirits.
Yes, that's right. So it's a two-part question. The first question is, do you have a spirit? And does your co-host, does he have a spirit? And then I'll ask another question.
I'll let Forrest go first.
No, I don't think that spirits exist. I've heard a lot of theists tell me different definitions of the word spirit. I have yet to hear one that I think is a thing. So like, I might use the word spirit to mean like internal motivation or like morale. But I am using that term colloquially. If you're talking about a literal actual thing that theists are talking about with the spirit, no, I don't think that exists. And I don't think that I have one, because I can't have a thing that doesn't exist.
Gotcha. But when you say I don't think, could you clarify that a little more? When you say I don't think, what does that mean?
That I don't think that there's such a thing as a spirit?
Yeah, when you said I don't think there's a spirit, could you explain when you say I don't think there's a spirit?
It means doesn't.
I mean to say I have no reason to believe such a thing exists. I have no evidence for such a thing. There is nothing compelling me to think to believe this. So if you're asking for like a really like epistemological thing here, just kind of like loose definitions. When I'm using the word think, I'm using it colloquially to say believe. What I mean by believe is to be convinced by evidence. When I use terms like know, I usually mean that like I'm saying that like I believe this so strongly that it would actually be ridiculous for me to try to say that this isn't real. The way that I know my phone is in my hand, you could say, oh, how do you know anything? And you could be a brain in a jar, and you could be in an insane asylum hallucinating and blah, all these ridiculous, whatever. But like, in the reality that I'm pretty damn sure I'm a part of, it would be absurd for me to claim that this phone is not in my hand at this moment. And so that's what I mean by no.
Yeah.
What I mean by believe is something like, I believe that Joe Biden is sitting in the White House right now. I don't know that for sure. I don't have eyes on the guy. But if he's going to be somewhere, it might be there. It probably, who knows? So something like that. That's so when I say think, it's just kind of colloquial.
Gotcha.
Also, I want to very quickly, I'm sorry. This will be the last thing I say, and then I'll shut up. To Patrick in the chat, who was challenged to call in and then called in and said he hung up because the screener asked him for his pronouns. What a snowflake.
That's
wow.
what I said.
You're
very
you did?
sensitive.
That's great.
So
just,
sensitive.
man, try it. You could say none. You don't have to declare them. You could have an adult conversation, but you're afraid of grammar.
Yeah,
pronouns are just things that you use every day. My goodness, y'all. I'm sorry, Gary, that was not to
you. Gotta stop being so sensitive. You're such snowflakes.
It's just all feelings all the time. Gary, that was not for you. I just wanted to point that. I thought it was very funny.
I really enjoy talking.
This person's in the chat shit talking
very much.
Yeah, this person's in the chat shit talking and literally couldn't handle being asked for his fucking pronouns. That's very funny to me. Gary, go ahead now. You can respond to what I was just saying.
Yeah,
I apologize for talking so much.
So two things. When you say colloquially, I'm not saying it right. I'm getting Joe Biden on me.
It's a weird word.
We get what you mean, though.
So when we use the term spirit in a colloquial sense, like for team spirit, spirit of passion or anger, it also mirrors the same spiritual language that's in the theist position.
No.
So how do you draw the difference between the two? And then I have a follow-up.
Yeah. No, the second
I disagree with that.
What you're describing is, I just had this argument with somebody about faith who also didn't know what an equivocation fallacy was, and yet eventually went so horseshoe, they started saying my points. And then when I was like, that's literally my point, and then went, so we agree, but you're not an asshole like they were, at least not so far, Gary. So I think you'll be fine. The concept of a spirit or a soul that comes from theism is separate from the concept of this colloquialism. However, if I don't know the etymology, but if it's the same as faith, one emerged from the other. So we get faith, the concept of faith in other language was talking about like religious faith, like you have a spiritual apprehension of something. But then over the years, we started to talk about that faith in God, and it started to slide into also, but I also have faith in so-and-so or such and such. And we were talking about a material thing and a real thing. And spirituality is sort of the same thing. If you're talking about, do I believe I have spirit, as in I'm having a spirited argument that internally I am feeling my different parts of my brain light up and I'm feeling very passionate about it, which passion or artistic expression, these are the things that people often conflate with it. That is separate from the religious. It's a colloquialism that emerged from the religious concept, which earliest on, people just thought there was a spirit because they didn't even have a concept of a brain. And so they felt like their consciousness was separate from their body, which in a way you can make arguments for, not literally separate from your body, but that like you could potentially be paralyzed and no longer with your consciousness move your arm or something. And so there were these things where, because they didn't understand the brain function, they go like, oh, well, with the separation of that, this consciousness is something else. And when I fall asleep, I dream within my consciousness and I'm not awake and my body's not moving around, and yet I'm having the experience. And therefore there's this separation. And that's where my spirit or my soul or my ghost or whatever you want to do lives. And that's the origin of my consciousness. Now, the modern day concept within religion is that you have your consciousness and your spirit, and that they both experience the same thing essentially at once. But when you die, the consciousness will continue on with your spirit, even though your brain dies, and that it's basically a shared experience between the two. And I find, not only do I find no reason to believe that, because of the change of the emergence of the concept of a spirit to now, and how much that has shifted to just try and save that we still have a soul and a spirit, even after we understand what we do about consciousness and that it is tied to the brain, I would actually say that is adequate reason to dismiss it as a possibility and say, not only that I don't believe we have a spirit, I think we don't, that there are no such things as spirits.
So if there's the typical church definition of spirit, but if the Bible defines itself, the spirit is actually described as invisible power or invisible motivation, which matches the colloquial definition of team spirit or a spirited debate where you cannot see
Sure.
the spirit, but the effects of the spirit is shown in body language, in discussion, and in the
You're changing the
after effects.
context of the word
Sure,
power
sure.
when you say that,
Yeah.
though.
So I want to be clear, like that's the main thing, is that like it's one of those things where, like, as I mentioned earlier, I would say, use the word spirit to mean motivation, or to mean passion, or to mean, whatever it may be. That's the kind of internal driving force. But I don't mean that in a supernatural sense. I mean that in a very real, physical, maybe a little bit of a kind of conceptual, but like it's an actual thing that is like I'm expressing. It's not what most theists actually mean when they use the word spirit, which is a actual thing, a living thing that is an actual metaphysical, supernatural part of your being that is unique to you, that lives on after your death, that can transcend the physical realm, all this stuff. So like, if you want to mince words, I will be very clear about it and say, I do believe in such a thing as motivation. I do not believe in a soul or anything that could be construed as a soul or consider. And I'm not talking about soul like when you play music really good. I'm not talking about soul like food. I'm talking about like an actual thing, a piece of my consciousness and self and whatever that goes to heaven or whatever the fuck like that. That's what I'm talking about with spirit. That's what I'm talking about with those things. That is what I do not believe in. So if you want to sit here and argue that I have some internal motivation, I'd agree with you. But to try to twist that to say spirit, and then to try to use that to prop up any kind of theistic or spiritual argument, would be deliberately misrepresenting what I mean. Is that fair? Is that clear enough to what I'm getting at?
I understand.
Real quick, John, Gary, actually,
from what you mean.
Before you proceed, are you a Christian? This isn't a trick question. I'm just trying to figure out which references I want to give you.
I'm a big time Christian, and I have a follow up.
You got your Bible with you?
No.
I
can.
What version of the Bible do you prefer?
But J.P. Green's literal translation or the King James?
Either works.
I got King James right here.
King James is fine.
Okay. How long would it take you to? Because I almost want to make sure you can mark these. But how long would it take you to grab your own King James
Go back
version?
and rewatch the call if it would take a long time.
Yeah. Do you have it with you though?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and
yeah.
No, but go ahead and read it.
I enjoy making other people read them, but it's fine. So here's King James. It's Matthew 27, verse 50. And when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. Then when you talk to, you go over to Luke 23, 46. Jesus called out with a loud voice, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. When he said that, he breathed his last. And when you go to John 3, 8, the wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is everyone born of the Spirit. None of these are referring to, and I think you'll find scholarship even within Christianity agrees, it are talking about the colloquial motivation, that they are talking about the Spirit, which you could say the metaphor, the simile is a ghost or a soul, an actual tangible, incorporeal thing. And if you actually go to the translation of the word that they put in for spirit from the Greek, the term that it is associated with is that it is an incorporeal, feeling, and intelligent being. That's what the word spirit translates to, the Greek version of it.
So if you look into this as well, and thank you for those references, there's different Greek words and Hebrew words for spirit. And so if you look at everywhere it's used,
I think that's what I just told you.
If you're breathed, right. So there's different contexts in which, like, for example, the wind. If the spirit is seen as the wind and it goes wherever it wants, and it comes wherever it goes, and you can't contain it, that gives that invisible nature of it. And that's why I was daydreaming about time. You cannot see time, but you can see the effects of it, and it's invisible. Can you tell me do you draw any parallels between time and the spirit? Because they have very similar characteristics.
Can I measure time? Can I measure the impact of time? Can I can I prove time exists because without it, something that is clearly happening and demonstrable is incomplete?
That's the colloquial term as well for spirit. You can measure it, you can see it.
But you're talking about a colloquial.
We're
not talking about anything that is absent. If we talk about the spirit, we do not see even the model of consciousness, limited though it is, that the thing that is missing is an injection of the spirit. But if you do look at tons of physics and you try to do physics, different equations and things that arise from physics and take time out of it, they would all fall apart. They don't apply. So the fact of the matter is if you're going to claim that a spirit exists, but that it's this invisible force, even things which we call invisible forces like gravity, we have clear models that only work with it present, even if you cannot directly show it, because invisible is such oxygen exists, but we can't see oxygen. Right. So the spirit,
but you're not tying in team spirit with time and
no
other effects. Why are you not drawing the same conclusion with team spirit?
For the same reason that I wouldn't lump like love in with those things. Love is invisible. It has a physical effect. It's something that you can see the effects of. It's not something that you can measure, but it is a thing that actually there's a physical response. There's a neurochemical reaction, electrochemical reaction in your brain that causes these feelings that cause you to do things. So love is a real thing, but it's not tangible and it's not measurable. That's something that exists. And if you're using spirit into, say, like motivation, that's also a thing that exists. But if you're using it in the way that it used in the Bible, which, I know Jimmy just read a bunch of things. I was looking up this one in Mark where he talks about how if you blaspheme against God, it's the only unforgivable sin because it gives you an unclean spirit. How can your motivations be unclean? What does that make any sense? You know what I mean? So it's just like I'm saying, like, if you want to say one of the many definitions of the word spirit is motivation, I agree. That's great. If you are going to try to use that to prop up any supernatural claim, any theistic claim whatsoever, you are deliberately making two words that don't mean the same thing try to mean the same thing. You are being dishonest. There is no way to twist that to say, I don't know what you're driving at with this call. I just don't know that there is no way to twist it to say this means motivation and motivation is real, therefore God is.
Yeah, real quick, Gary, before I know you want to jump in.
You said you would. Yes, go ahead.
I know you want to jump in. What Forrest is describing is what an equivocation fallacy is. It's when you swap those definitions or you try. So it's why I brought up faith earlier.
Well, I'm not swapping.
Gary,
right. I'm not swapping, so I'll just.
I get it. You were trying to advocate that there was the one true definition when in fact there is a colloquial and a religious term, and it's the same with faith.
Right.
I agree that I have colloquial faith in many things, meaning confidence. I do not have any religious faith. Hang on.
How can one exist but not the other, though?
Because words can have multiple definitions. Yeah. That's literally it. Right. So I have zero religious faith, but you could say colloquially, I have lots of colloquial faith, as in confidence in things. I have faith in science. But when you say that, you mean it the way religious people have faith in their religion, then you would call that an equivocation fallacy, which is actually why I avoid the colloquialism for faith. And the same would be true of spirit.
Yeah, I just to piggyback on that and to really drive the point home, another word for motivation that I have used and have heard you is fire. If I say this person is on fire, they're giving a fiery speech, they're giving a fiery, passionate. So it's the exact same way that I would use the word spirit. It means the exact same thing. And also, fire is a real thing. If I were to sit here and light this lighter, this is fire. It's a real thing. But it would be ridiculous for me to say this person gave a passionate speech, therefore this is fire is here, and that's what matters. Like, even though this is something that actually, truly, genuinely does exist, it would be ridiculous for me to say this person was very passionate, therefore this lighter can light a cigarette. That doesn't make any sense. And what you're talking about here with spirit, we don't believe that such a thing exists, that I have a spirit that transcends physical matter, whatever like that. And it is not, and that because of that, it is more silly to say passion exists, therefore there's this religious thing that we don't know exists, but that's real because this other thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the equivocation that you're making here doesn't make any sense.
But very humbly, when you gave that wonderful analogy about fire, that terminology that you used as persons on fire, that's like a biblical kind of phrase, or any kind of analogy you may use. That's like spiritual language where you say something, but it actually means something else in the Bible.
That's just an analogy. It's not spiritual language. It's just an analogy.
Right.
Gary, are you arguing therefore?
Simile, right?
Are you arguing that therefore, even when he says fire, if he's getting it from the Bible, which, by the way, the concept of things being on fire does not originate in the Bible, but that in some way is him acknowledging some truth of the biblical claim of things being on fire?
No, but
exactly.
No, but it is acknowledging the effects of what the original meaning of fire it means, which means to burn down, to be effective. So you're not saying that original
I wouldn't
real
say so
fire
at all.
doesn't exist.
I wouldn't say so at all.
There is a comparison of the effects.
I'm sorry, Gary. I'm sorry.
Fire, which I'm going to relate to the invisible fire.
But it doesn't matter.
Gary, hold on just a second. I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but like what you just said is preposterous because like to say that I'm relating it back to the true meaning of fire, you're just describing what a metaphor is. Because if I say something that's really like hard hitting and a good clippable moment, it would be as reasonable to say that I was on fire or that was a fire statement. You could also say that was an ice cold statement. If I said something really, sharp and witty, a way that you could describe that is cold. So how is it possible that you're saying that me describing my passion as fire is in its essence the same? Okay, that's what it sounded like to me.
So I think what Gary is saying, Gary, I think this is what you're saying. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Hang on, Gary, hang on. Let me say to you what I think you are saying. You tell me if I am correct. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Gary, I think what you are trying to say is that if you use the phrase on fire and that the origin of that phrase is biblical, to use it even as a colloquialism is dependent on the biblical emergence, basically that it had to emerge, and therefore you are still basically giving some sort of grammatical homage of accepting that into your life and your lexicon, because even though it is an emergent colloquialism, its origin is within this religious context.
Very astute, very close, and I would say no. I'm using just regular English grammar. I wouldn't just put the Bible up and say, because it has Bible origins. I would just say that's what we do in life. We can use one thing and use it for another, and that's the basis of what the Spirit is. It's wind. It blows wherever it wants, and you can use terms related. It can be life.
Okay. But Gary.
It can be.
Gary.
It's movable.
Gary, do you understand then that when a religious person is speaking about the Spirit, they are usually talking about the same thing you would call the soul, or the same thing which they are often referring to, as the thing which survives even after their body dies?
Yes, I would agree with you. However,
and you acknowledge that Bible, at no point when we use the term spirit or say we do not believe in a spirit, that we are not talking about anything except that which I just gave you, which is the thing which survives when we die, that holds our consciousness, that continues to live on. You understand that that is the only thing we are giving commentary. So if you were to say Forrest has heart, I would say, duh, he's alive and his blood is pumping. And if he was dead and he had a gaping hole in his chest, and you asked, do you believe he has heart? I would say, no, I think his heart is gone. But if I was talking about his enthusiasm for Forrest has heart, I wouldn't be giving that. When we are responding to, do we believe we have a spirit, to be pedantic about whether or not we're agreeing with any other context than the obvious religious context of that thing that ghost, that soul, that thing that survives on, is just an exercise in pedantry and nothing else.
So my question is, are you purposefully not drawing the conclusion because of your lack of evidence?
I already
Because
actually
it
told you.
seems
Do you
to me,
remember why I
when
told
use
you
that
earlier?
analogy,
Do you remember why I told you earlier that I believe we don't have ghosts or anything which survives after we die?
yes, but however, if the nature of the spirit is like time, where you can't see it, but you can see the effects of it, like team spirit, why, when we use spiritual terms, like we're talking about analogies, are there any other examples
Gary,
in which we
are
can
you
use a
equivocating
colloquial
right
term
now?
and there's no
Are you,
tie-in?
Gary, are you equivocating right now? Because it seems like you just switched. When I established we're talking about the ghost, the thing which survives our death. Is that the term spirit you are using right now?
Yes.
Okay. When do we see the thing which survives our death, the effects of that thing ever anywhere?
Well, they lose their life. That's the effect. You see them, they're no longer alive.
No.
That's not what we're
We
talking
know
about.
that again, I gave you the clear example earlier of gravity. This whole model doesn't work without gravity. There's this functional thing that measures. Now, we know when a person dies, either we first call it dies when their heart stops, and we can measure that. And we know why their heart stops, and we can measure those things too that lead to it. And then the second time, the real dead is brain death. And we know why that stops. We know there's no electricity running up there anymore. We know that the things have settled and that we now have an inanimate body. That is a whole model of how there's a whole model of what the difference between a living and dead person is, with no absence. There is no, and by the way, this other thing happens for which we cannot declare a cause or effect. And now we have this necessary thing, which is a thing that leaves the body and continues to think, continues to have memory, despite the fact we understand memory is in the brain, continues on. There is no part of that model where, like with gravity, there is. With wind, there is. And by the way, you actually can see wind. You just need special tools to see it. But that's neither here nor there.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
And the spirit,
so even though you can't see it with special tools, right? But if you have special tools, certain people could see wind, and certain people could say, "Well, there's no wind. I have no evidence for it." But what if people have special tools?
That's not true. It's not true that they have no evidence for it. But if you found a person on a planet that truly had no wind, and you said, "This is wind, that wind is X," and they said, with zero evidence, "I'm withholding belief in wind," it would be reasonable to let them withhold that belief in wind. Entirely reasonable. However, if you then presented them the evidence, it would be unreasonable. And if the two of you had no evidence of wind, but they had a book and it invoked a lot of magical things, and one of the magical things was wind, and let's even say that wind somewhere else in the universe actually does exist, and yet in this book, the only examples of it are these magical inferences of them from a book. It would even be reasonable for that person to go, "I actually believe wind doesn't exist because I'm not a magical thinker." But it's not an unfalsifiable position, and once you falsified, they would reasonably change their mind as well. That is the position you are in right now. You are asking if just because something magical in its nature doesn't have evidence, isn't that the same as other things which are invisible, as though invisible things are incapable of having evidence also, which isn't true.
You're much smarter than I am. So if you don't mind, maybe you can help me out. We first did a comparison of using a colloquial term, but not accepting its religious identification. Are there any other examples could you give me where we accept the colloquial term, but not the esoteric or stretched version of that?
I already did. The word faith.
For example, with the I'll give you an example. For example, you talked about
I don't need
death,
an
right?
example if I've
We
already
know that
answered
there
your
are people
question,
who are-
Gary. Gary, I don't need a metaphor. I answered your question. Faith.
But what about people in a vegetative state? They're dead, but their heart's pumping.
Correct.
All the lights are on. So when you go to that loved one and they go to the doctor and they say, well, this individual is on life support. Now think about that. That person's really dead.
Correct.
So when we talk about physical evidence of something, there is an invisible element to life.
Nope.
Because the machine is keeping them legally
Incorrect.
alive. That's why it's called
Legally
life
alive
support.
is not a scientific definition. We have stupid things about it. But if they have
The doctors
achieved
use it.
brain death, their humanity is dead. Now, you as a human,
Ooh,
hang
that's
on a
good
second.
point.
You as a human are not one thing. You are a ton of things. You are a network of organisms and a network of cells. Many things that are inside you are alive independent of you. And you could say the totality of that system is more alive than dead. But the conscious living agent that is you and defines you as a human is dead. But your heart is pumping. Your bacteria are probably thriving, depending on how you're being nurtured. But brain death is dead. Your humanity is gone. I would say there is zero difference between aborting a fetus that has had no brain activity yet, as there is aborting a fully adult. You know, you could make it me, 34 years old. If I'm at peak health, which I'm not right now, but if I was, and I was brain dead, there would be no difference between pulling the plug on that or even just not fertilizing an egg. And eggs and sperm are themselves separately alive. So would there be a lot of things which are alive within a
someone in a
body?
coma?
Yes, but not you. The person being legally alive is not scientifically alive as a human.
So what about someone in a coma? What about someone in a coma? A lot
They're
of
not
people
brain
refer
dead.
that to as deep sleep. And what if someone disagrees that
Then-
that's brain death? And another
You don't
thing,
get to
if the
disagree.
brain
You
is
don't
dead,
get to
wouldn't that-
disagree to something which has physical parameters. Brain death is something. You can scan it and establish it. It's like saying, what if you disagree that I have nipples? I physically have nipples. They drive me crazy. What the fuck is their purpose?
Prove it right now. Show them.
I'll get them pointing. No. What the to
So how
say
does
what if someone
determine if someone's brain
disagrees?
dead?
What's that?
Don't you need special tools to determine if someone's brain dead compared to someone in a coma?
If a person is still breathing and their heart is pumping, you need special tools. However, it is impossible to survive no heart pumping and not achieve brain death. Let's just say an hour later, but it's actually much sooner than that. If somebody's heart hasn't been pumping for an hour, their brain is also dead.
So wouldn't that still kind of give that inference where someone is saying so and so is brain dead, but with a wrong diagnosis, that person could be in a coma without the special tools? So why not?
So what?
Why not give room for the possibility without the special tool that something could exist?
You want something special because somebody might accidentally use the wrong term or make the wrong diagnosis.
Not wrong term, wrong diagnosis. Yes.
Sure. Well, if they
So the same analogy
distinction
with
without a
weight
difference again,
applies
but go on.
to the dead body. The same analogy applies to wind and death. You need special tools. So what if the
Again, no,
religious
you don't. I
aspect of
just
the
gave you
spirit
parameters
is
by
the
which
special tool?
if you wait 60 minutes from a heart stopping pumping, you can definitely be sure that the individual is dead. So you do not always need special tools. But even if you did,
Well, what about people whose heart stops? for a
even
minute?
if you did,
Aren't they declared
Gary, hang
scientifically
on.
dead?
no, brain death is different than heart death. It happens for most people within about
Correct.
10 minutes. Because,
Correct.
do you say why, Gary?
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing the scientific analysis. What I'm saying is, to the untrained eye, without the special tools to determine a coma from a physical death, someone could look at it on the physical outward, but not be able to find out what the actual root
Gary, okay,
is.
let me just
when
engage
it-
with the thing that you're trying to get to. if you don't have the special tools to determine brain death, you could be mistaken about whether they're brain dead. And maybe the soul exists, but we don't have the special tools to detect it. And that, Gary, is the core of non-critical thinking. Because what could you eliminate as possibly existing? You could say anything magical. Forrest, name 3 magical things. I want to bring you back in. I wasn't trying to shut you down. Name 3 magical things.
No, it's okay. I'm flipping unicorns, leprechauns, and funny third thing. Shit, I don't have anything prepared. God damn it.
Roland.
Roland the closet guy. Yes.
Yeah.
I had nothing. I'm over here telling people in the chat to donate to Roll for Initiative for my birthday.
Leprechauns look like little people.
No.
Unicorns look like horses.
Okay. And yet
they're
excuse me, Gary.
We always refer to a colloquial version or something.
Gary, these are all magical things. So you only get to see a unicorn.
Correct, but they have real
Excuse me. You only get to see a unicorn if a unicorn wants you to see it. It has the magical ability to be invisible, except to when they want to. Same thing with leprechauns. Leprechauns. Excuse me. We've already passed the colloquial, and we've agreed, you and I, that the remainder and Forrest, that the remainder of this conversation, when we say spirit, we mean that soulful thing, that thing which survives when you die. And you're basically here trying to argue that, well, until the tools existed, we might not have known brain death. So maybe the tools don't exist. Maybe the soul exists, but we just can't detect it. Maybe ever, but maybe yet, but maybe it still exists. And again, that is non-critical thinking. That is you basically trying to do the unseen God, that invisible God, the we can't know, but we feel the effects of all of it.
I'm being disingenuous. I'm just trying to.
Gary, name one thing I'm wrong about your theory here. One thing that I'm wrong about your theory here.
I'm not necessarily trying. I just want to have intellectual discourse, because you brought up leprechauns and unicorns, and I saw the movie Leprechaun.
Great. So, Gary, when are you going to name that one thing I was wrong about? One thing I was wrong in presenting your theory. You called me disingenuous.
You're not wrong. No.
Then how am I disingenuous if I'm not wrong?
And I'm trying to learn.
If I'm not wrong about
your
theory. I don't think
you're disingenuous at all.
You just said I was, Gary. Did everyone else hear it? Forrest, did you hear him say we're being disingenuous?
I certainly did.
I'm so sorry if I came across. I didn't want to accuse you of that. Well, I hope you don't think I'm being disingenuous. So.
I do, because you're switching back and forth into I'm not saying that, and now I am, and now I'm not, now I'm in. And you're misrepresenting my point, but I can't name a wrong thing.
I'm just not very intelligent, so I'm trying to say it in different ways so I can understand.
Okay, Gary.
I'm not trying to win or anything.
I'm going to let Forrest have the call back. You started with him. I'll let you end with him. You two do it as long as you want, and then go back and watch the call, because I'm too frustrated to a person who won't lock down on their position. And when it's restated to them earlier, when I saw that I thought Forrest was engaging with your definition incorrectly, I then restated your definition to you and how you're trying to, or not your definition, but your position incorrectly. I restated it. And you then went very astute, but not quite. And then you repeated what I said your position was. So it's crazy to me that you apparently can't keep up with my position and your own. So I'm going to very calmly step away. I'm going to give Forrest the remainder of the call. And when you two are done, I will return. But in totality, yes, I do think this is not a problem with intelligence, but disingenuinity? Disingenuineness.
One of those. Something like that.
Yeah.
Hyperbole.
I'll ask all right, I'll mute.
Yeah. I'll ask very brief and pointed questions, because I haven't been paying attention for the past little bit, because I was doing over here in the chat. We were having fun. We're talking about stuff. I was trying to remind people to, oh, fuck, it's my giant stupid face on the screen now. I was trying to remind people to go donate to Doctors Without Borders through Roll for Initiative, which I just put the link in the chat to the whole series. You can go to my channel and go watch Roll for Initiative and donate to Doctors Without Borders, help us save lives all around the world, while also enjoying some really cool and unique TTRPG content. We broke new ground. We did some actual, genuinely, I'm very proud. We did some things in this stream that or in this game that I don't think anybody's ever done before on a TTRPG game. It's legitimately really cool, and you should actually go check it out. And even if you're not into TTRPG stuff, I would really encourage you, or I'd really appreciate it if you would go share some of those videos with people who are, because we're trying to raise $50,000 for Doctors Without Borders. They are real lives heroes who are saving lives in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Yemen, in Congo, and all other places all around the world. They go where the danger is. They go to the war zone. They go to the famine. They go to the disease. They go to the outbreak. They go wherever the problem is, and they save lives regardless of race, religion, politics, nationality, anything. They are people. I wish I was half as cool as the fucking Doctors Without Borders. And so instead of being that cool, I played a fucking tabletop game and pretended to be a hero so that we could raise money for those real heroes. So if you're out there and you want to help make the world a slightly less shitty place, please go to watch Roll for Initiative. And if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. Share it with somebody else. But most importantly, please donate using the links attached to those videos. Every one of those videos has a donate link. 100% of your donation goes straight to the organization. It doesn't go to us, doesn't go to YouTube. It just goes to that organization. And if you donate through those links, then we can track it and we know whether or not we're hitting our goal. Because the big thing is we're trying to get more sponsors to do another season. And so if we raise $50,000 through those links, then we can do that. We can be like, hey, yo, we smashed our goal. Let's do another season. If you just donate directly, you're still doing a good thing, but it doesn't help us do more good later in the future. And also, if you can't donate through YouTube, because a lot of places can't, some people just don't want to, in the description of every one of those videos, there's also a link to a Tiltify, which is just another fundraising platform, and you can go there. So, I think half of our donations are actually through Tiltify right now. So yeah, do that. Just please do that. It would be really cool. Also, if you donate through the Tiltify, I'm pretty sure, you get a free subscription to Shard Tabletop, which is the virtual tabletop that we use. Anyway, that's what I was talking about the whole time you were talking to Jimmy there, Gary, because that's just monumentally important to me, and I thought it was really important that people know about that. Now that we're back to you, really quickly, I just want to ask, because like I said, I have not been paying attention. I don't know where the conversation went. Do you understand and agree with me that the definition for that some people use the word spirit to mean internal motivation, and that some people use the word spirit to mean an actual thing that survives after death and has consciousness? Do you agree that those are the two definitions of spirit that we are talking about throughout this call? Yes?
Yes, and I believe they're one and the same. Both are one.
Okay. That was going to be my next question, is that do you agree that those are different things? So, are you telling me that when I feel internal motivation, which I colloquially call spirit, that is actually a thing, and that is actually a tangible thing, or maybe not tangible, but a real thing that will persist after my death and contains my consciousness in whole or in part? Is that actually what you were telling me?
No, because there's different types of the earthly spirit and the heavenly spirit.
Okay. Either one of those things, because I genuinely do not care about the difference. Either one of those things, for me to believe it exists, would require evidence. And the part that I remember from the call is that you mentioned death being evidence, and it's not. So, what can I do right now to demonstrate that I have a physical, that I have a real actual spirit that will persist after my death and contains part of my consciousness that cannot be explained in any other way?
So my answer is, there is common church understanding that every individual has a living spirit that continues on. But actually, only the true Christians have this eternal spirit, and those who are not saved have a dead spirit, one that is not alive. So when they physically die,
okay, how can I demonstrate? Again, I do not care about the difference. How can I demonstrate that I have any kind of spirit whatsoever? What could I do that would not be explained by any other thing other than there is something inside of me that bears a piece of my consciousness that is persistent after death? What test could I run right now to show that is a thing?
Love, kindness, forgiveness, meekness, gentleness,
Oh,
faith,
okay.
and self-control.
Do you
These are
believe?
the evidence?
Do you believe that non-human animals also have this spirit in any form?
Yes, in a different type. Yes.
Okay, but they have spirits. Okay, so
Yes.
that rules out one possibility. But I mentioned that it can't be explained in any other way. We can actually explain those behaviors in lots of ways, psychologically, evolutionarily. We know where those things come from. We have explanations for those things. And just like Laplace
So the
said,
question is,
however many years
is
ago,
life,
we don't need the
right.
hypothesis
So
of
is
any
life
other
limited
kind
to
of
brain
thing.
impulse? Right. So
Is
life
life
only
limited to brain impulse?
activity?
No, because there's lots of
Yes.
things that are alive that don't have brains.
Exactly. So why are we using for humans brain stimulation in terms of, okay, you're dead now because your brain's dead, when we have cells and other organisms that don't even have.
We don't. Jimmy, I remember, I'm pretty sure Jimmy made the distinction that he is talking about being brain dead as the legal distinction to say, okay, now this person is no longer alive because their personality, who they are, their actual individuality, their personhood is now lost because their brain is lost. And so what we have here is we can keep a body alive for a long time, but without a brain, it's no longer a person. It is just some organs that are doing some things. And so, like, for example, we in every cancer research lab, whenever we're studying cancer, we have cancer cells. We have cells that are actual human cells with human DNA that are growing. You can call that a person because it's human cells with human DNA that are active and alive, but that would mean that this person has been alive for decades after the rest of their body died, lives in several countries all around the world at the same time, weighs several hundreds of pounds, depending on how much of their cells have been grown and what way, that this person is being experimented on and tortured in whatever else. Like that would be a ridiculous thing to claim, despite the fact that these are living human cells with human DNA. And so what we're talking about when we talk about human death or a person dying, the reason why we use the brain for that is because the personality, who they are, is no longer accessible or available or able to persist in this world. Right. All of that is a philosophical question.
Invisible?
All right. Of the personalities are
or do you only see the physical effects of that?
Yes, just like love and all these other things, it is a thing that is an emergent property of the electrochemical activity within a brain. It has a physical side, but it itself is not a physical thing. In the same way that water is adhesive and cohesive. You cannot go get a big table. You can't scoop up a tablespoon of cohesion, right? Cohesion and adhesion are properties that are emergent because of the molecular structure of water. If you have hydrogen and oxygen together in this way, it will demonstrate the properties of adhesion and cohesion. That does not mean that water has some magical, mystical property that allows it to be adhesive and cohesive. It's just the nature of the structure of the molecule. Similarly, the structure of our brains causes the emergent properties that we call personality, love, kindness, compassion, affection, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. It doesn't mean that these things have any supernatural property. It is just because of the way that our brain is structured. And if you change someone's brain, you will change their personality. You will change their ability to love and feel compassion and kindness and all these other things you're talking about. You will change who they are as a person. And if you destroy their brain, it doesn't matter if you mechanically keep their hearts beating or their blood pumping or whatever, or keep their other cells alive, their personality is gone because their brain is gone. That wouldn't make any sense if they had something called a spirit.
So if I understand you correctly, and I've probably bored you completely with all of this, the personality itself, you're saying, has no special entity. It's just natural. So if that's the case, why is it the fact that people who claim to be spiritual and they're showing evidence that someone cannot see, how can they deny it? They can't, right? It's just a personal belief. Atheism is just a personal belief, right?
Atheism is a lack of belief.
A lack?
Correct.
Yes, atheism is a lack of belief in God claims specifically. That's all atheism is you said there's a
Thank
God
you
and I said I
so
don't
much.
believe
You
you.
guys have been super helpful. I see. Thank
I don't
you
know
so
how.
much. You guys have been super helpful.
Okay, bye, Gary.
We haven't said anything particularly interesting, but thank you, Gary.
Bye, Gary. That was an hour. I'm glad he ended it.
That was an hour. That was an hour. I was, man, there's a lot there. Hey, everybody, if you fucking hated that as much as I did, go watch Roll for Initiative. It's pretty cool. Just turn it on immediately after this stream. Yeah, after the show, go watch Roll for Initiative. And if you like the game that we're playing, you can buy a copy of Tales of the Valiant, which is the game that we're playing from Kobold Press, using the link in the description to those videos. And I think I don't know if you get a discount or not, but I do know that it benefits us because they're keeping track of that and they might sponsor us again. And then use all the money that you have left after that to donate to Doctors Without Borders, please. That'd be very cool.
Let's ask first how to pronounce your name. So the caller, we're talking to a theist in California. Your name in here is spelled Adic. Would you like to pronounce that for us so I don't say it wrong?
Adik.
Adik. Is kind of like Eric almost.
Yeah.
Is it Eric or is it spelled correctly? Adic.
Adik.
Spell it for me.
Adik.
Adik. He got it right, whoever that was.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the room on top of your house, the extra storage space above your home is an attic. It's like,
but is
like that.
I just want to know if the spelling's right. I have Adic down. Is that correct?
Yeah, just like you say, like addicted, but you stop at the C, like addict,
Great.
almost.
Oh,
Cool.
Is there two
Addict.
D's or one D? Because addicted has two D's.
It doesn't
1D.
matter. It doesn't.
Great.
Why are you hung up on this?
Great.
What are you doing?
I want the name tag to be right. How dare you?
I think it's a cool name. I assume he typed it in.
I just thought I know that in the past, depending, I don't know which person it's been, but every now and then a name gets misspelled. But you're right. He would have typed it in this case because that's not a phone number. So I should have noticed that and I didn't. But I thought maybe there was a chance Eric was heard wrong. Anyway, we're good. Everything's right. Everything looks good. Our screener was great. They typed it in. So Adik, please proceed with your question.
Yeah, so my question is, so I got a friend on Facebook, and he actually is the one who got me to call here. He gave me the link and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's trying to persuade me about evolution, and the thing is that he don't really know how to explain what evolution is, and I feel like he's saying that we are apes, and he says, no, that's not what I'm saying. So that's
he
what
should
I'm,
say that.
Yeah.
Say what?
He should say that.
Yeah, no, we are apes. Yes, humans are a species of ape.
A species or of apes, like, because
Yes.
I told him, like, so you're saying that we are like family with the apes, almost.
Yes.
Cousins.
Or is that correct or not?
No, precisely. Yes, we are actually in the same family as other apes. So just like if you talk about like felids, right? Cats. You can be talking about house cats, or you could be talking about tigers, or you could be talking about panthers or jaguars or mountain lions or pumas. Like there's all these different things that are all different types of cats. And so to say a house cat is the same thing as a tiger would be ridiculous. And to say that a house cat came from a tiger would be ridiculous. But house cats and tigers are in the same family, which is Felidae. Same exact thing with humans. The different types of apes are chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, and humans. And if we're talking about all apes, that also includes gibbons. But just great apes specifically is that. And so that doesn't mean that humans are the same thing as gorillas. It doesn't mean that we came from gorillas. It means we're in the same family as gorillas.
So you would say that humans evolved from what? Like what? So what would be the last species that humans evolved from, according
Very
to
likely. So it's a little up in the air because we actually have so many fossils from this same time period of different human species that it's a little tricky to tell which is which. Generally speaking, and I'm just going to put that caveat in there so you know that you can meet other bioanthropologists that might tweak this a little bit. Generally speaking, it would be a species named Homo heidelbergensis. And then a little bit before that, you would have a species called Homo erectus. Although it could be that Homo erectus is actually the last species and heidelbergensis was just another species that was around the same time as we are. It's fuzzy. It's hard to tell which is which. A simple answer to your question that isn't going to get into like a bunch of science jargon that isn't going to help anybody is just to say a different species of ape. And there was a different species of ape before that and a little bit different before that, going back until the beginning of all apes. And then we go back to monkeys and other primates, and we go back all the way to the beginning of all primates, and we go back to the beginning of all mammals, and we go back to the beginning of all four-legged animals. We go back to the beginning of all fish. Like there's an unbroken chain of evolution from the beginning of life to every living thing that is around today, including humans.
You said a word or a sentence that I didn't really understand. I don't know much about this. What do you mean
That's
by
fine.
different human species?
So, you know the scientific name for our species is Homo sapiens. Have you heard that before?
Yeah.
So strictly speaking, any species in the genus Homo can be called a human. And so the genus Homo, are you familiar with that word genus?
No.
Okay, so when we say Homo sapiens, Homo is the genus name, sapiens is the a specific name of our species. If that's a little bit weird, I don't have to use that terminology if it makes it more simple. Everything in the immediate family of us, we can use the word human. But again, that's just a specific way to use it scientifically. If it would make it easier, I can just say different species of hominin, which is the family that led directly to humans. The group of animals that lived for the past, especially 2.6 million years, that are us and all of our direct ancestors, and also all the other apes that are in this same group but are not Homo sapiens. Us and all of our cousins, you could say, our ancestors and our cousins.
But I do want to say, if your call's entire reason is just to have evolution explained to you, I think because we actually have a person who wants to challenge evolution and make the claim that evolution cannot explain humans, which I think we'd want to jump to. If you're looking to learn about evolution, and you were saying that your friend is trying to convince you, or there was some other word you use. The fact of the matter is evolution's a demonstrated fact. You should learn about it. And I guess it's kind of like we don't talk about whether or not we're going to accept cell theory. We don't talk about if we're going to, or whether or not we're going to be convinced in cell theory, or we're going to, this is the science, this is the established science. I suggest Hank Green does for Khan Academy, great ecology course.
How dare you? I have an entire series on my channel called The Light of Evolution, which is a 4-part series. You can learn all about evolution from start to finish. But before you do...
But Forrest has his series, and I also still recommend the Khan Academy Ecology series, which is even more focused on the specific thing that you're... Well, I don't know more because I haven't seen his, but it's very focused on what you're describing.
I just put the link in the chat if you want to look for it. I just put a link in the chat to my 4-part series about evolution and what it is and how it works. But before I know Jimmy wants to move on, I fucking don't. I want to know, like, do you have a specific question that you wanted to know? Yeah, I know. I want to talk to, hey, Brian from Canada, don't fucking hang up. Wait just a minute. But like, Attic, what is your question that you had about this? Because I feel like you were going somewhere and I don't want to lose it.
Well, yeah, because for some things, I still believe that there is some sort of faith in there or belief, but it seems like you guys claim.
Attic, you've gone mute, my friend.
Don't fucking tell me we lost him now. Come on.
It still says connected, so I don't think we've lost him.
Attic, we can't hear you.
Did you mute your phone with your face? Check your face. There
you hear
you
me?
go. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I'm
Okay.
glad you came
were
back because
saying that
everyone
there
was
was
going to lie and say I did it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a call was coming in, so I had to hang up. Sorry about that. So
It's okay.
yeah, you guys claim that you have meaning science, right? Because you claim to be on this side of science and evolution and all that, which I don't know much about because I only went 2 years college and finished high school. But you guys claim that there is undeniable proof that evolution is truth, right?
Yes,
Sure.
I do.
And
In the
there's
colloquial
no-
sense of the word, yes.
and there's like no faith or belief involved in there.
No.
Correct.
None.
In the sense
And-
of religious
and the reason
faith,
is
no, none.
No, that
Yeah,
is,
so-
that's
so the-
not really ridiculous. And like for example, like let's say you're driving your car.
Nope.
And, you
No,
see your-
no,
not
let's not
fake.
say that, Attic. We already did a call on this. It went for a fucking hour. I'm not going to get mad at you, Attic. It is not the same to say faith that my car will work as faith in God. Are you a Christian, Attic?
I am a Christian.
Great. Okay. No, don't need more than that. Hebrews 11:1 is the religious definition of faith for you. Okay? It is talking about a spiritual thing, a confidence in a belief that you do not have proof for, but the Spirit, the Holy Ghost, that God has granted you this knowledge. The term that they use in the dictionary is spiritual apprehension. That is religious faith. The colloquialism faith, and colloquialism, if you don't know, just means like a common tongue usage that has emerged. The colloquialism faith just means confidence. When you say you have faith in God, you are not just saying you have confidence God exists. You are saying you have an affirmed confidence that through some spiritual interaction, you have had it affirmed to you that God exists. When I say I have quote unquote faith in science, if I were to say that, but again, I actually avoid that term, I would be using the colloquial to say I am confident in the scientific consensus, and the reasons for that is extremely evidence-based. So let's not say it's like faith in a car working, because faith in a car working is based on repeated experience, and it's a fallible statement because the car might break down, and that's when you accept that it won't work, when you have the evidence it won't work. Faith in God is the inverse of that. In fact, colloquial faith and religious faith in many ways are the opposite of each other. So do not try the car thing. Go for it. Now that you have been corrected, you're welcome to try and make a point.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that's exactly the Christian faith, because that would be kind of stupid if Christians just believe that way.
Okay, what does Hebrews 11:1 say? It's in your Bible, buddy.
Yeah, what happens is that we still have evidence
Nope.
for God.
You do not need faith if you have
So
evidence.
what's your
still
evidence
have
for God?
evidence. Well, we have a man that says he came from heaven, and then we have a eyewitness, and these people wrote about him.
Great. Name one eyewitness
Okay,
who
so
was
hold on.
alive
Wait a second,
at the
wait.
time of Jesus and saw Jesus resurrect. Name one.
The apostles.
They never wrote it.
No.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written decades after Jesus died by anonymous authors and not Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John.
They also all contradict each other on how Jesus resurrected and all that stuff. But that's not what you said. You said we have a man who says he came from God and eyewitnesses that said he resurrected. Here's a thing, Attic. I also came from heaven, and it's a different God. And Jimmy is prepared to testify that I'm telling the truth. Is that evidence?
I was half listening. Forrest is God, though, just so you know.
Yes, I am God, and Jimmy says so. So now you have me making the claim and Jimmy as an eyewitness backing it up. Is it true?
Not necessarily, but
Correct.
it is evidence.
Right.
If you take
Okay,
if the
fine.
police
We'll morph
have
it.
to-
We'll morph it. Faith does not have adequate empirical or verifiable evidence of any kind, whereas science does. So if I say faith to mean confidence, the confidence is based on, at minimum, empirical evidence. But if you want to claim that testimonial evidence and anecdotal evidence are still evidence, just with an adjective, the thing is that adjective is actually establishing that the evidence doesn't reach that standard. They're almost ironic phrases.
Well, you're basically denying all of Jewish history right now.
Correct. I absolutely deny Jewish history. Not all. I think King David probably existed. Jesus Christ might have existed. Moses did not exist. Fact. Abraham did not exist. Fact. Adam and Eve did not exist. Fact. The Exodus is a bullshit story and is potentially, at minimum, people like to correct, even though actually when you look it up, it's not true. There were racial differences, but we'll just say was maybe an early form of xenophobia. People get mad when I say racism. It's actually correct to say racism, and not in the direction you would expect. I absolutely deny Jewish history as the literal history of this world, because Jewish history as the literal history of this world makes no fucking sense. There was no flood. There was no world flood from Noah. It's all bullshit. So correct, we are denying their history. However, I will still love a Jewish person and allow them to believe in all the Judaism they want without feeling like I need to genocide them, despite the fact that some groups of them don't agree with that about other people.
Yeah, but don't forget that we're talking about all of this because we're talking about faith. And you asked me what is the evidence, so I'm quoting you some of the evidence because
what is the adequate evidence?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead first.
No, it's okay. Just to make it clear what we're talking about here, because I don't want to get in the weeds of poking you for evidence and then telling you your evidence sucks. Here's like when we talk about evidence for evolution, right? We have genetics testing. We have laboratory experiments that demonstrate it. We can literally watch evolution happen with our own eyes, both in the lab and out in the field. Not only is it something that we have morphological evidence, we have evidence on the bodies of different organisms, including our own. We have vestigial structures. We have embryos that show us history of evolution. We have all these things, and also evidence evolution is testable and predictable. Every bit of modern medicine relies on evolution. Every bit of modern agriculture relies on evolution, right? So like there's actual like industries, parts of your life every single day that rely on our understanding of evolution working, and then us using evolution to our advantage. So when we talk about evidence, that's what we mean. We mean stuff that is empirical, testable, repeatable, demonstratable, observable, something that we can all agree on, and it also works. We can do stuff with it. It makes things happen. Do you have anything like that for God?
Well,
this is a long time to come up with the answer no.
No, I could say, with God, only the personal sense, I could say that, and testimonies too, of like people being healed. But
so if I were to come to you about evolution, you called in a minute ago, you're asking me questions about evolution. If you asked me about human evolution and I were to give you that answer, it's a personal thing, there's some testimonies about it, whatever, would you then believe in evolution?
Yeah, as of right now, I would have to actually study it myself and find out.
No.
That's not what
study it. You said testimony is evidence. So if I can morph Forrest's question a little bit,
Sure.
I without proving a single thing, Forrest and I will give you testimony that evolution is true. If testimony is adequate, don't you now have to accept evolution as true?
There's a guy who said he evolved. There's some eyewitnesses that said they saw it. It's a very personal thing. Do you believe in evolution now?
And if not, why do you want more than testimony when it comes to evolution, but not God?
No, yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. That you see, I would have never ever prayed to God or maybe I would have, but the reason I did cry out to God in my worst moment, it's because I heard about a God, and likewise, you guys are telling me about evolution, and the very fact that
wait,
Attic, you're not understanding the question.
Let him finish. That's really important what he just said.
Go ahead.
The very fact that I'm calling you guys, it's because somebody told me about you guys, and that you guys could provide more specific answers, right? And so
sure.
Now you're telling me that there is undeniable proof, and that evolution can be watched and observed and be used in our advantage, and the whole medicine system relies on evolution. So that's why I'm saying now, okay, I heard you guys. Now that is a way in which I'm being introduced into the belief, because now it's a belief. To me, it's not true. To you, it's true.
Sure.
I would love my question
What I think is
answered.
so important. What I think is so important, Attic, is what you just said a second ago. You said the reason why you cried out to God in your time of need is because you had heard of it. Why are you said you're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Why are you not a Muslim? Why did you not cry out to the Muslim God? Yes. Why did you not cry out to the Muslim God when you were in your time of need?
I guess because I had heard more about Christianity, and I was closer
Why
to
did you not cry out to any of the Hindu gods when you were in your time of need?
Well, how can you reach out to a God you haven't heard about?
Precisely. So but you have heard of them. You know that the Hindus have their gods, and you know that the Muslims have their God. Do you believe any of those gods are real?
I believe that there is a possibility that they are communicating with some sort of deity. I just don't believe that it's the same God as some would claim.
I feel my question needed to be answered, and this would have made it much more productive.
We'll get back to it. But they do believe those things, Attic. They believe that their gods are the only true gods, and that your God either doesn't exist or isn't who you think it is, just like you think the same thing about them. And if you ask a Muslim or a Hindu for evidence of their gods, they will say, testimony, it's a personal thing, I read it in my scriptures, whatever. They'll say the exact same things that you did. How do we tell the difference? What can we do to establish which of your gods are actually true, if any of them are actually true?
Well, all you have is claims, and for evidence, all you have is also claims, history of people.
Not true.
For like Jesus, you have the tomb, you have the geographic place, etc. That's all you got, and from there, if you want to believe and look any farther, it's up to you. Just like you have claimed that you have a proof of evolution, now I either believe you and move forward into my search of evolution, or I don't. It's up to me if I want to follow the evidence or the claim.
Attic,
yeah.
Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference between evidence and claims? Because so far, when we asked you for evidence for God, you gave us claims. And when we talk about all the other gods on offer, they have their claims too. When we talk about science, what we have is evidence. We actually have stuff that you can sit down and test and look at and see for real. And it's not just, well, some guy said it, so it's probably true, or I feel it, so it's true. I crawled out to Darwin in my time of need and I felt better. None of that. It's stuff that not only do we have actual evidence for, but we have testable predictions with. That's very different than any religious claim on offer. So how can you possibly sit here and compare the two as if they're even remotely similar? If you don't know the evidence of evolution, that's fine. But like compare it to gravity. We know gravity's a thing. We have evidence for gravity. And the evidence is a lot more than just if I drop a thing, it falls down. We actually have like experimentation demonstrating what gravity is, how it works. We can do mathematical models of gravity. It's way more evidence than just somebody saying shit falls down, right?
Yeah, but we're making the same claim basically because you're telling me you have to come and look at it, right? And Christians are telling you you have to come and look for yourself.
Already
and experience
did.
it yourself.
Already did, Addict. Already went to Christianity and experienced it for myself and found it lacking. The question I tried to ask, which all my love to my co-host here, but the question, your 6 minutes or so of lines, was literally the next question after he would have answered mine, was why is testimony adequate when it came to God, but not evolution? And if you had answered, you would have said, because I don't know the evidence of evolution or something like that. And I would have done the same contrast Forrest did about if there's a difference, how do we tell the difference between these claims? You've got, what is it that you want for God claim that we have for evolution or vice versa? And why should evolution have to prove itself to you if you can't prove God to us the same way we can prove it back?
Can you guys hear me?
I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
My way of getting that question was more fun.
A little bit, but I can hear you.
What?
So you see, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. So hang on. No. If you couldn't hear me until now, you don't get to come back in and take it over. I'm going to repeat the question back to you. Why is testimony adequate for Christianity, but not for evolution? I agree, by the way, that it is not adequate for evolution, but I also think that it's not adequate for God. So why for you is testimony adequate for God, but not evolution? Why do you have a double standard? What the fuck happened? Now I'm not connected. Hang on.
Oh, come on.
Did you just drop us? Did you?
I didn't drop him.
No, not him. Did you drop our call? 1 second. Let me see if I can get reconnected to it.
Ready to connect.
Yeah.
Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host.
That was weird.
Welcome, host.
You
are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Great. Addict, can you hear me? Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Addict,
channel.
Not you, the robot. Okay, Addict, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, here's the question. I'm going to repeat it one more time. Why is testimony adequate for God, but not evolution? Just answer that question, only that question.
Yeah, I don't claim that it's proof. I just claim that it's evidence.
No. It's not. Evidence in the concept of evidence. If you add testimony to the beginning, you've changed what evidence actually is. If you look up definitions of evidence, evidences are collections of facts that point to a conclusion. Testimonies are not necessarily. If I give a testimony and it's a lie, that's obviously not evidence, but you can't tell the difference unless you use a different standard. And that standard is the thing that we are talking about, things which you can verify. So unfortunately, and I really want to get to Brian, I feel we are at the same place as where I wanted to end the call, which is that right now you are withholding belief in evolution until you learn about it. Awesome. You should learn about it. Learn about evolution and then apply. I'm not going to hang up. I won't hang up before
one more.
I know. Let me finish my thing and then you can say yours. You don't believe in evolution yet because you don't know it. So you should go watch Forrest series. I think you should watch the ecology series on Khan Academy. And based on the evidence and the facts presented, not based on whether or not your Bible disagrees, because there's lots of Christians who believe in evolution, tons actually, just on the basis of do these facts point to a conclusion and fuck testimony because people can lie. Why is this happening?
Did we lose him again?
I think we lost our call again. What the fuck is shit? Why is
It's still showing up on my end as being a thing.
Okay, because I had the that was the end show sound, but I don't know.
Yep. No, I still got the calls listed here. He's still on the line for me,
but I don't show actually connected. He can't hear us. I can't hear him. I'm gonna reset this system.
Fuck.
Whatever. He can watch this part.
This better not happen when Brian is on.
Ready to connect. Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome.
You're connected as the host.
You are.
I know. I'm muting the robot because it's pissing me off.
On. Dual
channel on.
Okay, I hear you now.
Great.
Wait.
Okay.
All right.
Go back and watch the part that I all said. It was essentially you need to go watch. Testimonial evidence is not good evidence because people can lie. Period. You need things that are better than testimonial. Go back and watch that part. Forrest is going to say some things to you, and then we're moving on.
Okay.
Yeah, my last thing was just like very similar to what Jimmy was saying. This is where I was going with my much better line of questioning was to say like if think about any other theory in science, Addict. Do you believe that germs cause illness, that germs make you sick?
Well, for what I heard.
Right.
Yeah.
You believe that. Yeah. Do you know some of the evidence?
Longer.
Yeah. Do you believe in that? Do you believe that your body is made of cells, Attic?
Yeah, for what I've heard. I haven't really seen.
Do you know? Right. Do you know the evidence for those theories? Because those are both theories in science: germ theory and cell theory. Do you know the evidence of those things?
I don't know the proof.
Right. So why do you believe them?
Well, because I've heard about it and I've seen things on the internet about it. I haven't really seen myself, but it's convincing.
So if anybody says anything and puts it on the internet, would you believe it?
Not just about anything. I mean, I do my fair research too.
See, it sounds to me like whenever we talk about something that you believe, your answer is just, well, I heard about it, so I guess I believe it. And then whenever we actually press you on, like, why do you believe a thing, you seem to understand why evidence. You seem to understand why evidence is important. And even if you don't know the evidence for a thing, you understand that, like, if learned and intelligent people in that field of study are saying some stuff, you can trust sometimes what they're saying, even if you don't know everything. Like, you seem to have that vibe, but when it comes to evolution, it's like this maybe thing. And when it comes to God, bad evidence is good enough. And like, you would never use the evidence that you use for God for literally anything else ever. And yet right now it's good enough for you. And I just wonder why.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because I don't think you guys understood what I'm saying, but in order for you to look for something, I mean, you need to at least hear about it. And this is what the Bible calls the gospel. And it says, how will they believe if nobody preaches to them?
So, Attic, are you saying...
how do you think...
Hang on. Attic, are you saying you've heard about it, you've now heard the things we've said about it, and now you realize because you've heard about it, you should go learn about it?
Yes.
Weird. I wish somebody would have just asked that 20 minutes ago. If only the same spot where somebody wanted to, I don't know, end the call there wasn't the same goddamn spot we were at 20 minutes later. Oh my God.
Right,
go
fine.
ahead, Attic. Forrest and Attic say, do your last thing, but goodness fucking sakes.
That's it for me. That's fine. Fine.
I love this man. I really do. More than virtually everybody watching. That probably is true. I don't know who's watching, but sometimes I wait 20 minutes to circle back. Attic, do you have anything else before we let you go?
Well, not really.
Cool.
I feel like I was not understood really on the fact of. But
I think I did
feel
understand you. But I think we tried to take it some other places, and I think you haven't moved either from the spot we were at 20 minutes ago. To be fair, and we were trying to maybe move you further.
You were. I feel like I might have been talking past you a little bit. I wanted to make sure that we really got across that scientific understanding of something and faith are completely different things. And
Correct.
Just saying, well, I haven't heard about it isn't good enough, because that's how discoveries are made. When we discovered evolution in the first place, nobody had heard about it. That it was a new discovery. Same way with other planets. Same thing with black holes. Same with anything. We discovered something new. You don't have to hear about a thing. And so just like, to sit here and say that testimony is good enough for God, but then you clearly understand why evidence is important for other things, I think that you are being a little dishonest with yourself, not with us. I think that you're gaslighting yourself.
I agree.
Well, the fact that we keep on searching for stuff is because we believe there's always something out there we don't know. But
Attic, you need to right now internalize this conversation and call back another time. Hopefully it's Forrest and I, if you want to have the whether God exists thing. But we've been having other people wait for a while. Yep, never mind. We lost the fucking.
You lost Brian.
If only someone 20 minutes ago, but we've got another things we can take. Brian, if you're watching, I'm gonna open lines for just you to call back. Please call back in the next moment. Attic, I don't think you are ready for the Is God Real conversation until you actually go back, rewatch this, look at the double standards that we talked about, see if you can internalize what we mean by those, because you are showing double standard, and then call back. Okay?
Thank you for your time, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Attic.
I appreciate it. Call back when I'm on Skeptalk if you want to talk for a very long time about evolution and all the evidence for it.
Yeah, I have no say on that one. You can do as much as you want.
I'll do my research. I'm still doing. I mean,
good.
I'm reading all the religions and science, all of this. So I'll probably be more prepared next time too.
Great. Thanks, Attic. See you later.
I appreciate it, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
He's a genuinely good dude.
Genuinely or
he
generally? Which one are you saying?
I said genuinely.
Yeah. Okay.
He seemed like a really good guy. He should have ended the conversation like 20 minutes ago. I've been telling him the whole time.
I know.
It was his fault.
It's bananas. What a jerk. Just kidding.
Yeah, Brian called in and was on the line for a long time and said that evolution can't explain humans. And I want to talk about that. And he waited for a while and then he hung up. And I blame Jimmy.
Yep.
It's just really his fault. He's in control of the show. He should have ended the call when he wanted to.
There's something weird happening too, where Call-In Studio is seeing more calls on the line than R. I just had to open.
That's also
2 more lines to get these. What seem to be okay. I think I see him though. Okay, I think this is him. Okay.
Yeah, he's in the call include. Right? Yeah, perfect. Also, I see that Jesse Jerdak is there in the chat. Hello to you, Jesse Jerdak. You beautiful, beautiful man.
Brian in Canada, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest.
Is he?
Well, I thought so. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. I'm just
no, you blew it.
Brian in Canada, you're on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. I stole you from the mod that was trying to get you fixed up. How are you, Brian? You there?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Just fine. How are you?
Really good. Thank you for waiting for so long.
Oh, no problem. I was losing hope.
You were what?
Hello?
He said he was losing hope.
Oh, got it. All right. Well, Brian, you're on. You have a proposition about evolution and humanity, and here you have one of the most brilliant minds on evolutionary biology in the world, and Forrest. So, what's your? Oh, I thought you'd chuckle at that a little. No, in reality, I'm probably gonna let the two
I'm
of you
sorry.
do
I was reading the comment talking about how terrible you are, laughing at that. It made me smile.
No. In all seriousness, guys, like I honestly feel honored that I'm able to speak to you guys. And I was watching the video that Forrest did in about don't let TACIS explain evolution, and I think you do a great job, a fantastic job at explaining evolution. At least for the anatomy of the human body. But what I want to bring in right away is that I feel, well, I don't feel, I can see, I can observe that humans are not just made out of atoms or matter, but there is also some abstract aspect of humans, like for example, like feelings like love, consciousness, truth, justice, and all these abstract concepts that are very real, that evolution, in my opinion, it fails to explain.
I'm going to give you the whole call to yourself. And just before I do go, this is going to be enjoyable to watch because the whole thing that you just said there was so telling about in your opinion, because your opinion is not only wrong, it is it's good that if your opinion of evolution was correct, it would change the model of evolution. It's like when people call in and say, I'm not going to believe in evolution until monkey gives birth to a human, which would literally break evolution. And so, Brian, while I watch this, and I'm going to also make a cup of tea to enjoy while I watch it, you should know that your understanding of evolution, were it to be true, would break evolution. And now I shall mute, and I'm even going to solo the image while I go make tea.
Oh, don't solo the image. I hate having my giant face on the screen. Fucking.
I don't want people to see my body as I pass by.
If I understand right, if I understand what you just said, you make a comment to what I tried to bring out to my point, and now you're just gonna leave.
No, that's Jimmy. Jimmy was giving the call to me because, like, I'm the guy that talks about evolution most of the time. But he just wanted to kind of point out that, like, what you said made no sense. But I'm also about to explain why what you just said made no sense as well. So it's not really necessary. Also, Jimmy's just like that. He's a terrible man. It's a terrible person.
Haven't left yet.
But okay, so the thing you said a second ago, I wrote a little bit of it down. You said that there are things that evolution can't explain about humans, like that humans have love, justice, and some other stuff. Is that a fair summary of what you said? Do you want to reiterate the things that you said evolution can't explain about humans specifically?
Let's put it all into one word. Let's say consciousness. Evolution cannot explain like human consciousness.
Okay.
Consciousness, I mean, I need to expand a little bit actually, because I think consciousness is a very broad term and it implies many things. But what I'm trying to point at is like evolution explains the anatomy of the human body, like the matter of the human body, but it does not explain abstract concepts that are special in only humans. What I mean special, and like I'm gonna be choosing some words that I know that my sort of limited vocabulary has. So like when I mean special, I mean like they're only seen observing humans. They are not observed in other animals. For example, those like monkeys, or for an example, they do not have a system where they seek justice. If a bigger monkey, let's say, hits a smaller one, there is not a group of monkeys in the same family, if you will, that come together and say, well, we need to make justice happen because we cannot have like a bigger monkey, which is obviously stronger than the smaller one, hitting him for no reason. So we need to come up with this like a fair system. We do not observe that in any other animal species except in humans.
Yes,
and that's why I say
so.
Okay.
So right away, there's a million problems here. First of all, you said that other. Oh, by the way, Calasia789, thank you so much for promoting my stuff. Can you please just for now at least replace that link with the link to the playlist for Roll for Initiative and like help people go there? That would be really cool if you wouldn't mind. If it's not too much trouble. So first of all, you said other animals don't have all these things, justice, love, whatever. You mentioned consciousness as like the main thing, and then you alluded that to a sense of justice and fairness that's like at a societal level. Yes, there are plenty of other animals that do all of those things. We can see in for example, chimpanzees, they have war over the slights and issues between different troops, where one of them does some injustice to one of their members, and they go out as a group together to seek retribution against this other troop. They do that all the time. There's monkeys out there, apes that stop rape, that stop bullies, that have changes in social class and hierarchy based not just on violence but on fairness. There's plenty of experiments that demonstrate lots of different animals that have self-awareness, that have consciousness, that understand what they are as distinct from other things. There's plenty of experiments that show empathy and compassion and justice in other animal species, including times where they will put themselves in danger or give up food and rewards in order to make life better for their friends and their relatives and their neighbors and things that just their comrades. Plenty of very what you would call human behaviors exist in other species of animals all the time. So what you said here simply is not true. Is there anything else that you would like to point out as something unique to you? Also, just as a point of interest, in case you're curious, when we talk about things that are specific, like adaptations and behaviors and things that are specific to humans, we usually just call them hominin-specific adaptations. It just makes it easier. And there are plenty of those.
All the examples that you just mentioned, which I accept, they have been observed in other animals, but these are very instinctive, like behaviors. Like you said, like there will be a group of monkeys again that go at war with another group, but this is like fighting over territory, over food, over like a very basic, like the most fundamental needs for life to continue. For example, like reproduction. They fighting.
Brian, it is not over just food or territory. It's over justice. It's over retribution. It's over revenge. It's plotted and premeditated and planned, organized attacks on other groups over revenge. We also see like fantasy. We see masturbation. We see all these things that show that these things have a mind and that they are keeping track of the world around them, and that they're responding they're behaving in response to that world. It's not just purely instinctual, looking for food, looking for shelter, looking for mates, whatever like that. We see plenty of examples of non-human animals actually interacting with the world around them in a cognitive way. And what's more important to remember is that like there are evolutionary explanations for those things. And that includes when we see it in humans.
It is not nearly comparable to the level that humans does it though. Like I was trying to say, these are very like instinctive behaviors. Yes, you can also see like when you kill a bee, you have to watch out for other bees because like sorry, correct me if I'm using the wrong word, but the hormones that the bee releases, it attracts other bees. It kind of like puts them into this like mode of attack, or like we be in attack. So they had to like come because it gets activated in them, which is true. It is explained through evolution. But what I was trying to say is that humans do it in an analytical way. Like we set up like courts, we set up like criminal courts.
Okay, I will grant you, just for the sake of argument, humans we have empathy and we have justice and we have all these things, and we take these things to the extreme. That is true. That is one thing that sets our species apart, is that we take this culture, the society, and really lean really heavily into it. There's plenty of other social animals. We are like the most social animal. What does that mean for saying evolution can't account for that? That doesn't make any sense. Brian, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Maybe you muted your phone accidentally. I see that you're still on the line. I have like 80 more things to say to you, Brian. Don't leave me now. Come on. And the call dropped.
If you leave me now, you take with you. I'm gonna open the lines again and see if he calls back. Whoa, baby, please don't.
I was gonna get into like the details of like saying like, okay, yeah, so here's this fish that's really fucking good at swimming. That's a thing that it's really good at doing. So can we say that evolution can't account for that because it's so good at it? It's the exact same thing with human society. We're really, really good at society. We've been doing it for a long time. It's kind of like the name of the game for our evolutionary story. But there are other species of hominins that did it. And we see an evolutionary history of it, and we see evolutionary advantage to it. It actually is a fitness advantage. So, like, there's Brian back. He's back on the line.
Hang on, I want to address a thing
Brian.
in chat. I came in 20 minutes ago, but you write, chat, Jimmy looks sick today. Maybe he's not in shape. Well, I've been on medical leave for 2 fucking months. Forgive me if I'm a little pale. All I've had today so far is this tea. Hi, Brian. Welcome back.
How dare you? Hey, Brian. It dropped again. He came back to say hello, and then it dropped.
We're not opening lines for anybody besides Brian, so anybody who's still trying to call besides Brian, just stop. Okay, here we go.
It says he's in the calling queue again.
Brian.
Hello?
Brian, do you
hear us? Hey.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. After I finished talking, then like it hung up. I don't know if actually I finished. I don't know if you heard me like my whole point.
I heard. Yeah, I think I heard everything. Did you hear what I was saying at all after that?
No, sorry. Like I was trying to connect. I was saying hello.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, like, I agree with you that humans take this whole society thing to the extreme. There's lots of social animals. There's lots of animals with conscience. There's lots of animals with justice and morality. Humans take it to the extreme. However, that isn't particularly special. It just means that we do a thing that not a lot of other animals do. There's certain birds that are really, really good at flying. They are better at flying than every other bird. They can fly farther and longer than any other bird. That doesn't mean that evolution can't account for that. It just means that they leaned into that as an evolutionary strategy. Similarly, we leaned into the whole social intelligence and society thing heavily, and we see an evolutionary history of that. There's bones from like other species of humans. Homo erectus, over 1 million, I think it's 1.8 million years ago, is where we find the ones in Georgia, where we see evidence of like medicine and caring for elders and like, you know, taking care of the society in a way that like at a scale that's unheard of at that time. So that's just how we evolved. We evolved into that behavior. We do understand behavioral evolution. We know how that works. It's not a mystery. It's just a neat thing about humans. It doesn't mean that evolution can't account for it.
Hey, I have a question for Brian.
Okay.
That it's to help continue the conversation with Forrest. I'm not trying to just steal what I said I'd give. What part of the brain in humans is uniquely large and more functional than any other species? We'll say mammal.
The cerebellum?
I was going to go with the prefrontal cortex.
Amygdala. Okay. I don't know the exact answer, so I don't know. I will go with I don't know.
The prefrontal cortex, which is the reason why I was bringing it up, it was funny because all the things that you were describing as things that humans do uniquely more than other mammals, literally you're saying evolution can't account for it, and yet the part of the brain that those things happen in is uniquely evolved differently than the other species. So that's all I was just thinking. It's almost like, and as Forrest eloquently put, that's because that's what was selected for us in our environments, whereas other things have, to use a poor phrase, been evolved more for others. That's not actually a real concept, and you don't evolve more or less, but relative to what we're assessing will work for the moment.
Okay, so can I ask you something on that topic? Like, why will this frontal lobe, I think you said, what would this part of humans evolve more? Well, what would be the advantage of humans to have a justice system, a moral system, if you will? What will be the advantage for an animal?
Brian, fundamentally, what does it mean? What does it mean when you say an advantage?
To evolve morality. To evolve morality.
Brian, I'm going to answer it to you after you define the word advantage there, because if you define it, you will find your answer.
Advantage is just like a tool that gives you like a better survival chances.
And how does that work? It gives you a better survival because what is able to happen more effectively?
What is that?
If you have more beneficial genes, you have more beneficial attributes to your system, to your environment, you are going to be able to proliferate more. You're going to be able to have more babies. You're going to be able to fuck more. And everything you just described, can anyone argue with the way humanity has become so powerful that we can literally destroy our own planet, that we can literally change the climate, that any species, that humans have not clearly, and now we have 8 billion of us, and we're on a path to 100 billion of us in under like 200 years or something crazy like that.
It's nutty.
Yeah.
Nutty.
Can you actually argue that clearly the difference in human intelligence versus every other species isn't obviously beneficial to our survival?
See, the contradiction there is like you also just bring out a point.
Are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer my question?
Yes, I will answer your question. Great. You said something very important, and you said this. I'm answering your. Sorry.
Answer my question first, Brian. What was my question?
Your question was like, what is the advantage of us evolving?
Wasn't a why question. I asked whether or not do you deny that humans are clearly benefiting from a large prefrontal cortex? There's the shortest version I can give you.
Well, the thing is, like, I don't agree with you that the consciousness comes from like a large part of the brain.
I didn't say consciousness comes from a large part of the brain, and you also
were alluding to it. You were alluding to it.
No, I didn't. No, I wasn't alluding to it. Personally, I think consciousness is mostly an illusion emergent from the fact that we process so many things at the same time with our big special brains. But I don't think consciousness exists only in the prefrontal cortex. Come back for us. I was literally right about to hand it back.
No, I'm just
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a very short, specific question.
Great.
Do you believe in the soul?
You know, my favorite food is Frosted Flakes. See, if I don't get a fucking answer from my question when I ask, why the fuck should I answer yours, Brian? So you
did answer your question. I told you that I don't believe. I told you that I don't believe.
You did not.
I told you that.
Brian, shut the fuck up for a second. I asked you a yes or a no question, and instead of answering it, you said, I don't believe that consciousness comes from a big part of the brain, which was not a yes or a no. And it wasn't the answer to my question. So don't sit there and tell me you literally said a non sequitur in relation to my question. So when you asked a question, I repeated it. I did it right back to you and provided a non sequitur. So from here forward, I'm going to give it back to Forrest. Shut up.
I cannot believe I can.
I've muted you because you don't know how this works. I'm going to give it back to Forrest because you don't know how to fucking engage with these. And we're mostly going to listen to Forrest explain why the concepts you are presenting are wrong, because that's honestly the only value we can get out of this, because you will not have an honest yes or no response back and forth.
Can I say something to you in less than 30 seconds?
Go for it.
I don't want to say, well, I have 30 seconds, so I'm going to take the first 5 to say that you're very rude.
I don't give a fuck if you know what I think is rude? Answering a question with a non sequitur, ignoring questions. I think that's rude.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Can you give me 30 seconds to speak?
I'm not going to promise uninterrupted if you're going to say something cunty.
Well, I mean, like you're the one who's like going out of like out of like context here, like with all your like
Oh,
emotions.
I'm out of context.
Like,
I'm out of context. I'm out of context.
Yeah,
Wonderful, Brian.
Okay, I listened to you swearing for like a minute and a half.
That's all I did was swear for a minute and a half.
One third.
Hang on, I've got hang on. I have a hyperbole coming up.
God damn you.
Okay, I'm asking for like 30 seconds.
And if you don't say anything shitty, I won't interrupt you.
I gave you like a minute and a half of you shouting.
No. Excuse me. This is how that mute button works. You didn't give me shit. I gave myself a minute and a half because I am the closest thing to a god you've ever interacted with in reality, buddy. I control the show. So don't talk about what you give. If you want 30 seconds, don't say anything dishonest or shitty and you're not going to be interrupted. Here's that 30 seconds, but I swear, if you misrepresent me, you go on a non sequitur, or you lie, you'll be interrupted. Here you go, buddy boy.
For somebody who claims to be very intellectual, you make him very non-smart comments.
Hey, Brian, show me where I ever said I was very intellectual. I'll wait.
Well, you're trying to explain the origin of humanity.
No. Brian, you don't get to move on. You said the phrase for someone who claims to be very intellectual, and you have now made a claim about a claim I make. Please cite your source that I claimed to be very intellectual.
Sorry, I lost connection.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
You pretty much. I don't think I missed much. You were just swearing.
Brian, please cite your source where I claimed to be intellectual, which is what you said.
Okay, but you don't necessarily need to speak something in order for somebody else to understand what type of behavior you're trying to represent. If you're trying to explain to people, if you're trying to explain, excuse me,
no,
if you're trying to explain to people, if you're trying to explain to people the origin of humanity, that is an intellectual. That's behavior. That's why I'm giving you. That's why
Ryan.
It's not what you said.
Jimmy didn't say it. Jimmy never tried to explain the origin of humanity. I did. That's my job.
Right. You said when I'm done with you, you said that I claim.
I didn't came here to
correct. It's my show. Brian, you said, I'm not yelling.
You haven't given
Brian,
30 seconds.
Brian, I'm not yelling. Okay. I am asking you to, you said that I, Jimmy Snow, claim to be an intellectual. Please cite for me the source of what you just said. Not that I imply I'm an intellectual by talking on subjects, not by saying you would speak to intellectual subjects. Your exact sentence was, you claim to be an intellectual. And I am merely asking you to prove that, prove that claim, because claims require evidence. Or instead of asking for me to excuse me, maybe apologize. Ask for forgiveness instead of excuses.
Okay, can I reply, or is it just a preaching where I'm just going to sit and listen to you? Can I reply? Is it a conversation, or is it a preaching? Like, am I just gonna sit here and listen, or can I say something?
You mean like the last 25 seconds of you just whining about if you can say something because you figured out where I stop talking and there's a pause? That is the natural place. No. But by the way, once again, if you lie or misrepresent... Wait, you're just now complaining about interrupting and you're interrupting me, Brian. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay,
if you have a problem with interrupting, stop interrupting me, fuckface.
Okay,
Brian.
Go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for permission to go. Thank you. I will go whenever the fuck I want, Brian. When I pause and I stop, that is the... Look, you're doing it again. You're such a fucking hypocrite. You want to complain about...
Go. Talk.
Thank you for saying go again. You literally just interrupted me like 9 times in a row after complaining about being interrupted. Are you going to interrupt this sentence again? Good fucking Lord. The hypocrisy on you, Brian. Anyway, Forrest, if you still want it, you can have it. But Jesus Christ, you are a hypocrite, and I would love for someone to show me a video clip of me ever claiming to be an intellectual. Anyone, ever. I'll give you $1 million if I did it as not a joke. And I don't.
Yeah, I don't think I said I'm an intellectual either. It's not even like.
Do you claim? Are you an intellectual person? Sorry, I didn't really catch your name, but are you an intellectual person?
Who are you asking, Forrest or Jimmy?
The Jimmy.
I am not so arrogant as to make that assessment upon myself. I would imagine that is something history will decide if anybody gives a fuck about me when they are talking about history.
Maybe they will if you were not so rude.
Maybe they will anyway. Who knows, Brian?
Okay, Jimmy.
Maybe they'll call you an intellectual if you change your entire worldview. Maybe.
Maybe. I'm open to the possibility.
Me too.
But, okay. That's the only sensical thing you have said so far. Okay, listen.
You're the judge of what is and isn't sensical
you're like
now.
A black hole, you know? You're like a black hole. You drive me into your energy of like being so... You're like
your
a black
actions,
hole.
Your actions. I'm responsible for your actions. You're not. I got you.
I say no. You influence other people's action. That's how social animals.
You know
whose
fault this really is? Goddamn Eve for eating that apple. Fucking Eve. She did this to both of us. Dumb.
Are you a Christian? Or you used to be a Christian?
Yep, sure used to be.
Oh, you used to be a Christian.
Yeah.
Why were you a Christian?
Why was I a Christian?
Yeah.
Because I was raised in a Christian tradition and fell for, basically we've, as humans, evolved this tendency to believe our elders and especially our parents. And so when you have your foundational years, you tend to not even question it and you let them form what you think are axioms. And on that basis, I was only looking through the world through the scope of this is already true, so let me fill in the rest. And then it became to me one day so obviously true that I went, clearly Christianity is true. It's so obvious. And if it's this obvious to me, I can go and gather all of the evidence and make it obvious to other people. And in my pursuit of trying to prove it to everybody else, I actually proved to myself that Christianity was false.
I'm sorry that you were introduced to a Christianity that sounds more like communism than Christianity, but like the real Christianity is about
hey, how do we, Brian? How do we tell the difference between the real Christianity and the fake communist Christianity I was raised into?
Well, we can start. A good point to start is to define what Christianity means. Christianity means Christian is a follower of Christ. Who is this Christ? Christ is like Jesus of Nazareth, who was born in Bethlehem about 2,000 years ago.
So far, I'm still a real Christian, based on your definition so far, because I was a follower of Christ. So go on. What's the difference, though? What am I not?
Well, I don't think you were a follower of Christ for the reason that you gave me of being a Christian, because a follower of Christ does not let other people impose their point of view on them. But like Brian, a real Christian,
Brian, do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Give me 5 seconds.
No,
5 seconds to finish.
No, I don't need that. I don't need the other 5 seconds.
Okay,
Brian, do you have any kids?
How can we have a conversation?
Brian, if you make a point and then you try to make additional points, there's no point in engaging with that. I'm stopping you at the one point. Brian, do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
Cool. Did you tell those kids that Christianity is true, or did you tell them, here is the case for Christianity, here is the case for all of the other religions, here is the case for no religion, and when you are old enough to decide, you can pick amongst those? Or did you raise your kids as Christians?
My oldest one is 2 years old, so he doesn't understand this, but
okay,
I will choose the second one. I will choose the second one.
Are you going to raise your kids as Christians?
I will, sir.
Yes. So that's what my parents did. And that's what I was describing. Your child will inherently trust you, period. That is a thing that we have evolved. You can see it in lots of other monkeys too. And when you tell that child that Jesus Christ is real and tell the nature of, and that we're Christians and this is the religion, that is going to be as good as taking an adult and brainwashing them, because the trust a child has for their parent. So don't give me this communist thing. Shut up until I'm done. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Brian, don't interrupt me. Why are you interrupting me? Give me 30 more seconds. Brian, leave me 30 more seconds. Brian, You are going to raise your child as a Christian. That is what I described was my experience and what you called communist Christianity. So please, Brian, don't raise your child as a communist Christian, as Forrest tries to comedically undertone this with loud crunches.
I never intended to.
You just said you would.
They're gonna end up like you. And
you just said you were going to raise them as Christian moments ago.
No,
yes,
but you gave me two options. You say, are you gonna do A or B? I say, I'm gonna do B because A didn't work for you, and I don't want them to end up resentful.
Are you going to no A or B? No A or B. Are you going to raise your child as a Christian?
Sorry, what does no A or B mean?
I'm not giving you a dichotomy. I'm asking you a simple question. Technically, it's a dichotomy that it's a yes or no, but I'm not giving you what the alternative is. Will you raise your child as a Christian?
Yes, I will.
Exactly. Stop being a communist, Brian.
No, it's not communism.
Well, that's exactly what you called communist.
Okay. Tell me if Christianity is communism, which means communism like a very
No.
Jimmy,
you called my story.
What's his name?
You called my
if
story
you can still hear me,
communist.
can you ask Jimmy to let me talk? Like, if you can still hear me, can you ask him to let me talk for like 10 seconds?
Forrest, please ask me to let Brian talk.
Question. No, I don't want to. Brian, I've got totally different questions for you. You don't want to fucking deal with me right now. You can deal with Jimmy for a little bit. I'm just here enjoying the show.
I'm excited to get back to evolution.
Of course, it's very enjoyable. It's very enjoyable when you tell people to call for a conversation, but all we're hearing is a guy like yelling at me, insulting me when I'm trying to just speak back my mind.
It's funny that you got a soapbox when I'm rude, but not when you are.
Brian, just to be clear, this is his show that he allowed you to call into to ask questions, and you so far have been very rude and dismissive, and also promoted several logical fallacies that it's literally his job to call out. So for you to say he's being rude by interrupting you, he's literally doing his job on the platform that he's allowing you to participate in so that you can spew a bunch of nonsense to thousands of people. You should be thanking him more than anything. But again, I've got totally different questions for you. When Jimmy's done, I've got totally different questions that I think we're gonna have fun with. Go ahead, Jim. I'm eating.
Let's hear Jimmy. Okay, let's hear Jimmy for a minute. Okay, let's hear you out, Jimmy.
You're right, Brian. Thank you, Brian, for directing the show back to hearing me. I appreciate that. I don't know what I would do without you. By the way, I've got some production issues on here. If you could shoot me an email on how to solve some production issues too, that would be super helpful. Brian, the fact of the matter is all I've gotten from you so far is hypocrisy. You defined my story of being raised as a Christian and the fact that they took basically advantage of my trust in them, raised me as a Christian, and so I trusted them. You call that, my story, communism. And then when you admitted yourself that you were going to do the same thing, it no longer was communism. That is a height of hypocrisy. By the way, neither is communism, which my parents had raised me as a communist. I'm not quite a communist now. I'm a socialist. Communism is a subset. But it would have been better than what I was raised as, a fucking fascist. Anyway, you go ahead now, and I'm trying to think if I have anything left. Take it back to evolution and your fundamental non-understanding of it so far, and your weird straw man arguments about that I said. But I think actually, if I can answer one more question that I think you tried to ask, no, I do not believe in a soul. Neither do I think Forrest does. In fact, I'm positive he doesn't.
Yeah, certainly not.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. It's my turn to speak now?
Nope. Because you asked, it's not. I am enjoying a decaffeinated black ginger peach tea that I'd like to talk to for a moment. And then when I go to silence, if somebody figures out that, yes, when I go silent, that would be their invitation to speak until they either stop themselves or start lying or commit a fallacy. If they figure it out, they can. It is unsweetened. Sweeteners can kind of bug me, and right now I'm on a very restrictive diet. So for anybody wanting to know, I think even, let's see, who makes this? This is actually the store brand HEB makes this tea, and that's a Texas specific store, but they make incredible, like HEB brand stuff is great.
I'm also drinking peach tea. It's iced though, and it's from Sonic. It's unsweetened tea with easy peach, because the peach flavoring they use is way too goddamn sweet. But it's sugar free, but it's very sweet. And so like unsweet tea with easy peach, it's the way to go. It's phenomenal.
Sounds good.
All right. Can we talk about something interesting now?
I can't have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches anymore because of the fructose content. I'm dealing with some things, and eliminating fructose has been a big thing. And I love a peanut butter and blackberry jam peanut butter and jelly sandwich personally.
That sounds good as fuck.
Okay,
Hey, Brian,
I guess we have different definition of interesting, but like, okay, go ahead.
Hey, Brian?
Yes, sir.
What shape is the Earth?
Yes, Forrest. What shape? Wow. Okay. Spheric, round.
Weird that's a wow question.
It is wow, because I mean, like, okay, you're trying to create a profile of me. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. What? I asked you a question.
Round. It's round, sir. Sir, it's round. I believe it's round, sir, because it has been proven. We have satellites that go around the Earth, and even if we didn't have satellites, you can go north. Or sorry, east. Yeah. If you go east, north, like, you're gonna freeze. But if you go east, if you can continue going east and you continue for a very, 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 very long time, you're gonna end up in the same point. So we can confirm that it is round.
So Earth is a big old ball, oblate spheroid.
Spheroid, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, we agree on a thing. Look at that. We can all come to terms with a thing that we all agree on. Now let's try something a little bit different.
Can I ask you something, Forrest, in regards to that question, that same question? I want to ask something on that question too.
Sure, yeah, let's go tit for tat.
How did the Earth came to be? And if you say the universe, how did the universe came to be?
Oh no, the Earth formed as a part of the accretion disk after the sun formed. So like the sun came from a stellar nebula, and the accretion disk, the leftover debris, solidified into all of the planets and also all the other shit, the other things that are floating around in our solar system. And that's stuff that we can see happening out all over the cosmos. We can see other planets forming in that same way. And also models that we have for astrophysics models that we have, the mathematics shows that is the way that those things work. So we have a tremendous amount of evidence, not only observational evidence, but also mathematical evidence showing that the Earth is a planet. And as a planet, it just forms like any other planet about 4.6 billion years ago.
Yes, I say, like, if your answer was going to be the universe, then like, how did the universe come to be? That was my question.
Well, that can be the next question if you like.
No.
But I have a different one for you. We're going tit for tat. So my next question for you is, why is it that you need a different flu shot every year?
Because viruses evolve.
Yep. All right, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Viruses evolve. That was my one question.
No, my question: what is the origin of the universe?
The start of the universe was what is commonly called the Big Bang, although I really hate that name. But the origin kind of implies what happened before the Big Bang, and I don't know what that question means. Because to say before the Big Bang, you're asking what happened before time started. So before the word before meant anything, in a place that was outside of everywhere, because it was the beginning of the universe. So like somewhere outside of everywhere before time happened. I don't know what that means. So I don't know. It's a simple question. I don't know what caused the universe, if the universe even has a cause, or what that concept even means.
Though there are physicists who will model something like emergent from quantum vacuum. I don't even know what it means, but I'm not a physicist. However, I find it adequate to go, I don't know, they're still working it out. And I really, really hope that they don't stop working on it because they accept some answer that some guy 2,000 years ago came up with.
Exactly, yeah. So that's my answer.
Okay.
My next question is,
Okay.
do you believe that the Bible in its entirety is the word of God?
Yes, I do. Now, my question to you is, why wouldn't you accept the creationist model of the origin of the universe, which you just implied that, like, after time, matter, and space existed, you cannot explain what was before because that doesn't even make sense in your mind. But the creationist says that the God is spaceless, immaterial, and is outside time, which will be the perfect fitting cause of something that is created of space, matter, and time, like the universe. So for you to create space, matter, and time, which didn't exist, you need somebody to be spaces, immaterial, and like outside of time, which is like what we describe as God in the Bible.
I already said quantum vacuum meets all of those without having a mind, so you just lied about our representation.
Yeah, I don't accept what you said.
Then we could go. Then we can go all the way to like.
I haven't answered your question. You asked a question. Let me answer it.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, sorry. It's like Jimmy kind of jumped in, but go ahead.
He's allowed. I don't accept what you said. I don't think you necessarily need a spaceless, timeless, immaterial thing to create I don't have any demonstrable proof of that. It's just kind of a truism that you just say, but there's no actual evidence to back it up. And the reason why I don't accept the creationist model in the first place is because I'm sitting here saying, honestly, I don't know what happened out there because I don't know what that question even means. And the creationist model is to say, not only does this thing that makes no goddamn sense make sense, but also there's a guy that lives there in a place that doesn't exist, in a time that doesn't exist. There's a guy that's out there, and he did some stuff. I know what the guy is. I know what the guy did. I know how the guy did it. And I know that the guy cares about whether or not I masturbate, and the guy cares about eating shellfish, and the guy cares about wearing mixed fabrics. Like, I know all this stuff about this guy that did all these things in a place that doesn't make any sense, in a time that can't exist. That's a lot of nonsense claims all at once, rather than just being honest and saying, I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it doesn't exist in space, matter, and time because we start, or I claim, okay? I claim, and I have evidence for that claim that I'm going to explain if you allow me. No, but like, I'm just gonna say like 10 more seconds, honestly.
Well, that was my answer to the question, so now I should be asking you a question, but if you want to just kind of break the rules, you can, I guess.
Sorry?
Well, it was supposed to be my turn to ask a question, but you just started talking again.
What? Your question was if I believe in the... No, okay, sorry, yes, it is your time. It is my bad.
Yeah,
okay. It is your time.
So that's
Go
no
ahead,
problem.
Please.
Why is it, if the Bible is the word of God, why did he find the time to give explicit instructions on what food you shouldn't eat and what clothes you shouldn't wear and how you should cut your hair and how you should cut your beard, but he didn't find the time to mention that you shouldn't own slaves, but in fact gave detailed instructions on how to own slaves?
Okay, the reason why he gave us all these laws is because he's not just an impersonal creator who put us into this earth and turned his back on us to see whatever we were going to do as an experiment.
Sure.
He actually put interest in us, love and care, if you will, for us to live in a thriving society. So he gave us all these laws that can allow us to live as a thriving society.
He wouldn't abandon us the way he abandoned the millions of other species. That would be cruel.
But that's not what I asked, Brian. That wasn't my question. My question wasn't, did he give us laws? My question was, why did he go so far out of his way to give us specific laws about like what we can and cannot eat, what we can and cannot wear, what we can and cannot do with our facial hair? He gave us specific instructions on like what kind of haircut we could get. But he didn't say, don't have slaves. He actually gave detailed instructions on how to keep slaves. There's lots of commandments in the Bible about where to get slaves, what to pay for your slaves, how hard you can beat your slaves. So my question is, why does God have so many questions about, or so many commandments about like shellfish, but he didn't take the time to mention that slavery is bad? Why was shellfish a bigger priority than slavery for your God? My wife brought me some pad see ew and some mango sticky rice. Isn't she sweet?
Go ahead with your because.
Isn't my wife sweet was not my question. My question was, why does God care more about eating shellfish than owning humans as farming equipment?
Oh, yes. Okay. So this is the deal. Like, when most people, I'm not going to assume you, but when most people think about slavery, they think about like the United States, like and black people being enslaved to
don't worry about that. Just go with biblical slavery, because he gave examples of how to have them, how to beat them. Just biblical slavery. You don't need to worry about appealing to American slavery. We're happy to just go with ancient Jewish slavery. But for the sake of his argument, so that he doesn't
also
get
American slavery, because if God knows everything, God could have said, don't own humans as property at all, period. That would have been a great thing to say. So even American slavery, doesn't matter what kind of slavery you're talking about.
Well, like, okay. Here we go. See how much I can get done.
See how much you can make up on the spot, because you know it's not right.
No, how much I can say before I get interrupted? Like there should be a rule. You know what? Like you asked me for ideas. There should be a standard. So when the Israelites were owning slaves, when the Israelites were having slaves, they were not the same type of slavery as like the white people have in Africa.
That's not true.
As slaves in the Americas.
Untrue.
So it is true, because in the Bible says in the book of Exodus, if you read the Bible, not just listen to your parents. Like if you read the Bible, Bible says in the book of Exodus, it tells you that you're not allowed to own a slave for more than 7 years.
Incorrect.
But if you check the American laws for owning slaves, you own that slave for life. And if you own that slave for life, that means that the kids are also your property, which is like so much different.
You just lied, Brian.
That's not true.
The Bible does not limit it to only 7 years. There are certain individuals under some.
I will give you the verse right now.
Brian, shut the fuck up. I'll be able to give you verses back. Brian, it is not limited to only 7 years. And even in the 7-year one, they explain how to keep that person for more than 7 years by giving them a wife and children. So it's not limited to only 7.
Also, no. Now you lying.
Brian, pull up the fucking verse, bitch. Let's do it.
All right. I'll pull the verse, like, so to show, like,
Let's do it. Fucking pull it up. I'm waiting. I already know the chapter and verse, by the way. It's crazy. Brian, I'm waiting. Oh, Brian hung up again. So let's go ahead. I'll open. The lines are still open to see if Brian can get back in. Let's find out. Do. Come on, Brian. Come on back. Come on back, Brian. I'm very, very excited. You said I was a liar. We're going to read Exodus 21 together. Here he is. All right, Brian. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, my bad. I was trying to search the verse in my phone, but like it doesn't allow me to do two things at the same time.
I'll read it for you then. Which version of the Bible would you like? Is there a specific one?
No, whichever one. Like whichever. Go for
Do you like
whatever
the
you
King
like.
James version? Do you like the New International version? What
I
do you
already
prefer?
answered your question.
But pick one of those two.
Go for New International version. Whatever.
Great. Here we go. Here is verse 2. If you buy a Hebrew servant, remember, that's very important. This only applies to Hebrew slaves and not any other kind of slave. As I already said, and you said I was a liar for, if you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year, he shall go free without paying anything. Now, would you like me to keep reading, or would you like me to pretend that's the only thing he says? Let's keep going. Please. Yes, yeah, definitely. If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. So now we've established if when you bought the slave, he had a wife, when he goes free, the wife goes with him. And now let's get to the loophole, how you can turn a Hebrew slave into a lifetime slave, and specifically what you said I was lying. And I'm going to restate it before I read it, that if you give the man a wife and a child and he wants to keep them, he becomes your slave for life. And you said, that's a lie. Now you're lying. Jimmy's a liar. So
that's
hang on. Yes, you did.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. We can rewind the tape. Everyone saw it, buddy. We were all here, Brian. So let's read the next verse. Let's read the next verse. If his master... Excuse me. Shut up, Brian. I'm reading the Bible. I'm reading the Holy Bible. Shut up. I'm being sacred.
But what verse are you reading? I want to follow along. What verse are you reading?
I'm on chapter 21 of Exodus, which I thought you knew since you brought it up, and I've actually read the book. Okay. Now we're on verse 4. We started with verse 2, which was your thing about the 7 years. We then did 3, talking about if he comes alone, the wife he goes alone. If he has a wife when he's bought, the wife goes with him. Here's number 4, the thing I lied about. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children and do not want to go free, in other words, if he doesn't want to leave without his wife and child or children, then number 6, his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. Literally what I said, that there is a loophole in here, that if you buy this only applies to Hebrew slaves. All other type of slavery, by the way, totally on board. God commands them to take slaves of people they killed and commands them to take sex slaves at other periods and junctions. But in this scenario, if it's specifically a Hebrew slave, you may, after 7 years, let him go free. But if you don't want to let him go free, you give him a wife and children. And if he doesn't want to abandon those kids or his wife, all he has to do is say, I don't want to go, and the judges will make him a lifetime slave. The verse that you pointed to as somehow virtuous and better kind of slavery, as though the 7 years of slavery isn't still bullshit, but because you're literally still owning the person for 7 years, the verse you pointed to contained a loophole for specifically Hebrew slaves to make them your lifetime appointments. Well done. You are the definition of what we talk about, how religion makes good people advocate for evil things while pretending it's good. And now, before you proceed, I would like you to apologize for accusing me of lying, because everything I said was in that verse, regardless of if you disagree with my interpretation. Everything I said was literally in that verse was in there. So please apologize for calling me a liar.
So, no, I want to apologize because you were actually, I was actually trying to tell you that the slavery that is mentioned in the Bible, the laws that God gives, like the so-called bad laws, like evil, immoral laws, he's actually treating these people with more humanity than the American laws were treating their slaves in their time.
Incorrect.
None of
You
this,
were
I
Incorrect,
point out,
Brian. Incorrect. That's literally
That's not
only
true.
about Hebrew slaves, but you still have not shown me what specifically did I say. Forrest, I promise I'll give it back, but this dude called me a liar. I'm
You're
sorry.
fine. You're
Because
fine.
you said, because you said,
Brian,
because
stop.
you said,
Brian, what
because
specific sentence?
I show you.
Hang on. Hear my question before you answer it. Name the specific sentence, because I can repeat the whole thing I said. Repeat to me specifically the lie I told right before you said I lied.
You say that they were not allowed, that they were the same. You say that American slaves
That
and
was
like,
not the sentence. That
Hebrew
was
slaves,
not. You
Hebrew
are,
slaves.
Brian, you are either mistaken or lying again, because you accused me of lying, of saying the 7-year thing that you said had a loophole where if you were given a wife and children, you could become a lifetime slave. And you said in response to that, no, it doesn't say that. Now you're lying. That was the exact exchange, Brian.
I wasn't
Yes,
referring.
you were.
I wasn't referring.
You are a liar.
I
Yes,
wasn't
you were.
referring to
Yes,
the
you
wife.
were.
I wasn't referring to the wife.
Yes, you were.
To the loophole. I wasn't referring
Yes,
to the
you
loophole.
were.
I was referring.
I
You
was
talk
there.
too fast. You talk too fast. Because
Yes, you
you
were.
talk too fast, that I'm trying to catch up to like
Brian,
your lies, and then
Brian,
and
you
then
are
like
lying because
you think I answer.
I directly said the book says X and you said the phrase, it does not say that, now you're lying. The only thing you were responding to was my claim of what the book said. Contextually, nothing else would make sense. You are trying to move the goalpost to not admit that you were wrong when you lied, or when you said I lie.
Well, but you know what? Even like these conversations make no sense if God doesn't exist. Because if God doesn't exist, why is immoral about having like slaves? What is the immorality of having slaves?
Brian, great. Thank you for the question. It's so fucking easy to answer, and it's so distressing to me that religious people think there isn't, because of the difference. If God doesn't exist, slavery is wrong because it violates the autonomy at the highest level of another person. And that which would be right or wrong, which would be what we as a society, as humans go, hey, what is a good way to treat each other and what is a bad way to treat each other? And one of the most obvious and only defensible objective standards is we should treat each other based on how we would like to be treated. I don't want to be a slave, therefore I won't be a slave. But the difference is, then you can objectively say that either does or doesn't do that. This either does or doesn't contribute to a person's well-being. All objective evaluations, by the way. Or the alternative is, I don't actually believe slavery is wrong because I can figure it out. I believe slavery is wrong because some guy I've never met that I was told to trust exists, told a guy who told a guy who told a guy, who then we reinterpreted. I took his book that says slavery is fine and here's how to do it. I morphed it into why it advocates for slavery is wrong by doing some sort of internal thing, but I'm going to say it's inspiration from God, because if I have an internal thing, clearly that means I have some moral system external to that God that is improving that. Basically, here's the difference between my morality and yours. I have to defend why slavery is wrong, and you don't. You just say God says it's wrong, even though you're wrong
but I have
about
to defend,
it
I have
in
to
his
defend
book.
the existence of God. I have to defend the existence of God.
And you can't. And you can't defend that it's wrong. But asking a non-religious person, I can repeat too, but I can repeat and mute. Asking a non-religious person where morality comes from is literally the only person who can coherently answer, unless a religious person doesn't use their religion for morality. To ask a person what is moral and then appeal to a religion is to kick the can down the road and say the buck stops somewhere else. I can't actually defend why slavery is wrong. It's only wrong because I allege that God says it is, even though your God doesn't. The objective, the secular forms of morality are literally the only defensible ones. Everything else is, well, this great thing in the sky that I've never met and came through a series of penises to get to me. By the way, it still would be subjective, even if God was giving out morals, because God would be the subject. So there's the answer to your question. Easy. Go ahead, Brian.
I also just want to point out the fact that like this entire exchange between you and Brian just now, this entire thing that just happened, not a single bit of it actually even addressed my question. Brian and I were going back and forth, asking each other one question, exchange for another question. I asked, why didn't God say slavery is bad? And his whole thing was, well, there's different kinds of slavery, and this slavery is not the same as that slavery, and there's this and that. And then you guys had to get into this whole argument about what slavery is, which, just for the record, Jimmy was entirely right the entire time. The Bible is very clear about what slavery is for different types of people. It's very clear about sex slavery. It's like it is every single bit as bad as American chattel slavery. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, that wasn't my question. My question was, if God could find the time to say, don't eat shellfish, don't trim the sides of your beard, don't cut your hair this way, don't wear mixed fabrics, don't touch the skin of a dead pig, don't work on the Sabbath, he could give all these rules. Why isn't there a single line in the Bible where God says, do not own other humans as property, do not own slaves in any way, no matter how you do it, no interpretation, no this kind of slavery versus that kind of slavery, just don't do slavery. Slavery's bad. Why doesn't God ever just say, don't own slaves? That was my question, Brian.
Answer it, Brian. Brian. Says connected still.
Brian's fucking connection is almost as frustrating as Brian's arguments. It's amazing.
Brian, won't you come back to us, Brian? Don't you want to talk to us, Brian?
Brian, please come back till he stops.
Who the devil do you think should own slaves? Come on, Brian. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was Bry.
I hate that.
Bry to the Midas. Oh my God, I got to open lines again to see if we can reconnect him, just to find out he didn't listen to any of that either. All right, there he is.
I'll lose it, dude.
Okay, Brian, you gonna answer his question? Directly.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I was answering, but I guess he cut off anyway.
No, you weren't. It may have cut out after, but I hope you waited until he finished. So before you answer it, Brian, please restate what his question is.
Okay, his question was, why did God took the time to tell us not to wear two fabrics, why to eat this, not eat that, shellfish and like shrimps and all that, and then by why he didn't write a single line about saying why slavery is it's wrong.
Correct. Go ahead, Brian.
Fair enough.
So the reason why God wrote that sorry, I was multitasking. The reason why God created or allowed it slavery, but okay, so let me start over. The reason why God only regulated slavery, he did regulate it, but he didn't abolish it, is because he understands that human nature is the same way that is the same reason why communism fell over capitalism. Capitalism won because it's a better way to attract people or to make people work. People won't work when everything is given to them.
Brian, answer the question without invoking communism, you fucking obfuscating little piece of shit. Just answer why he was willing to change the nature of things back then. People wanted to eat shellfish and pork, and that wasn't it. That was important to mention, but don't own slaves. Don't own other people, that the nature of the people who wanted to own slaves was more important to him than the people who didn't want to be slaves. That's your question. You don't need to mention communism and show you don't understand it either.
Yes. Okay. Well, the reason why people work is because they're motivated to work by their needs, and they need to supply their needs. So the slaves end up becoming slaves to their masters because they did not have a means to provide for themselves. So how God protected people from starving in that society is that they told them that they can go to a person that has the money, that has resources to support them and to work for them, which is what we do nowadays anyways. We go to someone, we make money, we make YouTube videos, we passion people to attract viewers and we make money.
Brian, you just said God said all those things. In what verse did he say all of those things?
Oh, there's many verses that talk about the laziness.
No.
Yes, Proverbs talk about the laziness. Proverbs says, "Oh, look, lazy men, the ants, and learn from them how they work in the summer and provide food for themselves."
Brian, cite for me the verse where God says to people, "If you don't have money and the means, you can go become a slave instead." Cite me that verse.
The Bible has thousands of pages, and you wanted to memorize. You want me to memorize the entire Bible?
I quoted the verses. Excuse me. I quoted the verses to you that I claimed existed, and was right. So now do the same back.
I'm quoting the verses to you. I'm quoting the verses to you, but I will have to actually
find the verses. I can also find the verses where it's commanded that if you have a farm, you should leave some of your crops unharvested so that any poor or destitute person can take free food as they'd like, which is, not a capitalist thing. But that's not the point. Whenever you're done dealing with Jimmy, that was my question. I have 50 other questions, but it is your turn whenever you're done with Jimmy.
Just so everyone in the audience knows.
Thank you.
Hang on, I'm not done. Just so everyone in the audience knows, the verses that Brian just said exist do not, and until he presents them, there is no reason to believe they do. But as soon as he presents them and they actually say that, they can. But he is making up verses. Now ask Forrest your next question. Or whatever.
Okay, well, it's fair enough. I have to prove my claims, but you also just claim that they do not exist. Do you have proof that they do not exist?
Yep, I can read the entire. I can give you the Bible and tell you to read the entire Bible. I can give you one if you want, and you will find that it's not in there. Absolutely.
So you're telling me that the Bible don't talk about laziness. The Bible, you're saying that the Bible don't talk about laziness in a condemning way?
I said that the thing you claimed. I said that the thing you claimed that there are thousands of verses in the Bible, which I only asked for one, but one verse in the Bible. You said that there were lots of them that talk about God saying that if a person does not have the means to support themselves, they should go become a slave.
Yes.
I asked,
and I pointed out
that verse doesn't exist.
That is not in the Bible. Neither of us have seen that in the Bible. Yes, we both read the Bible. What I have seen in the Bible is Leviticus 23:22. Leviticus 23:22 says, When you reap and harvest your land, you shall not reap to the edges of your field or gather a gleaning of your harvest. You are to leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am the Lord your God. So God specifically says in the Bible to leave free food for the poor. He does not say if you can't afford food, you should go become a slave.
Well, it doesn't say it in that verse, but it does say when you have lended money to somebody who needed the money and they have no means to pay you back, they should become your slaves, so they should work for you.
That is not at all what you just claimed. That is a totally different thing than what you claimed earlier. But anyway, it's your turn to ask a question, Brian. Go for it.
And I was the liar. You're the liar.
My question is... I even forgot my question. Okay. My question to Forrest is, so I asked you about the origin of the universe, God existing. Forrest, I think I asked this to Jim, or I don't remember if I asked it to Forrest.
Holy shit! I just realized you were quoting Proverbs. I just realized that you were quoting Proverbs, and that's not even what that verse means. The verse about that they are saying metaphorically, like the verse is that if you not that a lender, a person who receives money, it becomes a slave. It's literally saying that if you have been lent money as the borrower, you are a slave. It's basically an anti-capitalist thing. Yes, you're talking about Proverbs. Yes, I bet you I can find it in under 20 seconds. Hang on. Proverb, lenders, slave, master. It's literally an anti-capitalist fucking thing. And here it is. Proverbs 22:7. Let me go into the Bible thing. The rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is slave to the lender. It's literally an anti-capitalist verse, you fucking idiot. I know your verses better than you, and you're telling me I don't read the Bible. Holy shit, Brian. Holy shit.
Well,
I cannot believe that was the verse you quoted. I cannot believe it. I am on the fucking floor laughing. Holy shit.
Someone who claims not to be an intellectual, Jimmy, you're making pretty big accusations.
Brian, say that again.
Did you just say I claim to be an intellectual again?
No, I say for someone who claims not to be an intellectual.
Brian, no. Please quote for me. Find me the clip of when I claim not to be an intellectual. I have done neither such thing. I rejected that I claimed to be an intellectual. That is not the same thing as claiming to not be.
Do you claim? I asked you, do you deem yourself an intellectual person?
And what was my answer?
I am too humble. Nope. I say somebody will probably figure out in the future.
I am not so arrogant as to make that establishment myself, which leaves open the possibility of both. Brian, I don't know if you know, like, of the people we argue with, there are some people where you're like, shit, I can see where I think other Christians would be embarrassed by you representing their side. Because we finally got you to cite a verse with a couple of words, it literally meant the opposite of what you thought. When I told you it was Proverbs, you said, no, it's not. Then when I pulled it up, instead of engaging with it after reading, you started this, for someone who claims not to be an intellectual bullshit, and went to an ad hominem fallacy instead of engaging with it. Brian, you are embarrassingly bad at this. Would you like to go back to evolution with Forrest? Because I feel bad how much I've taken off of him.
No, sir. I have between 2 to 3 more questions for Brian, and I think we'll probably be wrapping up. But we'll see where it goes.
I'll mute. I'll
Brian's turn.
Leave.
I bet you won't. It's Brian's turn to ask a question, though. Oh, fuck. It's my giant face on the screen again. God damn it. Gotta fucking make the box big so I can cover up my own dumbass face because I don't want to see it. Okay, go on. Yes, what is it? Yeah, what's your question?
Do you believe in soul?
No. That was a very brief question.
Okay. Yes. Okay, it's your turn.
Okay. All right. So earlier in the call, you said that we were talking about hominin-specific adaptations, and you said the original point of the call was that evolution can't account for humans. And the thing that you said was specific to humans, that only humans had, that proved that we were divinely created and not the product of evolution, was justice and morality and love and all those things. That's fair to say, right? That's not my question. I just want to make sure I'm not mischaracterizing you. Yes? Brian, are you there? For fuck's sake. Come on, man. Brian, are you there? We have to wait again. Jimmy, open the lines.
I'm here. I opened them again.
Damn it. I'm gonna lose it, dude. I'm just fucking... It says he's still there. Do I wait for him to drop, or do I drop him and wait for him to call back?
It shows he's off on my end, so I'm waiting for him to call back.
He's off.
This time might not have... Okay, there he is. Here we go. And if you're not Brian, stop calling back when we reopen the lines.
Hello.
We're only doing one other call after this.
Okay, there we go. Brian.
Hello.
So, is it...
Hello.
Was it a fair... Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Was that a fair summary of what you were saying? Yes. And then I'll ask my question.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is for it.
So, a minute ago, I asked you, why is it that God didn't give us a commandment to not own slaves? And you said, well, because God understands human nature. If the thing that makes humans, this is my question, if the thing that makes humans so unbelievably special that it proves that we're divinely created is our justice and our morality and our love, why then do you believe that it is human nature to own slaves? And it is so ingrained in our nature that even God himself cannot command us to stop doing it.
Yes, because laziness. When like everything is given to you, it has been proven, and that's why I brought examples of communist countries, like that when everything is given to you, you do have no motivation to keep working because you have the reward already. So what's the motivation to keep working? So since there is laziness in human nature, that eventually leads to poverty and like a lack of resources for one, because the one that's not working has no resources, the one that works have more resources. And that's why like instead of letting the ones that do not work just perish, he actually regulated slavery and like gave them a chance to survive through forced labor. Since they're not going to do it by themselves, it is forced to them. Just like when, let's say, like a child gets, not a child, but like a teenager or a young adult gets kicked out of their parents' home, he's forced to work because when he's in their parents' home, their parents feed them, and he doesn't have to work. He has no motivation. And
I have a totally different line of questioning because of that. Brian, I'm not going to ask another question because it's not my turn, but I want to tell you the answer you just gave was horrific, and because of it, I have totally different questions, and I don't think you like what you've just said. But it is your turn to ask a question. Go for it.
No, you know what? How about like, well, if you agree, of course, you ask me the questions because like I feel like we're having two different conversations at the same time, and it's kind of.
Oh, we are.
Right? Okay. You know what?
Are you forfeiting?
Let's
you just want me to ask questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Is God capable of? So I guess I could ask this: do you believe in divine command theory? And if you don't know what I mean by that, I can easily explain what I mean by that.
Yes, please explain.
Divine command theory is the idea that anything that God commands is necessarily good. That because God is all good, he cannot possibly give a commandment that is evil. Everything that he orders and dictates is necessarily a good thing. Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then by that, you believe that slavery, as commanded and ordained and regulated by God, is a good thing, correct?
I believe that the regulations that God gave are good in dealing with the evilness that already exists of slavery. So I believe that the regulations that God gives to regulate the evilness of human natures are good.
Okay, but that's not what I'm asking you. Let me try a different way. Let me try a different way. Is there anything that God is not capable of doing? Is God all powerful, or does he have limits?
He's all powerful.
Okay, cool.
But he's all powerful. Sorry, can I elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. Yeah, you can elaborate a little bit.
Okay, he is all powerful. However, he chooses to limit his power at times. For example, he had created like human beings with free will. And when you have free will, you can choose not to obey God, and you can choose to go against what God desires. So like God purposely limit himself in power, and he doesn't impose all his desires on us. But
that's
other
fine.
than that,
I think
he could.
This is irrelevant to my line of questioning, and you couldn't have possibly known that. I'm just saying so I can move away from what you're talking about here because it's not important. Could God have made humans with free will, exactly the same way we are, but without the desire to own slaves, if he gave us all this sense of justice and morality and empathy and kindness and love, could he have also extended our human morality to the point where we did not feel the need to own slaves?
No, he wouldn't, because otherwise we wouldn't be totally free. Because God commandments, if you remember, he gave to Moses the commandments. His first two commandments are based on love. For love to exist, it needs to be freely given. So we need to have the freedom to do good or to do evil. So no, he can impose for us to. He cannot write in our hearts for us to love.
I'm sorry, but that's not true. We don't, because God did command that we shall not kill, and he commanded that we should honor our parents. So he gave a commandment not to kill people. He gave a commandment on how to treat people, and that didn't limit our free will. Why didn't he also include a commandment that said, don't have slaves? That would also be a commandment about how to treat human beings.
No, what you're saying is not right. It's not accurate, because the commandments, when God gave the commandments, it wasn't like a written law in our hearts. Like, for example, it's not an anatomical. Sorry, that's a long word that I'm not sure how to pronounce. But it's not a physical limitation. It's not a physical limitation. For example, when God created us, right? Like, he did not give us the ability to fly.
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt. I have to interrupt because you've just once again shown you don't know the Bible. Because you just said when God gave us the laws, he didn't write it on our hearts. Did you just say that?
Yeah, I was gonna leave it.
Explaining. Yes, I did say that, but I was explaining what I meant for that.
Great. Let's just all read Hebrews chapter 8, verse 10 together, shall we?
Yes, the law is written in our hearts. The laws of conscience is written in our hearts. We all know that verse.
So he did write the knowledge. So he did write the knowledge of right and wrong in our hearts.
We all know that verse.
And he did.
I was talking to Forrest in a philosophical way.
I'm going to let Forrest take it back. I'm going to let Forrest in a lying way, in a dishonest way, because you literally said the opposite of what the Bible says. So I'm going to let you have Forrest back, but I just wanted to point it out that this person who keeps talking about us not knowing the Bible just said God doesn't write his laws, and basically the difference of knowing what things are right and wrong on our heart when the Bible says he does. And so he's willing to do it for some things, but as Forrest has pointed out, not for slavery. He wouldn't write that slavery was wrong on our hearts. He chose not to. So I'm just going to give it back to Forrest, but I just wanted to point out, because an absolutely non-Christian claim was made by the Christian here about what's in the Bible, and it was not true. So sorry.
Also, I want to point out that also wasn't even what I was asking, because I specifically mentioned the commandments, which were given externally and were different in the 10 commandments. He talks about how to treat him. He talks about how to treat your parents. He talks about not killing. He talks about not being jealous and coveting. He has a great many laws that violate human free will. If you want to say that if he says something to do something, it's like, but he doesn't mention don't own slaves. He doesn't mention don't rape anybody. There's no commandment about not raping people. There's no commandment about pedophilia. There's no commandment about any of these horrible things. He just says, be good to me, be good to your parents, don't kill people, don't covet your neighbor's ass or a wife's ass or anything like that. Why not slavery? Why couldn't he include slavery in those commandments? Why couldn't it be 11 commandments?
I just answer you. I answer you. If I think Jim has the ability to go back to his videos, he mentioned it several times. He can rewind, so you can check the answer there. But again, I can tell you, because humans, we disobeyed God, and that's why we created an imperfect world where evil exists and it thrives, and evil dominates the human race, injustice, for example, hunger and other problems in society. So God regulates some of these problems. He doesn't eliminate it. He has a plan to eliminate it.
Which
but he doesn't.
Which is worse?
For right now. Sorry?
In terms of evil, which is worse, eating shellfish or owning slaves?
Owning slaves.
Right.
In my
but God made sure to mention like 12 different times not to eat shellfish. Why couldn't he mention even once not to own slaves? If both are evil, and we agree that they're evil, why was that not a priority?
He did mention it. Your friend Jimmy there, like he read it, like
he mentioned
he
how to own slaves. He didn't mention how to eat shellfish.
Regulations on slaves, but did you want to?
Yes. He never mentioned regulations on how to eat shellfish. He just said, don't do it. He never gave regulations on how to wear garments of mixed fabrics. He just said, don't do it. He never gave regulations on touching the skin of a dead pig. He just said, don't do it. So why couldn't he just say, don't own slaves? I think we lost him again.
I think we've lost him again. And if you want, I'll open it again, but I am more than through.
I'm pretty done. I've got one more thing I want to ask him if we can.
We'll let him try.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hey, I can hear you. Did you hear what I was just saying? God didn't give regulations on eating shellfish. He just said don't. So why did God feel the need to give regulations to slavery rather than condemning it?
Yes. Okay. So God set free 2 million slaves from Egypt because he cared that much about people being free from slavery. So that shows that God is against slavery because all the Israelites were slaves to the Egyptians. Oh my God,
you don't know the Bible.
Except for the parts. I was going to, so like, wasn't it the Amalekites where he said, kill everybody except for the virgin girls and keep them as slaves?
Don't leave Egypt. Brian, what does it say God did to Pharaoh?
That's a good point.
You're saying that God said, no, he didn't. It literally says in the Bible that he hardened the heart of Pharaoh. God stopped Pharaoh from letting them go and stopped Moses from being able to get through to him. God literally did the opposite of what you said.
He prolonged slavery.
Brian, I'm starting to wonder not if you've read the Bible. I'm not sure you know what the Bible is.
It clearly says in Exodus over and over. It said that Pharaoh wanted to let the slaves go, but God hardened his heart so that he would not. And then he sends another plague. It happens like 5 times.
After how many attempts? He wanted to let go in the first, the second, the third, the fourth. There were 10 times that Moses asked to free the slaves.
It's almost every time. And so 2 things. Number one, it's almost every time. And number 2, why would it matter if God cared about ending slavery and Pharaoh decided to end slavery? Why at any point would God deliberately interfere with his free will and make him keep more slaves?
The first time that Moses went to him, Pharaoh said, like, no, you're crazy. I'm not letting go.
And God hardened his heart 5 times. He was going to let him go 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
So God, Moses did win the argument the first time.
Your evolution worldview explains better the word.
Oh my God!
Really?
Yes! Holy shit! That's where you're coming to. The evolution absolutely explains.
Oh
my God,
Brian.
Okay, so
I'm being very serious here.
Evolution
Brian,
explains the word better.
I dare you to actually grapple with the point that we are saying rather than deflecting to something else. In your Bible,
because
Pharaoh wanted to let the slaves go.
When I first called the show, I say like evolution
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Brian. It doesn't
matter.
That's not what we're talking
because
about
you're gonna lose on that topic.
You said that God cannot interfere with free will. We just showed a verse where not only did he interfere with free will, he did so in order to prolong slavery. Deal with what we just said. Don't change evolution. I can explain it by evolution, but I need you to explain it in your Christianity. Why did God make the Pharaoh keep slaves even when he didn't want to?
Yes, that is explained in the New Testament. It's explained that God created some vessels, once for honor and once for shame. So he also explains that he was what's the word here? He was you know, like how Jimmy was very like rude this whole time, and I was just kind of like being like very like mellow about it.
Oh, can you not defend yourself? So you're going to once again try to distract from actually having to answer for your immoral self and your immoral
God. I'm trying to figure out the word. I'm trying to figure out the word.
What did me being rude have to do with you figuring out the words?
That's the word.
What does me being rude have to do with you figuring out the words? It's hilarious, Brian. You're an embarrassment to your side.
Patient, then like you can take the person. Like
you're an embarrassment to your own side, Brian.
So
you're an embarrassment.
I have a different question.
To the Pharaoh, that's why he eventually used him as the vessel of destruction. That's why.
So he took away his free will.
Just to be clear. He took away his free will. And also you're saying he was being patient. He wasn't patient when, what was it? Wasn't it the sons of Aaron that put the wrong incense in a burner and God set them on fire?
Yeah, they got burned right away.
God set them on fire and then commanded Aaron not to grieve his sons lest he also be killed with fire. He wasn't patient with that. When they put the wrong incense in the burner, he burned people alive and told their parents not to grieve them. But when it came to slavery, he is quite patient and he's free to let that happen. Brian, I have a couple more questions. Very briefly.
Combo breaker.
Do you believe?
No, but I have a question for you.
I don't care. Do you believe that God is in control of this very conversation? Do you think that he right now? Everything that's happening is according to his plan.
Define control.
He did. He said according to his plan.
Yeah.
He just said it.
Does anything ever happen that goes against God's plan, including what we're doing right now?
God is not in control of this conversation. God doesn't control your tone or mine. I just say that we have free will.
Okay. Are you representing God right now in this conversation, would you say? Is God allowing that to happen? Is he causing that to happen? Or is it not involved
at all? Those are two different questions. I'm going to answer the first one. I am representing God in the sense of like I'm staying on the side of theists. In that sense, I am representing God. I'm not representing God's like in a way of like a, let's say like ambassador represents his country or like
none of us think you would be brave enough to do that. Don't worry.
That's fine. I'm asking for clarification. Do you think that you are doing a good job of convincing either Jimmy, myself, or anyone listening that your God is either real or, more importantly, good?
I think I would have a better chance if like somebody that is not, if Jimmy wasn't in the conversation, I would have a better chance. But
it's Jimmy's fault. It's Jimmy's fault. You're right. It is Jimmy's fault.
That
Jimmy's
was an insult to you, Forrest. He's saying that if it was just the two of you, his lies might have been heard, but not with.
I'd be dumb enough to let it happen. Yeah. Here's the thing, Brian. I want to get it across to you because I don't like. Obviously, this isn't going anywhere. I just want to be very clear to you that like what you've described with your God is awful. What the way you have represented your God and explained your God is disgusting, and the way that you have argued is fallacious and dishonest and shitty. If anything. If it was even possible to do so, you would have pushed Jimmy and I further away from your religion. And I guarantee, because we do this for a living and I know how this goes, the people watching are less and less fans of your God because of your performance here today. And I wonder if that bothers you at all.
By the way, thank you for your service.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because at the end of the day, you presented like not points to support your worldview. All you guys did was like attack my point of view, and at the end of the day, I'm still as convinced that Christianity is a better way of living because of the way you guys have acted. So like,
so to be clear,
it doesn't bother me.
Just to be clear, just to summarize what you just said, you called in asking about evolution. We defended evolution for a little bit, but then the conversation quickly became about your God. Throughout the course of the conversation about your God, we demonstrated the fact that we demonstrated the fact that Jimmy and I, number one, understand the Bible better than you do. That we actually know what your God did and how evil he is. And every time we brought up something terrible that your God said or did, your excuse was, yeah, but humans are bad and God is impotent to change that, despite the fact that he can tell you not to eat pork or shellfish. I don't think that this is a problem for us. I think this is a problem for you, my guy, because we've done just fine at defending our worldview. We've done just fine about defending science. We've been doing it for most of this show. But you didn't actually ask any serious questions about science. You asked me, where do you think the universe came from? I gave you an answer. And then you said, well, why not God? I gave you an answer. And then you dropped the conversation and you forfeited your opportunity to ask me more questions. I asked you to keep asking and you said, no, thank you. Let's talk about God. So it wasn't even me doing it. It was you accepting that the conversation was now about Christianity, until we got to the uncomfortable reality that the Bible says that God took away someone's free will and caused slavery to happen. And then you wanted to pivot back to evolution. This is not our problem.
Well,
all that's happened so far is we've demonstrated that your God, if your God is real, your God is a monster.
It's hard to focus when you have like a guy like Jimmy just like yelling and sort of interrupting. That's not like an intellectual conversation.
It's hard to get my point across when I'm not allowed to lie and commit fallacies, guys. It's hard.
There's only so many times you can blame Jimmy for everything you've done wrong, dude. Like this.
Yeah, true. I do accept, Forrest. I do accept that I did some mistakes in like in presenting my point of views, and also the conversation went sideways. I do some, but I'm fully convinced. But I'm also fully convinced. I'm fully convinced that this wasn't like an intellectual conversation at all. That you guys like had people like showing this. That you guys make money.
It absolutely was, Brian. Brian, what happened over and over and over during this call was that you would say the Bible says a thing, we would demonstrate that it in fact does not say that thing, or we would say that the Bible says a thing, you say it doesn't, and then we demonstrate that it does. Over and over, we would show you what the Bible actually says, and then when you were proven wrong about the Bible, you try to explain it away, and usually just blame Jimmy for existing, and that's the reason why you didn't know the Bible. Dude, what I hope you realize from this guy, I don't know if you can hear me. It sounds like you dropped again, but like,
Brian,
I hope you watch this back. No, he's not. What I hope you get from this, Brian, is that if your God is real, he's an asshole, and I want nothing to do with him. And we can very easily defend evolution. We can defend a naturalistic worldview. We can defend secular humanism. We can sit here on the internet and eat mango sticky rice with.
There you are.
There he is.
Hey,
what I was saying is that your God's a dick, and that's about the one.
Yes, Brian. Yes, we hear you. Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, for the 90th time, we hear you. Christ.
What I was saying is, your God is a monster. Your God is an.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, what's his name? Forrest. You're the one who brought the Bible. So since that you're more interested in the Bible than I am, because you're the one who brought it up. You asked me.
All right, I'm muting you because you're annoying. That was me who cut you off this time. Brian, we're ending the call, but I have a verse to give you before you leave. Are you ready for it?
Go.
Of course, you love the scriptures, so you'll love this one. Earlier, you made the claim, Brian, that God says in the Bible that the Israelites can sell themselves as slaves to each other when they are poor and they can't provide for themselves. Correct?
He did say that.
Do you remember that, Brian?
Yeah.
Great. Choke on this verse. Hang on. Yeah. Choke on this verse. Choke on this verse. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee, which happens roughly every 7 years. So the thing you said about they can sell themselves as slaves In Leviticus 25, 39, and 40, it says the opposite. And we're ending there because that is an illustration of how this whole conversation went. Choke on that, you pedantic bitch.
Fuck your God and fuck capitalism, Brian. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I want to be, the girl in the meme when they do the Happy New Year and she's over there. That's me right now. Fuck the capitalism. When I realized that he had been talking some like capitalism shit and then quoted literally one of the most anti-capitalist verses, I know I interrupted a few times. That was the one where I felt not bad at all. I had to get in. You did not just quote Proverbs, you little bitch. It's literally saying that people who borrow are slaves to their lenders. Existentially. Yeah.
It's very funny.
Holy shit. Did you see my sign earlier when he's talking about how powerful God is?
I love your sign. Yes, I saw that. I love that sign. That was great.
I just want to make sure that I didn't want to interrupt that time, but it's what I wanted to yell. Is God, oh, that's the too far in one. Is God so powerful he can create a eggplant so big he himself can't suck it? I just want to know.
Suck
could
an
he do
eggplant.
it? Could he do it? I got one guy in VR who was debating me to answer the question. I can't remember if he said yes or no, but he was like, technically yes. But it was not, it almost threw me off guard that he was willing to do it. He's like, obviously he wouldn't, but yeah, he could. Oh my God. All right. Let's talk to Dave. Dave in Colorado, you've waited so long and so patiently and we appreciate
3 hours.
Go ahead, Dave.
To bring us all the way back to the beginning of the show.
Taking us
What's
back.
up, guys? It's great to see you both again.
Thanks.
Hello.
It's been a while.
Sorry, people are talking about him, the last guy blaming me in the chat. You know what? I agree, Brian, that your inability to succeed was my fault. It was Forrest's fault too, but I agree. That it was my fault.
You were at least partially responsible for Brian not being able to understand his own holy book.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Let me start it over so the clip has a better starting if we clip this. Dave in Colorado, you are on the line with Jimmy and Forrest. This is the voice I do now in every episode. If you don't believe me, come watch live sometime. Dave, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Jimmy. Thanks for having me on your show.
Now sing some Beatles. Imagine there's no heaven. Fuck, we can't.
Hell yeah.
We're in copyright hell.
Yep.
Sorry, Dave.
We're already demonetized.
I'm burning off some steam here. You go ahead.
No, you guys.
We're in a way.
That last call was
painful.
Impressive.
It was a lot.
Knowledge impressed me on that one. You catching that Proverbs thing was.
Well,
I was like applauding.
Please don't accuse me of being an intellectual. Is all I'm saying.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead, Dave.
I had my question was, or my topic was, why should Biden drop when the Democrats would just put somebody as bad, if not worse, in the place? So I guess where I'm coming from is I was definitely on board when like Bernie Sanders' first try, and they went with Clinton, who was a horrible candidate. And I was on board with Bernie Sanders' second try, and they put Biden on, who I guess realistically Trump was like a perfect storm of how Biden gets elected as president.
Yeah, that's true.
Yup. It's unfortunate.
Can I ask you a question about your question before we answer the question?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have an example of who you mean would be worse in his place?
That's precisely what I wanted to know. Yeah, who could it possibly be that they would put up that would be more of a problem?
I mean, Clinton V2.
Okay, great. Let's do Clinton.
Yeah, that would be bad. That would be bad.
But if we had good reason to believe Hillary would definitely win or have a higher chance to win than Biden would rerunning, I would support replacing Biden with Hillary. We don't have that, but I would actually take worse than Biden if it was guaranteed to stop Trump. To some degree, somebody the other day was like, if they really wanted to fuck
Trump the last time, there's not that guarantee. Anyway.
I agree, but you can talk to statistical likelihoods. Hillary would not be likely to actually outperform Biden. Personally, I don't think so. Gavin Newsom, In fact, again, look at how much they have to overcome with the fact that they're both ex-presidents and had the worst ratings of like their approval. That's what I was looking for. Their approval ratings are so low, way below what usually you would get reelected on. But also, now you have this consideration. People don't like Kamala Harris very much. And a lot of people are thinking when they're voting for Biden, are they voting for President Harris? And so there's all of these things. The fact of the matter is, if you're assessing things and you're going with what's the most likely, because there's a lot of things we don't know and we can't know. But if you're pitching to me, just based on what I know of humanity and stuff related to that if you were to take out Biden and replace Biden with a person who is a total face change and represents not only voting against Trump, but actually the idea of we're now going to move past the Trump-Biden era, then you give me somebody like Gavin Newsom, who is more progressive and can win progressives back, better on Gaza, can win people he lost on that, motivating, has a solid base, gets everybody Biden wanted plus more, and unfortunately this matters. I know Matt hates when I bring it up. He's hot. You have this person who's an incredible debater and attractive and can like wreck Trump in a debate. Here's the thing, Dave. Here's why
it worked for Kennedy. We're just saying, like when Kennedy went up against Nixon, and Nixon was like, "I'm not gonna wear fucking makeup. That shit's for girls." And then Kennedy fucking won because he wore makeup and looked nice.
And here's actually the thing I didn't mention at the beginning. As far as like, I don't know if I've actually said it on air, but I've said it to people yet. The number one reason to replace him, as far as like a good indicator that that's a good strategy. Have you noticed that Donald Trump is actually holding back how much he's criticizing Biden after that compared to what he could? The RNC has actually identified that if they have any power to keep him in the race, they should. They know Trump can't beat and the people who are most likely to be, obviously Kamala Harris is in the running. I'm hoping that isn't what they would do, but she would be in the running. Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer are the ones who are most likely to be picked to replace. And either of the latter two, if it wouldn't just be a ticket of those two, if it wouldn't be Newsom, Whitmer, either of those two, they are scared of that happening. And so there's a lot of reasons to think it would be a good idea to move past Biden on it. And that one is probably the top of my list, that they're afraid of it.
And that kind of highlights a lot of the problem with it is that it's the money in politics that gets to speak louder than the voices in politics. I guess my point is that, like you give some interesting like candidate choices and they're like the people with all the money will support Biden before they support them or will like the support that Biden reams is guaranteed versus them that doesn't. And I hear you. They probably
Newsom gets all the money Biden gets and more. If you're worried about that, Newsom is beloved by the DNC.
I'm worried about it, and I wouldn't support Newsom or whatnot. I'm saying that the problem has more to do with the money in politics, and we don't really get to choose that person, is what I'm saying. They wouldn't put Newsom up. That's not the person, just like they wouldn't put Bernie Sanders
Incorrect.
up.
Incorrect. They have actually signaled over the last several years that not only would they put Newsom up, Newsom is right now the DNC's choice for 2028. That can change. It's not up to just one person. As I was somewhat misrepresented earlier this week in a room I was in, but the DNC has been signaling the fact that Biden actually brought on last year Gavin Newsom as basically his head surrogate signals that he's also open to it. And then they had him do presidential style debates. He literally debated Ron DeSantis from Florida. There's a lot of signals that Newsom was already picked as the if Biden died or something big happened a long time ago.
That was a ridiculously good debate. I remember that one. And like, I would love to see more of that from him. Honestly, I there's nobody that I 100% like, but like out of the choices, I'd be down with Gavin Newsom doing some shiz.
It would be.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
But do you think that we would get the kind of change that we're talking about, like stacking the Supreme Court with more justices, so that
I don't know,
and diluting that?
Dave, I hope so. And he is strong. Like, again, because he's young and hot, he can actually get away with sounding more radical compared to the status quo. Like right now, we need improvements to things like universal health care. But Biden, being sort of older and weaker, is not having success getting support for that. Obama was young and hot, and the stark difference between not having any sort of universal health care and then having some was considered much more of a radical change. And yet Biden can't get less radical things across. Gavin Newsom goes down the gullet a lot easier for a lot of people. So if those are his priorities, could he? I don't know. I don't know whether he would or not. But again, I want more than anything. Gavin Newsom is not my guy. He's just the guy I think is the smartest one for them to put in that place. Gavin Newsom is far right of me. He is still a capitalist, though he actually leans a little. He leads a little sock dem. But Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he would be able to get done. I care way more about stopping Trump and Project 2025, as Forrest was talking about so much earlier, than I care about actually electing Gavin Newsom.
I also just want to throw out the fact that, like, we've had 9 Supreme Court justices since, like, the 1850s or something like that. But I'm sorry, this is irrelevant. It just, we talk a lot about, like, when people say, like, stacking the Supreme Court or all these things, like, people act like that's a big, crazy thing. We've had, like, as little as 5 and as many as, like, 10. It's changed by political, like, shit several times. It just happens to have been for the last, like, 200 fucking years. We've kind of stuck with the number that we have. It's not necessary, and it has not been. There's no precedent for it. It's just what we've been doing for a while. It's not that radical of an idea. It's just a thing that Congress can do. I don't think the fucking. I don't believe the Constitution lays out a number. It's just like we're gonna have this.
There is the number is arbitrary. And we absolutely could put regulations on it, like term limits and shit. There's a person in chat who said, I don't understand why so many atheists are so far left. It's truly ridiculous. Well, learn what secular humanism is. Compare its moral system to literally any other. And if you find it is superior and truly internalize it, you go and tell me how to be a secular humanist and right wing, period. Even a moderate, period.
Even just skeptic. Just be a skeptic. You can't be the right wing. Like if you were a skeptic,
to be a secular humanist and still be a Democrat, really. Like,
in this country, it absolutely is.
It absolutely is. Capitalistic hellscape that cares little about the people that are in it and more about how much money it makes for the stockholders. It's frustrating, and it feels like. So I'm about a decade older than you, Jimmy. You said you were 34 earlier in the episode, and
I lied. I'm
Obama
68.
was it.
You don't look a day over 33 and a half.
Man. Exactly. Obama was a good point to bring up, because even his campaign slogan was hope and change, and everybody was excited about him, and he was young and hot and able to stand for things that would change, and then nothing changed.
And then all the drone strikes and the mass deportations and all the didn't he deport more fucking Mexicans than Trump ever did? He was all about it.
So many people.
Ridiculous.
Then like what's really interesting in the
I just letting you know, I just saw the time. We do need to start wrapping this, so if you'll just make this a succinct final point.
The thing that was interesting about I kind of lost train of thought on that, but it has been a long episode. I hear you guys, and thank you for letting me be a part of the episode, Jimmy. I appreciate you letting me have a little bit of time on your platform, just so that Brian knows how this is done.
Let's start doing this Kim Jong-un thing every time we. I just want to start by thanking Jimmy for his leadership, and
you can't call in unless you have a good picture of Jimmy framed in your living room.
You're goddamn right.
You have to send that proof
to the call screeners.
That's right.
Just like emails and
I'm liking the way this is
of course,
going.
I've been loving the episodes, the role for initiative. That stuff has been.
I'm
awesome.
glad you think so. I'm really thank you so much for saying that. That really means a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, be like Dave. Go watch Roll for Initiative and donate to Doctors Without Borders through the links on the video so we can track them and get better sponsors and do not like better quality, but like more sponsors and do another season, because I have a really fucking good idea for a character that I've been fleshing out with Jesse Jerdak for a fucking like 2 weeks. And he just told me today that character would be better through season 3. So we need to do 2 more seasons. We need to raise $50,000 now so that we can do another season and raise another at least $50,000 so we can do a season 3. I need you to please go donate, because I need people to see this fucking great character. All right, he's awesome, and you need to see him. He's great. I need people to see the Sledge Pope that I have made. He's
I think
so
in Super
good.
Chats you're going to have at least 9 more chances. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Dave. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Dave, I really appreciate you waiting for so long. Check out
but
this fucking sick shirt we made.
Did you see what Kalasia had written when Brian, toward the end of the Brian
on
call?
my merch show. No.
She wrote, Brian rolled 20 D1s. That is about how that went. Yeah. That is about
I want to
how that
sell this as merch. I need a graphic designer who can help me make merch. Look at this fucking thing. This was a gift from VidCon.
That's pretty.
I love it.
Yeah. I like it. William Matt says, Forrest did an off-screen training arc and had leveled up in his class. Behold his power and beware.
I didn't know we were doing Super Chat.
I thought we'd run through them. There's been quite a few. I thought we'd run through them real quick. Monkey at a typewriter says, oh shit, I refused to donate because I thought it was Doctors Without Borders. That is the name of the charity.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. I missed that store. Yeah. If Trump wins, Forrest will dissect your child. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I think whatever store name you meant to put, you accidentally put Doctors Without...
The store Borders.
Oh.
It's Doctors outside of the store border. They're trying to get rid of the bookstore Borders.
Could be, yeah. Peter Skaggs
Go
says
donate.
Here. Then Peter Skaggs says there. Then Peter Skaggs says, did we turn naked before we evolved clothes?
Yes.
That's a funny question.
That's a great question.
What was the catalyst for explosive progress in the last few hundred years? Fire for a good million years. Wheel at some point. Steam, I guess. Gunpowder, Peloton. Written word.
Peloton. Yeah. Generational knowledge and the exponential expansive technology. Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the last few hundred years, you'd have like everybody having access to written word as opposed to chosen few people, is where if you wanted to go like a little sooner. And then also the emergence of the scientific method was what, 300 years ago, 400 years ago?
Something like that. Jaza, it's the Sledge Pope is not a paladin. He's so much cooler than a paladin, and you won't get to know until season 3, which means we have to do season 2. So please go watch Roll for Initiative and donate to Doctors Without Borders so we can raise money and do another season. And even if you don't want to watch it, share it with people who do want to watch it. It's such a fucking good show. Go on, read the next thing, and I'll keep promoting afterwards.
Peter Skaggs says, thanks, here again. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. In Etchkrill says, in other news, Gratz UK for defeating Tories. Yeah, I was worried about that. They did, though. I think Labour is the majority party now. And then Peter Skaggs says,
Labour.
Thanks,
Labour
here
won.
Again. I'm getting hiccups. Oof.
Yeah. Jesse says he can make me this shirt. I'll be in touch. I have 15 other questions about character shit. I'll deal with merch later.
You'll want to release
need to make
from
money
whoever,
right now.
Whoever made the original, you'll want to release from though, because that's technically
it was just a dude with an airbrush. It was just a thing. You just asked them to airbrush a thing, and they just made this.
And he technically could sue you if you recreated it for commercial purposes, because by creating it, he owns the copyright.
I'll make a slightly different shape.
Sure,
this kind of looks like it says Valkat.
That is true.
That it kind of looks like we could just change that to an official eye.
If you just you hire an artist and say, help me make a graffiti style, or have ChatGPT do it, and then you trace over it, then you're fine.
Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. The point is, Jesse, I want to talk to you about like 3 other ideas that I had, and then we'll talk about making merch, and I can make money and pay for the next fucking thing we do.
William Matt says Meteor 2024. Just end it, dude. Oh man, stop. Stop talking my language.
It's close. It's real close.
Monkey at Typewriter says, is it time to flame her down, fire her down? I don't know what that means. Or maybe we can see if we can become like a vassal state for the Finnish. Eve could broker something, perhaps. Well, Eve is, I don't know if she's still in Finland, but she was recently.
I don't want to burn down everything at this moment, although I do say burn it all down as, I do say burn it all down as like a catchphrase for like anarchy, but I don't mean it literally. Like the systems that we have in place protect people, but we need to make them better and make them more anarchistic.
Revolutionize it. By the way, can I read to you earlier? I took a screenshot when I opened YouTube, and it was during the Brian call and the live chat. Apparently now when you join a show, it will say, so like right now there's a chat summary made by AI. Viewers are discussing current politics and reminiscing about Borders Bookstore while also discussing Forrest's potential D&D character builds and a recent George Carlin reference. It does that now when you open it to tell you what's already happening in the chat. And earlier I opened it, and this is during the Brian call, and viewers are reacting to the ongoing call, while some showing support for Jimmy, while others are criticizing his behavior. The conversation also delves into topics like evolution, abstract concepts, and flat earthers. I just like, fuck you, AI. It's gone too far. It's time to tear it down.
The reason I asked him, everybody in the chat was saying that he called another show a little while ago. I think they said Talk Heathen or something, and was a fucking flat earther. So either many people in the chat were mistaken, or he was lying, or maybe he changed his mind. Who knew? Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe we can hope for the best for Brian.
Guys,
but like,
not all foreign people sound alike. Come on, audience, you're better than this. William Matt says, Mike, a surgery with a 2% survival chance is 100% better than one with a 1% chance. Neither is good, though. Yeah, that's the way to put it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Skeptic Dank says,
all about the mic.
If we give the most powerful people the freedom to do whatever they want, the freedom will trickle down to the rest of us. That's trickle down freedom. Mm-hmm. Love it.
Yep.
Stormels, Forrest and Jimmy, I have missed you both. Jimmy, loving the podcast. Forrest, roll for initiative is so much fun. I hate having to wait for new ones. Initiative.
Yeah.
Initiative.
Yeah.
Initiative. I say it. Yeah. It's an innie, not an outie.
It's I have a hard time waiting to show you the next one. We're about to release episode 5 on July 10th. That's this upcoming Wednesday. Episode 5 is entitled The Fiery One, the Dead One, and the Machine. It's a great episode. It's a lot of fun. You're going to like it. And it's an amazing setup for episode 6, where you're going to meet easily one of the best characters in the whole fucking series. Episode 6 is called The Dragon. And you're going to meet somebody really, really cool. It's great. And then that leads you into episode 7, which is called The Forest. Not with my name, 1R. And you will poop every pants that you own when you watch episode 7. You're going to fucking love it. I'm not giving any spoilers away, but episode 7 is fucking great. It's just nutty. It's nutty to see.
For everyone guessing, episode 6 is not, I'm not, the cool person you're going to meet is not me. I wasn't invited.
It is not. Jimmy Snow is not a part of the game. No,
I wasn't invited to be a part
not
of the game.
This season, anyway.
I think I was invited. Season. I'm just trying to be shitting. I'm pretty sure you did invite me. I don't remember though.
I don't know.
I think you were talking about going back to Colorado, because that's what you guys like did in my hometown. Well, the town I moved here from. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We're doing 2 more seasons if we raise a bunch of money. So
that's cool.
Yeah, well, there's options.
Project 2025, Mr. says, Project 2025, what a disaster this country would be for our country/democracy. They literally want to turn our country into The Handmaid's Tale. More frightening, if I recall right, it's called Title F. So Title F is kind of. So Title F includes a bunch of, if I'm remembering right, changes to basically, it would make it, the president would get to appoint more people that are right now meant to be independent from the president to choose. And so it would allow for him to like put a climate change denier ahead of NASA or shit like that.
Isn't there there is specifically like actual specific language that says the freedom to remove tenured positions in order to give them to unqualified cronies? Like it actually like specifically says, let me double check. I swear to God that's in there. Right.
Yeah, you check that while I read another. I am trying to kind of move through these a little bit. I want to get over to Ben's birthday thing, but I'm also
for leadership
starving.
here.
Yeah. Peter Scragg says,
Here we go.
hypocritical, misanthropic, oppressive, dictatorial, Orwellian, despotic, thesaurus, dystopian, obstinate, theocratic, plutocratic, waking, unnecessary nightmare. Thanks for the warm fuzzies. I like that you threw the word thesaurus in the middle.
I was going to say.
Project Night Shift says, if one supports Project 2025, doesn't that make them an enemy of the state and traitor? It seems like the right has the concept of patriotism very twisted these days. Kind of yes, kind of no. Technically, it's just that I suppose there are ways you could pass a lot of 2025 very democratically, but they are looking for non-democratic things. Let's see. Jesse, what are you saying? Come on, Jimmy, about what? I don't remember to what I said. To what are you referencing? 11 pounds from Kairoy says, just got to where you talk about coalition governments. I'm from the Netherlands. We just voted a far-right party into power with a big plurality. Coalition governments can aid the extremes into power. Yes, that's true. However,
anything, yeah.
Right. Nothing is perfect, but the fact is that if they have like a super majority or whatever it is, yeah, that would be totally fucky. But if you actually have a good, well-nurtured multi-party system, then they have to work with the other party. So anytime the Democrats get in, they would actually have to work with the progressives and the leftists to be able to maintain a formed government. But no, yeah, for sure, everything is corruptible. Fuel. Did you find the thing you were looking for?
No, I just found this sentence. Look at America under the ruling cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. That's a whole sentence.
At least they're not lying. No, I'm kidding. Fucking Christ.
Pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably, that's a great word, binding up desperate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. That's a completely different part of the document. I'm just searching for the word pornography. And that's a completely different
right.
part.
They want to ban pornography in totality, right?
It's pornography. So the thing they're talking about is pornography. Pornography, comma, manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and the sexualization of children, comma, and then they go on. So they're speaking specifically about pornography. They then, the end of that sentence, pornography is doing these things. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed and registered as sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate it should be shuttered. That whole statement is that pornography has no protection on the First Amendment. Everyone who makes pornography is a child predator and a misogynistic exploiter of women and should be imprisoned. And anybody who carries or allows pornography should, that's also misogynistic because they didn't allow
old man gay porn.
If it's gay porn, then it's also misogynistic because they didn't give a woman a job in the scene.
What if she's the director? What if she's the director? What if a woman is allowed to direct a
then they're
lemon
exploiting
party
her
video?
But then they're exploiting her because she's in the pornography somehow. And if it's lesbian porn, it's double misogyny.
I wanted to be able to keep up, but I'm not an intellectual. Fuel says, I have a spirit burner. Does that mean that it is fueled by ghosts? I hope so.
Anything with the word spirit in it. If you drink spirits from a bottle, you are drinking ghosts.
That's right. That's right. Unfortunately, it's ghost cum. BW Dingus says, in the spirit of giving, thanks for another great show. Well, that spirit is literally a ghost, and it's etymology. And oh man, that was such a dumb call. Hey, Forrest, any tips for traveling to Ecuador? What are people forgetting? Know which continent Ecuador is in is my only tip.
It's in South America, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people.
I often forget. I sometimes think that sounds like it's an African country. I forget.
That we had a few people forget sunscreen, and we had a lot of people forget I forgot my fucking hat. So like, bring a fucking hat if you're going. It's bright out there, y'all. Especially if you can get a cool one that like covers your neck and ears, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, just bring sunscreen. Bring sunscreen and a water bottle. Bring a reusable water bottle. I also forgot one of those. I remembered sunscreen, but I fucking forgot a water bottle and a hat the first time I went. They were all sitting together next to my pile of shit that I grabbed as I ran out the door and just didn't bring it.
But go to the right continent, people.
Yes, go to South America. Don't go to Africa expecting to visit the Galapagos. You will be incredibly disappointed.
Yeah. Skeptalk says, well, actually, Jimmy, leprechauns only present themselves to people 5'3" or under. It's why Forrest can't see Roland. I didn't know, and I'm thankful that you've given testimony evidence.
Is anybody getting the fucking Knights versus Gnomes war on TikTok right now? That's every other fucking video. So a little while ago, so TikTok.
Remember really that we're trying to go fast, just as you tell the story.
Yeah, it's fine.
I want to get to
a
Ben's
little while
party.
ago. There was a whole fucking debacle on TikTok where for months everybody was arguing about whether or not we should reveal the secrets of how men like arrange their penises to the world and shit like that. Like the secrets of having a dong and what to do with it and all these things. Oh my God, it was fucking hilarious. There was this whole lore about the Council of Dudes that like had all the terrible secrets of how we fucking kept our dicks in order. And like, if we revealed it to the women of the world, they would all be disgusted by us and leave us. It was very funny. There was these deep, flowery speeches. I made a video about it. These people give these like crazy Game of Thrones dramatic speeches with all these fucking $5 words in it. It was a very funny trend, and TikTok's great at doing that shit. And there's another one right now with all these fucking people with elaborate ass full suits of medieval armor coming out as knights combating the gnomes, and there's people dressing up as gnomes, and there's the Knights versus Gnomes war going on, and it's every third video on my fucking For You page. And if you've ever, go check it out. It's great. It's a whole thing. I'm sorry. Go on. Continue. That's neither here nor there.
Afrostorian says, I need a good counter argument against a person who told me that only motherland Africans were deserving of human rights in heaven because they are the only pure Homo sapiens, and everyone with Denisova Neanderthal DNA is not. It just sounds like I've heard a black Hebrew dumb. Israelite try to say essentially the same thing while also saying they don't believe in evolution.
It's race realism is what it is. Is people trying to be race realism by trying to support the multi-regional hypothesis, which it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Just tell them that literally all of bioanthropology disagrees with every single part of that notion. And also, you don't know what a fucking species is, you idiot. That's not how biology works. It's not how anthropology works. It's not how races work. And this whole argument is dumb as all hell.
I just hate the people that are like, my group's been bullied, so now given the opportunity to fix things, I'll become a bully too. Which just
I'll
sounds
bully
like
somebody else, yeah.
Yeah, because I've not heard
check
this
out
one
all,
yet.
All the times.
Enslave the whites. That's what it sounds like.
All the times that anybody has ever said this racial group is best. Hasn't worked out, so maybe just consider that, you know?
By the way, even if you had people who were completely Homo Neanderthal and weren't at all Homo sapien, they were somehow fully Homo Neanderthal, if you call it human rights, omitting that from them would make that word not work, because they would be humans too. Or are they dancers? Robeeb says, Jimmy hits those high notes just the way I like. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee, fuck this shit, I'm out. Anyway, Nilly Wilson, thank you so much for a very generous $69.99 Canadian. Repping my fave Canadian, Shannon CA, LYJ. Love yourself, Jimmy, maybe. And got to promote that initiative give. Go check out host that. Go check out host can plug it.
Shannon's a Canadian?
I've never heard such a thing. You certainly can't tell when she's talking, though.
No. So sorry that you didn't pick up on it, Shannon.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
We're sorry. We're sorry, Shannon. Now go
I
back
learned to
out and
speak
play
from
a
a
little bit of
forebear.
footy. She's out there just
Hysteria. I still haven't forgotten Hysteria, Shannon. If you're watching this, we should do a show together sometime.
hysterical. Joanne Bell says, do you want $5? No? Well, too bad. Haha, the joke's on you. I wanted it the whole time. It was reverse psychology, you fool. Pandora's Pinata says, I'm so glad Charlie Day, Jimmy is back. What do you mean I sound like? I don't sound anything like Charlie Day. Certainly not when I am yelling. What do you mean? Screwed you? Monkey Typewriter says, I believe in a God that was formed at the time as the universe through natural processes. All it does is negate Brian's God. Checkmate theism. Wrecked.
Yep.
X Million says, thanks guys. Hey Forrest, help me out. How does the fossil fuel industry use evolution to find deposits?
Oh, it's radiometric dating. Radiometric dating. If radiometric dating doesn't work, then they would not be able to find the things that they're finding. And in fact, I believe there was actually a young Earth creationist based fossil fuel company that tried to just go digging in random fucking places based on their flood models and went out of business very quickly. I think Erika's talked about that before.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's tight. I love that. Woolite Mammoth says, forgoing the 4-hour distance, glad you're feeling better, Jimmy, and great initiative. And I think you mean initiative. Initiative. Sorry, I can't do it. It's going to keep happening for us. Thank you. I'm feeling better today, but I don't. Other shows that I'm advertised to be on in the future know that for the foreseeable future, there will be a higher chance of me not being on those shows, canceling last minute, if you will.
I found it.
He found it.
This is my video from the Council and Rogue debacle. This is when they came to me asking where I fell on the great TikTok war of the Council versus the Rogues. The Council who wanted to keep the secrets of penises in check, and the Rogues who wanted to share them with the world.
And what was your position?
And anarchy. That everyone should decide for themselves with whom they share the secrets of how they manage their own weens, and that the Rogues, as much as they spoke of beautiful chaos, arrogated themselves as leaders of their movements and instituted ranks among their flocks and all this. I was very heavily anarchistic. I forgot the words that I used in it, but you'll see it's very over dramatic, very flowery. That was the whole bit, and it's so fucking funny. It's great.
But if God could God create a penis so big that he himself couldn't suck it?
If anybody could, he could. If anybody could, he could. And that was there was this whole thing about how like the council was formed thousands of years ago during the great wars on Mars, where the great penis wars, and like all of us who had choked on the dust of Olympus Mons were bound together in combat stuff. Like,
why do you think Olympus Mons rhymes with pubis Mons? Just saying. Did anyone
Mars
think of that?
is a dick. I don't know.
Doobly Doop says, guys, I started playing Stardew Valley this week, and this episode was such a great background for getting into farm grinding. Well, I'm sorry if I chirped in your ear with my high-pitched laughter, but that guy cracked me up. Peter Skaggs says, come on, for serious, did we lose fur before or after close? Oh, I see what.
Well before.
Yeah. I now understand what you were asking. Earlier, I thought you were just saying something kind of funny. So well before we had lost, because we were in warmer climates, weren't we?
Itchiest shoulder in the whole world right now. Yeah, we came from Africa, but like the thing you got to remember, like just like we're always we've been naked this whole goddamn time until we develop clothing. And so like, it's just, as we lost our fur, that was fine because it was great for persistence hunting and shit like that. And there's plenty of tribes that still wear very little, if anything.
That's true.
But like, yeah, we developed clothing because we were going into the Pleistocene and we were moving way north, and the whole fucking Africa and Asia, Eurasia, were getting cooler and drier by the minute. So yeah, we became hairless before we became clothed, I believe was the way it worked out.
Tight. Jifka says, unless I'm mistaken, SCOTUS just made it legal for Biden to incarcerate or worse 6 certain justices and replace them under they're a threat to the Constitution.
He literally could have SEAL Team 6 assassinate them and Trump and call it official business, and it would be allowed. I don't want him to. I hope nobody ever does that. But he could call it.
It would potentially be that they couldn't convict him for it if it was called official business. However, it doesn't mean he couldn't be impeached and removed from office for it.
Right, he just can't. He can't be a crime. It can't be called a crime, and so he could very easily just kill everybody who would impeach him. It can't be called a crime because it's official.
It's an official.
It's his official job as commander.
I am declaring that it is
commander in cheese.
An official business that everybody has to feed me KFC while I rub my nipples. That is the official business of the president. I know Nixon wouldn't have been in any trouble if he had this Supreme Court. That's for fucking sure. Cyroy says the right coalition in the Netherlands wants to reform the election process into an electoral light kind of system, with each province having a number of seats based on its population. It's concerning. To an electoral light kind of system with each province. Are you suggesting that there would be no election that the populace was still able to participate in? Because that's just representative government. If I'm reading this right. The right coalition in the Netherlands wants to reform the election process into an electoral light kind of system with each province having a number of seats based on its population. It's concerning. Well, that's
it sounds an awful lot like the House of Representatives today. Yeah,
but also Parliament, and I think I don't know. I not to say that if you feel the old system worked better, then I could see you not wanting it, but and obviously I'm not a fan of the right, but if they're trying to take away then even the ability to elect those representatives or not be able to vote in a party or something, that would be very, very concerning. But representative democracy probably actually is better than pure democracy. Alec Atheist says, hey, Jimmy and Forrest, did you want $5? Too bad, I'm giving you 10. You fell for it again. Then. By the way, you sent 20. Fun fact, Forrest looks like a male doppelganger of my cousin.
That's not true. Your cousin looks like a female doppelganger of me.
Why do you presume? What if they might be a non-binary doppelganger? Forrest, you bigot.
I didn't say anything about gender. I said it's about sex. Maybe they're intersex. Who knows?
Well, people still use male and female even when establishing gender, but they understand
which they shouldn't.
Transitionary. I don't mind if they do. I don't care. Especially if we're going to assign male at birth, but I now identify as female. That makes enough of a clarification.
No, you have to. I think it's really important to distinguish it and make sure we're using man, woman, and non-binary as gendered terms, and male, female, and intersex as sex terms to distinguish that clearly.
I think psychologically and I'm not trying to be a dick. I think you're wrong. I think psychologically the spectrum is still male and female, and if you are a trans woman, you are psychologically female. I think the spectrum still uses those terms separately from biological male, biological female for assigned at birth.
The reason why I'm making the argument that I am is to remind and be consistent in the distinction between sex and gender, so that we aren't conflating trans and intersex people, and so that we're reminding people what we're talking about when we're talking about, so that we don't get tangled up in the whole. I mean the same. I said man, but I meant male, but I meant man, but I whatever. It's all the same thing. No, it's not. They're very different, and we have to use them in different terms in order to make sure that it's rhetorically sound. Otherwise, we're going to get caught up in the same fucking argument of explaining that sex and gender are different first before we're allowed to have the conversation about the rights and dignity of trans and intersex people. And we're also going to risk people asking about trans people, and we end up talking about like Klinefelter syndrome and nothing else. And it's like, that's a different thing. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I still think that as far as what the terms are, because I actually don't even accept that while you can infer man and woman, I don't consider terms of gender if we're talking about psychological. I consider them social categories. But the fact of the matter is a person who transitions what they would have said from a woman to a man is called an FTM, female to male transition, because as far as the actual spectrum goes, when we are talking about your experience of gender as opposed to any sort of physical characteristics based on primary, secondary characteristics, that spectrum is still male to female, with the non-binary being somewhere either in the middle or the outside. You can have both. I think that psychologically, I think you would find a gender psychologist would say that it's actually important to maintain those and just be careful. But I understand rhetorically you're going to have a problem with right-wing people, but I don't believe in changing my terminology for them. They need to catch up to us.
Would you? Just to be clear, are you arguing when you say psychologically? You're talking about like neural architecture, like brain differences between males and females? Or are you actually just talking about like the experience of gender, and we're using these words, male and female? Okay,
because we've also now established that it isn't necessary to have gender dysphoria, and that many people who are FTM or MTF don't necessarily have. While it is true that there are people who do, it is not 100% the case that every trans person has a physical brain that represents biological sex more than that it's more complicated than that.
You see, the thing is, I want to be careful because I'm a cis dude, and I'm just coming at this the way that I speak about these things academically. So like in an academic setting, like when we're talking like in a biomed setting, I'm always very clear to distinguish if I'm using gender. I only use terms of man or a man, woman, or non-binary. If I'm using sex terms, it's male, female. So like if that's what the community at large is going for, I would hear it out. But you're from the position that I'm coming from, which if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I would love to hear it, but like
they do want man and woman as social categories. So if we're talking socially, that is a social category. But if we are talking about what they literally are, having, dare I say, an intellectual discussion where we're bringing in terminology, a person who is a transgender woman would be scientifically a transgender female, as opposed to some people use the term biological, but we would use the term cisgender female. And so if a cisgender male exists, that implies that a transgender male also exists, if we need that category at all.
Well, see,
otherwise, it would just be male female.
That's also, and that falls into a different issue that I have, is that when you say things like biological male or female, that tracks with me. Biological man or woman is inherently it's dog whistly, and it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because man and woman
that's where I
aren't the I'm saying that's men and women should only be used as social categories and should be however a person wants to identify. In fact, to tell you the truth, I don't care if you're a cisgender male and say you want to identify as a woman, because your identity is you get to identify what you are. Now, as far as if you are not a transgender female, for example, then it would be different as far as like what sports and bathrooms and things you can if you're just saying I'm a cisgender man, but please call me a woman, I'm not putting them in women's sports, for example, because women's sports we understand to be for females that are transgender and cisgender. But that's this is more of the like social category of it all. As far as woman, man, those are just social categories, and there's a lot of people who can fall into it, including there are people who literally will say I'm a non-binary man. I don't fully understand it, but they'll say that. Yeah.
Well, that's the issue, is that if you're going to use non-binary when talking about sex categories, wouldn't that run the risk of conflating or erasing intersex people? To conflate gender and sex when referred to trans, non-binary, and intersex.
I don't think it's a
erase
conflation.
One or the other.
I don't think it's a conflation. I think it's that you have to understand when you say male and female on the quote-unquote biological spectrum versus a psychological spectrum, you need to understand they're two different things. That they are actually that they are actually different. In the same way that asexuality for some people is an establishment of libido, and for other people it isn't. Some people it's an establishment of who they are attracted to. So there's literally two different asexuals. Asexual people who have little to no libido or somewhere on that spectrum, or asexual people who still have a libido. They might still like to self-pleasure, but they don't experience attraction to others. There are categories like this that are complicated, and male and female would be one. A transgender male is still a reasonable phrase to say, and it isn't implying that the transgender male is a male assigned at birth. And so as we're talking
that was going to be my next question. Would you still then use like AFAB or whatever, or AMAB?
For biological.
Would you use them in biological? Would you use them in conjunction? Would you use them in conjunction with these things, or are you saying you use these things as a completely separate thing? Like, what are you advocating for?
I think it's going to be mostly in the conversation, but as with anything, we can have 100 different, things. Like my identity, I am a cisgender male in sex. I am a cisgender male in gender identity, which granted that it seems to imply both cisgender male. It seems to imply both, and for most people will. But if somebody wanted to say I am an assigned, that's what I should have done. My sexual, my biological sex, if you will, I am assigned male at birth based on physical characteristics, primary and secondary. Though I do sometimes have titties.
All that.
What's that? But that's why. I mean, that was why I was assigned male at birth, right? That was the basis upon it, right?
Right, but that's elaboration is unnecessary considering the fact that like ambiguous genitalia is misassigned and shit like this. So like,
Sure.
Why would you put that context in there?
Because that's why I was assigned male at birth. Assigned suggests subjectivity. Literally, you could be assigned male at birth because somebody made a mistake. But I'm assigned male at birth. If you wanted, we could add onto it. But I'm a cisgender male in that I'm not transgender, and I still associate myself with my assigned at birth. Like I said, it is complicated and it is a broad spectrum. But I actually think you will find that if people are basically now saying exclude transgender women from talks about females, when there actually is an entire category of things where it is established in psychology that they are meant to be included, I think that has that it would be a bigger effect to say transgender women, you only get to say women. You don't get any access to female, when again, FTM and MTF, literally, that's that you're establishing their transitions, not MTW or WTM.
I guess the thing that I'm hung up on is that, like, when we talked a minute ago, we mentioned like the difference in biological male and female versus biological man and woman, and we made the distinction. Even when we get to like the words biological male and female,
those are imperfect.
I don't like that. I prefer you be more specific, and I understand this isn't going to work for everybody. But like when I'm speaking in an academic sense, I'm clear about like anatomical male or female, hormonal male or female, phenotypical male or female, gonadal, chromosomal, genetic. What am I actually saying here? And if I just say biological, that's a very big umbrella that might not mean the same thing in any one case to the next. And
I'm
so
not
it's
advocating
kind of
for using the word biological more. Quite the opposite.
I don't think you are.
I was only using it effectively because I know people use it and so I was trying to draw
I don't think you are. What I'm saying is, for the exact same reason that I distinguish that away, I just see a potential problem of using male or female when you mean man or woman, whether you're talking about physiologically or socially or whatever. I think making that distinction is important, but that's just me, and maybe I'm doing it wrong. This just the way I disagree with what you're saying, but I hear why you're saying it, and I understand. I don't think you're stupid. I don't think you're saying anything that's untoward here. I just think I think there might be a better way to do it, but maybe I'm fucking wrong about it. And I would love to talk to actual fucking trans and intersex people about it rather than me up here.
And for the record, I'm trying to relay what my understanding is from them and psychologists who are allied.
If only there was some kind of show which had trans people on it that could explain these things to us. Damn, I wish such a thing existed.
And certainly, I mean, the main thing, again, that I would be asking if I was you is, how do you feel if you are a transgender woman, if I am saying there is no context in which I would refer to you as female? Because that ultimately would be the conclusion of that. And again, transgender female is a thing. Transitionary terms like male to female are a thing. And so when we're talking about psychology, and the fact that a lot of people believe that there are biological elements to being transgender, whether it's things about your gestation or literal things about the brain, to sort of put in that category where it's like, no, you're locked out from this terminology. Is a bit antiquated.
I think it's a really fucking interesting conversation that should be had more between both you and I and also other people, because I think that we're at that point where like we're actually starting to like gain some ground here, and getting the language right is really important. And just like with every civil rights movement throughout history, the language changes as people decide what is the best way to refer to them. And so I want to make sure I'm up to date on that. And I want to make sure I'm not doing it wrong, while also making sure that I'm being as scientifically accurate as possible, and just trying to find that balance there. Because like the way that I use it academically is for the clarity of when I'm talking about human bodies and human personalities, what am I actually saying? But if there's a more clear way that I can do that, I thought I talked about this before. When you're being more inclusive, you are almost always also being more scientifically accurate, and vice versa. And
is
so
it,
just
is it
like,
your
I want
impression
to
that
make sure I'm doing it right.
if you were to chart the gender spectrum, you would chart it with the terms man and woman, not male and female?
Yeah, so I would use, if I was speaking about gender, I would use man, woman, non-binary, things like that, as opposed to if I was strictly speaking about sex and sex characteristics, I would use male, female, and intersex. And that way I would be able to distinguish if I was saying anatomically male, hormonally female, phenotypically male, or phenotypically intersex, whatever, and this person is a woman. And now I know every part of this person. You know, I understand their gender identity. I understand what their genetic makeup is. I understand what their body looks like. I've now built a more complete picture of this person, and I know how to address them or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I know how to treat them in a biomedical sense. It's a little bit more comprehensive for me. And that way, if I'm talking about like it's in a cadaver lab, for example, I can say, okay, so this is an anatomical male. I'm not going to say this is a man because I didn't know the person in life. I don't know what their identity was. I don't know anything about that. But I know what their plumbing looks like, and I can speak to that without disrespecting their gender or making an assumption.
Correct.
You know so that's why we distinguish.
That is still true. But so I'm trying to find if I can find one that the only times I've ever seen anything different on the spectrum having male and female is actually a gender expression spectrum that instead of male and female uses masculine, feminine as the extremes. And so I think you will find, and so maybe it's a trans psychologist you want to talk to, as in a psychologist who is transgender themselves, and a psychologist who is on the forefront of understanding from the standpoint of psychology, transgender people, but also if you can get the bonus of his trans themselves, those are always, it is nice to talk to people to whom have a, and so I'm trying to look
I try to avoid, and I know you weren't advocating for this, but I just want to reiterate, like I try to avoid when I'm doing those things. You know, I speak of anatomical, hormonal, phenotypical, chromosomal, whatever the fuck. I try to avoid the word biologic, not only because it's so broad, but also one way that it was presented to me that I really like was like, what's the opposite of biological? Inorganic, dead, whatever, you know what I mean? And so if I'm saying this is a biological female or whatever, what am I saying is like, okay, so they're a dead male. What am I trying to actually? It runs the risk of dehumanizing people to phrase it that way. And I understand that might be a bit of a stretch for some people, but I can totally see where it would be.
I think we're both talking about what could dehumanize people, and that it is actually the exclusion of use of those tones, and almost like we want to make sure to always remind you that there is an asterisk. When in reality, if you are thinking about it, like biological or I hate that term too, because it just feels like you are fucking dog whistling to white people. But if you're talking about male and female, and then you're talking about a person's transition, when their transition isn't, it almost to me, it gives some bearance to those people who are like, well, whether you transition is entirely based on the stereotypes of those. And yet these people are having these psychological experiences of, no, in the same way you as a cis man are feeling, you have that sensation of being a man, and you get euphoria from doing masculine things and dysphoria from being because cisgender people can have dysphoria as well from non-masculine things or feminine things. It's kind of that where it's like you're almost giving to where they are having the experience of going, inside I am the same, but on the outside I'm not. And so I'm transitioning to that same thing. And so I think we're both talking about the concern about exclusion and whether or not.
And that makes sense. I don't think anything you've said has been like ridiculous or nonsensical. I'm not sure about the utility of it. But again, I'm not in that community, so I want to know but like I think you made a good point there at the end. Is like, you know, if I'm like exercising and I'm real sweaty and I'm doing stuff, I definitely feel more masculine, but I don't feel any more male. And I think it's a really important. That's where I'm at. Like that distinction, I think is so key. But who knows? It's just a lot there.
I've been working out, and it's to make him a male part of me, a male sex characteristic part of me more impressive as I've lost some weight. Oh, yeah. You don't know this? Every 10 pounds you lose, you look an inch bigger. It's crazy. Anyway.
God, if I lose 10 pounds, I could look like I have 1 inch. That's amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a joke. People, calm down. All right, let's blow through these because I do want to go and talk to Dr. Ben. It's his birthday, and I think they're doing a stream. Hopefully, it's still going.
Hey.
But Peter had said, serious bare butt naked on the planes?
What?
He's asking if we were bare butt naked on the planes. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we evolved naked, yo. The clothing is a relatively very new experience.
STSB says, Forrest, glad you like the Roland I made you. A crochet flying spaghetti monster would have been just a bunch of yarn and not as much fun. Plus, we'd look like we were ripping off some other lesser atheist call-in show.
I love this little dude. He's adorable. I like his little wand, and he's great. I'm going to keep him, and I'm going to name him Roland. You might not have guessed. But I'm going to keep him, and I'm going to put him on my shelf over here, and he's going to live here forever.
I thought we were stopping talking about the appearance of dicks, and yet you're bringing up his little wand. A smart aleck atheist says, when referring to non-human animals, we refer to their sexes as male and female, so why not the same with human animals? We don't refer to non-human animals as man or woman. Again, man and woman are social categories, so even if Forrest was completely right, your rebuttal wouldn't work. They are social categories that only work for humans. You're quite right. You also wouldn't call, like, I assume, Homo erectus. You wouldn't be calling them man and woman. We're very specifically within our species talking about it. It's completely a social category.
It's like that. Even that is distinct from pronoun usage as well, which I think is really interesting. Like, as I would call a female animal her or a male animal him. Like I would still use the pronouns separately to distinguish, even if I was only talking about sex. And it's a bizarre situation, but also
because I know Arden and Katie, whenever somebody goes, "What is a woman?" they'll go, "Adult, human, female." They're like, so fine. And it's like, yeah, but all three of those words have a spectrum within them. Adult is a spectrum. Human is a spectrum, except for there's not a lot of other homos alive besides us, but homo's technically a spectrum. And female is in itself of a spectrum, and that when I'm happy to say a woman is an adult human female because I'm not going to exclude transgender females from female.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think that would be what they would say, but I don't know. Yeah, just ask them. They're your friends.
Yeah, I can literally call them. Yeah. I'm curious. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure I'm using terminology correctly to better help the movement.
I don't think they're opposed to you mostly using it. Would be more of the exclusionary language. I think they're fine with you using women and men the way you do.
That's precisely. I make sure that I'm not accidentally falling into any exclusion because it's very easy to do, and I've done it before. Like if I'm, I think at one point on this show I referred to a penis as dude bits, which I thought was funny at the time, and then immediately after I kind of reflected, I was like, you know what though. Even making a joke like that is kind of an exclusionary thing. And so maybe I should have just that. And I haven't done that since. And so like, that's just like things that you don't think about that you just said your whole life, thought your whole life that you could tighten up on. I'm wanting to do, especially in situations like this, where it is something that's particularly politically salient. And that is really, of course, every situation like this matters, but like this one is like fucking really intensely problematic right now. Cause there's fucking like triple digit bills being passed in our government or being proposed in our government just about this one issue. So I want to make sure I'm doing it right. It's kind of the whole point of doing the things. Anyway, it's all neither here nor there.
I like this person who's, I think, trying to point out some irony. They wrote, so they're called Joe Biden 2024, but I think they're a troll. Forrest, you're right. A trans woman can make a baby. It's science. It's why we vote for Biden. Facts, which is based off of science. You do realize that even if what you're trying to say is correct, that a trans woman can't birth a baby, couldn't have a womb with a baby. You wrote a trans woman can make a baby. And there are trans women who have, in fact, inseminated people with wombs and gotten them pregnant and made babies. You dumbass. You're not even good at being a troll, you fuckface.
What do you think about fucking cis women that are either born sterile or have a tilted uterus or don't have a uterus at all, have had a hysterectomy or have been through menopause? What about the cis women that can't make a baby? Are they not women anymore? Is your entire fucking qualification for a woman revolving around their ability to shit out children? Is that really all you think women are for? Or do you have some other thing that you want to try to glom onto your fucking weird parochial gender binary view? What a silly ass thing to say. Just weird.
I pick my name, I pick my pronouns, and I pick my social gender category. Fuck you in your fucking face if you have a problem with it. Eat me. Peter Skaggs, thanks. Here's the last of it. Well, thank you. I hope it's not truly the last of your dollars, but yeah.
Go donate to Roll for Initiative instead. Don't donate to be the last of it here, but the beginning of it over there.
Don't say the phrase "don't donate" here. You can promote anything you want to promote, but you can't say the phrase.
The money that you were going to give to the line to Roll for Initiative. Give it all to Without Borders through our thing.
Multiple people. All right, he's muted. Multiple people.
You did not mute me, you son of a bitch.
You're correct. I didn't. Multiple people eat because people donate over here. This is people.
All I'm saying is quit the line Patreon and give that money to Doctors Without Borders through Roll.
And all
for
I'm saying is, if Forrest keeps any of the profits from his Galapagos trip, we should kill him.
Dude, the amount of money I sank into making this show work would blow your mind. I'm trying to raise money.
You think I'd blow my mind on how much production can cost?
Not yours. It is a high. That was a hyperbole.
I donated time to it, by the way.
Hyperbole.
Hyperbole. I'm about to have a hyperbole. Smart Alec Atheist says, our language around gender needs to evolve so that we can distinguish between gender and biology. Not really, because it fucking does not matter to us on a day-to-day. Might it matter to doctors? Yeah, and they have things to account for it. Might it matter? But to you, to a person day-to-day, what is it the average person needs it for? Let me sort my dating app to make sure there's no trans women in here. So only by female. So I need female to only mean that. Day to day, just treat people fucking well and identify them the way they want to be identified, and don't be a dick. Honestly.
Also, more gender neutral bathrooms, just in general. Let's just have more of that. That'd be pretty tight.
Unisex, as some of them call them. Just but not shared. And this isn't a thing about I don't want to be in there with women or men. I'm saying have each one have I don't want. If I could turn all male bathrooms into separate rooms, I would. I don't want to share bathrooms with people. Give me at least an isolated little room for the toilet. Then the sink area, I give a fuck. But I want to make the smells and the noises that I need to make in there in total privacy, and leave me the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm.
The noises are the best part. I sound like Yosemite Sam when I'm taking a dump. I start shooting off guns. Monkey at a Typewriter says, Jimmy when hosting with Forrest 2-hour mark. Dude, let's wrap. Come on, 3-hour mark. I really fucking enjoy this 4-hour mark. God damn you, Valkai, never again. Even if I said never again, I wouldn't mean it.
That's how it goes.
Peter Skaggs says, it wasn't the last just playing. This was Thank you for continuing to donate here and not taking his advice.
I appreciate Peter Skaggs' ability to fucking throw around fliff just to be a fucking clever bastard, just to make jokes. That's great.
Now, you were wanting me this month, instead of sending the money to your account, to send your portion directly to, I'm trying to be a dick to you for telling people to unsubscribe from Patreon. You wanted me to send the money straight through to Doctors Without Borders, right?
Oh, God. You know what? Just give it to me and I'll do it later.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Yeah. That makes sense. All right.
Oh my God. No, I for real though, like just all jokes aside, Jesse and I have oh my God, the amount of money and time and shit we sunk into this. And I'm not saying this to brag or to be a thing. I'm just saying that if anybody's watching that shit, you have no idea how much fucking love and dedication went into making that show. And it would really mean a lot if you would watch it and share it. And if you can donate, a donation would be greatly appreciated because our goal is $50,000. We've put out 4 episodes so far and we've raised a little over $7,000. And I know that that's only the views and the donations are as low as they are, that's amazing. It's just like, I know it would be so much more if we had the traction that we could have, but I'm putting it on my channel. And people are like, I'm here for Reacteria. This is D&D content. What am I doing? If I had started a brand new channel, it might have taken off because it would have been a new algorithmic boost, but it runs the risk of not being seen by anybody. So like I'm banking on the cool fucking people that follow me and that watch me here and other places like this to fucking share it around so that it gets the algorithmic boost that it gets, so we can very easily fucking crack that 50K without me having to just like fucking squeeze every one of my subscribers for $5 and try to make it out. You know what I mean?
You should do a live show Zoom panel or something where people can do a super chat Q&A thing and make everybody stay in character. So it's
we were thinking about doing such a thing.
I came up. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Sergio. And Peter Skaggs says, check the couch. Thank you, couch. I want to send this thank you to the couch, not you, but the couch. Just kidding. And then thank you so much, Peter. Sergio says, Alk right, Jimmy and Forrest, you skip mine, but I want people to see we Hispanic people understand, and we try to make other people understand. Oh, all right, Jimmy. I was going to say, I'm not alt-right or alt-right, whatever that is.
Alt-right, Jimmy. Alt-right, Jimmy Snow. I would love to see that shit.
Secular Felon says, sadly missed the whole show, so have to watch from the beginning. Here's $20. Appreciate that. That is the last $20. We're calling it a cutoff. I feel like I'm going to get there and they're going to be like, we're finishing right now. You didn't even really come in and say happy birthday. I feel like I'm a selfish jerk. Forrest, anything you want to plug? You can just plug. I don't care about any of my stuff.
Really quick. I know I haven't mentioned this, but I think it's really important that I just kind of briefly, while I have the chance, there's this really cool thing called Roll for Initiative that you might have heard of. It's like the biggest project that I've ever done, produced, made, whatever's. It's on my channel. It's a game of this really cool game called Tales of the Valiant, where me and Jesse Jerdak and Katiosaurus and Amelia Som and Kavatica and KP11 Studios all got together, and Ginny D was there for a while, and we played this fucking game for like 35 goddamn hours over the course of a week. 14 episodes. Episode 5 comes out this Wednesday. Binge them if you want to binge them. Even if you don't like TTRPG content, please share it with somebody who would. And whatever you do, if you can, it would really mean a lot to me if you could please donate using the links on those videos or the Tiltify link in the description of those videos to Doctors Without Borders, who are the real heroes who are saving lives in Gaza, in Congo, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Yemen, and everywhere else all around the world. They are alleviating the humanitarian crises and genocides that are afflicting real life people right now. And if we can help save lives by fucking around and playing a game, then that's the best fucking use of our time. Please donate to Doctors Without Borders. Watch Roll for Initiative so we can do another season and help more people. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in to The Line. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning.